The sudden appearance of the other tribesmen caught the cultivators in the nether sect's camp off guard. About half of the 1,000 cultivators stayed on top of the towering city wall to stop the enemies from getting a foothold in the city. At the same time, they activated the mini formations on the city wall to attack the other tribesmen who were trying to invade the city from the air. The soldiers on land fortified the walls and the gates while reinforcing, resupplying, and healing the cultivators on the wall. When the battle between the cultivators was almost over, it was time for the mortals to take charge of the battlefield. The people on the front lines in the wars between nations were usually cultivators unless there was no other choice. This was the foundation of Great Yan's empire. This was also one of the most basic ways of fighting in the cultivation world. When he saw the cultivators dropping above, Xianxia was awestruck. For a moment he was rendered speechless. He mustered up his courage and asked, "Old mister, I wonder if I may ask you a question?" "What is it?" Lu Zhou had been stroking his beard as he observed the battle above them. After the garrisons of Liang Province's city were defeated by the Nether sect, they could only rely on themselves to repel the other tribesmen. However, this should be within Wuxia's calculations. Why did they appear so flustered and powerless? Was this deliberate? "Are you from the Luo sect, old mister?" Xianxia finally asked. "Why would you say that?" Of the three sects, the Luo sect is the one skilled in archery. There are many elite archers in that sect. The Luo sect's Patriarch is a peerless archer as well. He once killed a high-ranked beast with a single arrow in Heavenmote Forest, Xianxia said respectfully. Fear still lingered in his heart from the arrow shot that he had endured. There are countless elite archers under the heavens. The Luo sect isn't worth mentioning, Lu Zhou replied apathetically. For a time, Xianxia was rendered speechless. He felt that Lu Zhou's arrogance was on another level. He even thought the Luo sect was too insignificant to mention. Naturally, he did not dare show his feelings. Instead, he asked, "Old mister, why don't you shoot at the other tribesmen from the skies?" Xianxia was a five-leaf elite after all, and yet he could not block Lu Zhou's arrow. In his opinion, if Lu Zhou used all his strength and attacked the leader of the other tribes, it would do a lot to change the tide of the battle. He might be involved in many shady dealings, but he did not want the other tribesmen to set foot on Great Yan's lands. Lu Zhou continued to observe the battle on the city wall. He did not answer the question immediately. If he acted, he would surely expose himself. At that time, how was he going to capture Yu Zhenghai or Wuxia? As usual, he was not in a rush to act. Finally, he replied, "With the Nether sect's strength, it should be sufficient to deal with these other tribesmen." Xianxia dared not say anything else. Little Yuaner hugged Lu Zhou's arm. Most of her nervousness was gone by now. She was now curious. She said, "Master, I'd like to have a look." Lu Zhou had the same thought. "Let's go." The two of them hurried toward the city wall. Xianxia started. He looked to his left and right. The camp was deserted. He hastily shouted, "Wait for me!" Currently, the safest place was being by the old man's side. In no time at all, the three of them were at the base of the city wall. They did not notice it from a distance, but the walls were extremely tall now that they were standing so close to it. They could not see the top of the wall from this spot. If the elites with their avatars were not flying in the air, it was almost impossible for them to witness the interesting battle from within the city. "Old Mr. Me, don't forget about me," Xianxia said anxiously. Lu Zhou waved his arm. The three of them flew toward the top of the city wall. Boom! 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 Whoosh! 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 The loud sounds of the battle reached their ears. When the three of them landed on the top of the city wall, they were dumbstruck by what they saw. Two avatars, one about 50 foot tall and the other was 70 foot tall, were fighting against the other tribesmen valiantly on the fields beyond the city wall. The Vermilion Bird Hall's first seat, Yang Tan, swiftly increased the size of his avatar and repelled dozens of Roly tribesmen. The Roly tribesmen reeled and spat out mouthfuls of blood as they reeled from the impact. Even so, there were more Roly and Lulan tribesmen on the ground. The Lulan tribesmen were doing their best to cast spells as long as they could. Beams of purple energy shrouded the Roli tribesmen in the air. The battle was too chaotic. Everyone was so preoccupied that nobody took notice of Lu Zhou and the others. The three of them stood at a vacant corner and looked down at the battle from their high vantage point. Xianxia gulped and said, "Even Yang Yen, one of the Nether Sect's 4 great protectors, is this powerful? Just how powerful are the other protectors? You're familiar with the Nether Sect?" Lu Zhou glanced at Xianxia. Xianxia seemed to have forgotten that Lu Zhou was the one who had shot him. He said with a smile, "Everyone knows the sect master of the Nether Sect Master is the Evil Sky Pavilion's first disciple." At this moment, Lu Zhou noticed that the Roli tribesmen who reeled from the impact moments ago had risen back to their feet. They were ganging up on Yang Yen. Roli tribesmen are nimble and quick on their feet. They didn't cultivate any of the Buddhist, Confucian, or Taoist methods. They worship the wild wolves and never act on their own. Their avatars are in the shapes of wolves as well. They have a tremendous self-healing ability and are incredibly resilient, Xianxia said. However, the barbarians are barbarians, after all. It's not without reason that Great Yen is capable of intimidating the 12 nations. Lu Zhou stroked his beard and said, "You seem very confident in Great Yen." Xianxia sighed. "My confidence lies with Emperor Yongshou. As for Yongqing, forget it. There are words even the person on top of the whitelist doesn't dare to utter. Old Mr. The blacklist and whitelist don't rank people based on their cultivation bases. My ranking on the whitelist is nothing but a joke," Xianxia said. When he spoke, it could be seen that he thought being on the blacklist had more prestige. The first on the whitelist was merely a 5-leaf cultivator. Swoosh! At this moment, many Roli tribesmen rose into the air. A unique avatar sprung up from the ground. "Master, what's that?" Little Yuaner pointed at a huge wolf avatar in the distance. The Wolf King avatar. Judging from its appearance, this should be a 6-leaf Wolf King avatar. Xianxia replied with a dark expression. At this moment, the Wolf King avatar launched itself into the air. It stepped on its golden lotus, on which 6 leaves were spinning and blooming. Little Yuaner asked curiously, "Why aren't there avatars in the form of humans? That's strange. They have golden lotuses as well." Lu Zhou said slowly, "Cultivation is built upon the cultivation methods and sutras left behind by the predecessors. The sutras contain the cultivation concepts of various sections. The concepts serve as guides for the mind and will. For instance, if I want to shape my energy into a saber, it will be a saber." He raised his right hand, and an energy saber materialized in his hand. "If I want to turn it into a sword, it will be a sword." The energy saber morphed into an energy sword. Then, it transformed into various shapes before Lu Zhou finally clenched his fist to disperse the energy. It's the same with avatars. However, it's difficult to change the shapes of avatars after they're formed. Usually, its form is fixed in the early stages of cultivation. When the Confucian, Buddhist, and Taoist sects fought for dominance, human cultivation reached a sort of golden era. 30,000 years have passed since then, and cultivation methods have branched out into numerous categories. The 3 different branches gave rise to 3 types of avatars. The other tribesmen who were influenced by Great Yen would cultivate the cultivation methods of Great Yen and obtain a humanoid avatar. On the other hand, those that are not influenced by Great Yen followed their own ancestral beliefs. The Roli tribesmen worship the Wolf King, therefore, they possess Wolf King avatars. "Oh," Little Yuaner nodded. "Ding," instructed Little Yuaner. "Reward, 200 merit points." Xianxia cupped his fists and said, "I'm enlightened." Little Yuaner continued to ask, "Master, are there really 10,000 other tribes?" Lu Zhou was not too familiar with this topic. He could only give a general answer. However, to his surprise, Xianxia answered with a smile. "Indeed, there are 10,000 other tribes recorded in the books. Liang Province's city alone has tribesmen from all over Great Yen who speak different languages, let alone Rongxi and Rongbei. Throughout the years, they have been assimilated through wars. As time went by, it gradually led to the current state. As amazing as Great Yen? I won't go so far as to say that, Xianxia replied. Little Yuaner pointed at the Wolf King avatar in the air and said, "Why does the Wolf King avatar have a golden lotus as well? That is, if they hadn't learned Great Yan's cultivation methods in secret." Xianxia was stumped by the question. He had never considered this before. "Master, why is that so?" Little Yuaner's asking too many questions today. Lu Zhou's expression was calm. Fortunately, the skin on his wizened face was sufficiently thick. Nobody could read his thoughts. However, he found it strange as well. Even with Ji Tiandao's rich experience, he found no answer in his memories. If it were the theory of the cultivation methods of the Confucian, Buddhist, and Taoist sects, thoughts supported the spirit and the will determines the appearance of the avatar. If the other tribesmen did not understand these theories, why did they manifest golden lotuses as well? Who could explain this? Lu Zhou stroked his beard before he finally said, "Perhaps it's just like how humans and animals need food for sustenance. They're fundamentally the same." Little Yuaner scratched her head to show that she did not understand this. At this moment, the six-leaf Wolf King avatar lunged at Yang Yan's six-leaf avatar. Boom! Energy flowed turbulently in the air, and a strong gust of wind blew violently. Anyone who was too close to the fight was swept off their feet by the wind. "Protector Yang, I'll help you." Yu Hong shot toward Yang Yan with his four-leaf avatar in tow. It was now a 2-against-1 battle. The Roly elite fought more valiantly as the battle dragged on. There were several hundred Lu Lan tribesmen behind him. They supported him with witchcraft spells. What a pain! When little Yuaner saw the spells, she stomped her feet. She wanted to charge into the battlefield and slaughter the witchcraft cultivators. Lu Zhou said, "There's no need to worry about minor witchcraft cultivators. Without a grand shaman like Mo Li and Ba Ma, these supporting spells would not be able to turn the tides of the battle." Moreover, this was outside Liang Province's city. There was no huge formation. Witchcraft was not very powerful here. Boom! 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 The Roly elite launched 3 attacks in quick succession. His Wolf King avatar split into 3. 2 of them pounced at Yang Yan while the other pounced at Yu Hong. Yang Yan retreated hastily. He moved his avatar toward the city wall. Yu Hong was only a 4-leaf cultivator. Having been hit by that heavy blow, he reeled. Halfway in the air, he recalled his avatar. That Roly elite is powerful. Little Yuaner was shocked. Her urge to charge into the battlefield was instantly quelled. She quickly hugged her master's arm. The Wolf King avatar has great explosive power and has amazing offenses. Yang Yan must have spent too much of his energy before this battle. If this were a fair battle, Yang Yan would never lose, Lu Zhou said. Oh, the problem was, there was no fairness in the world. The archers on the city wall knocked their energy arrows and shot volleys after volleys arrow at the flying other tribesmen. Only, at this moment, a cultivator flew toward the city wall and announced loudly, "This is bad. The 4th prince is launching a counterattack from the south." Yang Yan hovered in midair. The city wall was too vast. He could not even see who had made the announcement, let alone Lu Zhou and the others who were standing on the crowded city wall. Yang Yan said, "Lu Bing has colluded with the other tribesmen. Notify Mr. 7th of this." Understood. The Nether sect was instantly put in a precarious situation. They were pincered. At the moment, they could rely on the city wall and the protection of the formation. There was no rush for now. However, if this dragged on, the Nether sect would surely fall into a disadvantageous position. What's Wuxia playing at? The cultivators who were perched on the branches gazed at the Wolf King. Someone cursed, "The other tribesmen are insufferable bullies. They're despicable. Although the Nether sect's on the fiend path, they know enough to oppose the other tribes at least. What's the 4th prince, Lu Bing, thinking by colluding with the other tribes? Why aren't they activating the formation? They can't. The Nether sect easily conquered this city because the formations have been nullified. If the 6 great generals of the 4th prince are here, the Nether sect will be in trouble." They continued their discussion. The strongest among them was only in the Brahman C8 Meridian's realm. They could not be of any help at all. At most, they could help clean up the small fries when the battle was nearing its end. Yang Yen hovered in the air. He frowned as he looked at the roly elites in front of him. Meanwhile, Yu Hong was not at as high an altitude as he was before. A loud explosion reverberated in the air as he flew back and crashed on the city wall. The city wall was damaged. However, since it was ridiculously thick, it did not crumble. Yu Hong fell to the ground. He supported his weight with one hand as he spat out a mouthful of blood. The Nether sect had suffered considerable losses. Their opponents were in no better shape as well. Both sides were in a similar state. Yang Yen said loudly, "Ha Luo, the people of Roli have always been subservient to Great Yen. Are you trying to rebel?" His thunderous voice resonated through the city wall and the city. The Roli elite, Ha Luo, was also hovering in the air in the distance. He crossed his arms and said disdainfully, "To quote the words of your own people, the times have changed. Do you really think Great Yen is weak?" Yang Yen asked. If Great Yen was truly weak, the Nether sect would have long conquered it. Would they have waited for the other tribes to make a move? Lu Bing has promised us 3 of Liang Province's 10 cities if we help him take down the Nether sect, Ha Luo replied. In other words, could the Nether sect make a better offer? There were no such things as eternal enemies in the world. Benefit was all that mattered. Ha Luo's words were loaded. If the Nether sect could offer 4 cities or more, the other tribesmen would turn against Lu Bing without hesitation. When he heard this, Lu Zhou was slightly taken aback. Lu Bing had been at the borders for many years. Why would he resort to such a humiliating act? The people who lived at the borders were the ones who truly understood how difficult it was to gain every inch of land. Every bit of Great Yan's territory was paid for by the blood of the valiant warriors. How could they give them away this easily? Alas, you're up against the Nether sect. Yang Yan's soundwave was imposing. Yang Yan, we've fought for 3 days and 3 nights, all the way from the barren plains in the west to Liang Province's city. You're skilled. I'll give you that. If you know what's good for you, you'll obediently surrender. Ha Luo's soundwave rolled out. A number of Lu Lan cultivators rose into the air and gathered. They were all cultivators. They did not have any mortals in their troops. There were easily more than 2,000 of them. On the Nether sect side, there were only more than 1,000 cultivators. The people of Roli and Lu Lan had the upper hand in terms of numbers. Boom! Rumble! The sound of colliding avatars reached them from high above the eastern skies. Every cultivator turned to look. It was too far away. They could only see a brief flash of golden light. Catching a turtle in a jar? Xianxia wondered. Or maybe a diversion? What do you mean? Little Yuaner did not understand Xianxia's words. See, Wuxia isn't dumb. There's a chance that Yang Yen is only a bait. When the time comes, the Nether sect will sound a full retreat. The wolf won't leave the city easily once it's inside, Xianxia said. Lu Zhou looked at Xianxia. His analysis seemed to make sense. He immediately held little Yuaner's hand and said, "Let's go." It was better to be safe than sorry. The other tribesmen launched another wave of attack. Some of their men flew up to the city wall. This time, Yang Yen said decisively, "Retreat." Lu Zhou, little Yuaner, and Xianxia leaped off the city wall and flew toward the center of the city at a low altitude. The situation was too chaotic. There were cultivators everywhere. "Master, what about the commoners?" little Yuaner asked. Xianxia shook his head and said, "There's no need to worry. On the first night of the Nether sect's attack, most of the civilians were already evacuated. This isn't some prehistoric era. The evacuation was done quickly. No wonder we didn't see many people when we arrived." Little Yuaner was hit with a sudden realization. The 3 of them flew side by side as they observed the situation in the city. Although most of the civilians had been evacuated, there were still many cultivators and mortals inside the city. They were looting the residences and establishments while all hell broke loose around them. Xianxia was one of these people. There was never a shortage of such individuals regardless of the era. Look toward the east. Xianxia pointed east. The cultivators who were watching the show from atop the branches had stopped to witness a shocking scene. Two avatars, both 70 to 80 feet tall, flew side by side. Behind them, a handful of avatars followed closely. The nether sect's remaining great protectors. There's a huge flying chariot as well. This is bad. The nether sect's retreating. The cultivators leaped off the branches and began heading east. Lu Zhou decided to land as he looked at the three great protectors flying south. They were soon reunited with Yang Yan before they disappeared. Lu Zhou frowned slightly. As expected, that rascal is drawing the enemy in. When an army of more than 1,000 men chose to retreat on such short notice, they were clearly planning something. They looked at the western city wall. The people of Roli and Lulan had entered the city. They were flying slowly in a square formation made out of roughly 2,000 men. They flew at such a speed because they were wary of traps in the city. The witchcraft cultivators flew at the forefront. They kept unleashing purple radiant circles as they looked out for any formations in the vicinity. Let's go. The battle was now between Lu Bing and the other tribes. In here, Lu Zhou pointed at one of the buildings in the city. The three of them entered the building. The moment they went in, they heard the sounds of a fierce battle breaking out in the south. The expansive heavenly energy had been unleashed. Didn't the nether sect retreat to the south? Why is there a battle now? Xianxia went to the southern side of the building and gazed out the window. He could not help but widen his eyes. Great Yan's army? A lady in embroidered clothes wielded a pink umbrella as she engaged the nether sect in a fierce battle. Sister Jingyi? Little Yuan recognized the lady. Li Jingyi. Lu Zhou looked out as well. That seven-leaf female avatar. Those shocking moves. There was no doubting it was Li Jingyi. Wasn't Wei Zhuyan defeated in Yi province? Why is he here in Liang province? Lu Zhou remembered Jiang Aijian. That fellow. Is he Si Wuya's bane? The tides of the battle turned again. Li Jingyi's not a match for the four great protectors on her own. The divine capital must have sent 8-leaf elites. It's over. The nether sect is done for, Xianxia said. The other tribesmen, Lu Bing and Li Jingyi. The nether sect was pressured on three fronts. Only, on the other hand, the four great protectors hovered in the air. Xianxia's heart raced when he saw this. It seemed like a checkmate to him. Would the greatest fiend sect under the heavens be crushed at the battle in Liang province? I wouldn't be so sure about that. Lu Zhou shook his head. You don't think so, old mister? If Yu Zhenghai is here, he could turn the tides, Lu Zhou said. Xianxia's eyes widened. Lu Zhou, little Yuaner, and Xianxia looked at the nether sect's flying chariot at the same time. Was Yu Zhenghai on board the flying chariot? Xianxia was in no mood to think about those matters. His mind was currently focused on finding a way out of here. The most powerful forces were gathered in Liang province. It seemed coincidental and premeditated at the same time. Liang province city was suddenly silent. The avatars vanished. The surging of primal qi and energy died down as well. Lu Zhou looked at the sky above Liang province's city through the window. Nearly 1,000 nether sect cultivators surrounded the huge flying chariot. They positioned themselves back-to-back in three directions. The square formation to the west was formed by 2,000 men from Lulan and Roli. The people of Lulan wore long, flamboyant robes with bright feathers on their heads. The people of Roli seemed more capable and experienced. There were shades of red, blue, and green gleaming in their eyes. When they saw Lu Bing's troops, the other tribesmen retracted their avatars and witchcraft spells. They shifted their square formation. The people of Roli were now in front. To the north were the current fourth prince of Great Yen, Lu Bing, and his 6 great generals. Apart from his troops below, there were no less than 2,000 cultivators in the air. Lu Bing sat atop a red war chariot. His sharp eyes were fixed on the nether sect's huge chariot. To the east was Li Jingyi. There was a small flying chariot behind her that was covered by a veil. Since the rider could repel the nether sect's 4 great protectors, the rider was certainly not Wei Zhuoyan. It had to be one of the 8 chiefs of the Imperial Guard sent by the palace. However, without seeing the person's face, it was difficult to be completely sure. The troops of the 3 forces surrounded the nether sect's flying chariot. Xianxia lowered his voice and said, "The nether sect can only flee south. Alas, that's where most of the formation traps are." "You don't wish to see the nether sect captured?" Lu Zhou looked at Xianxia. Xianxia shook his head and said, "I don't. However, if Yu Zhenghai isn't here right now, this is a checkmate." Lu Zhou looked at the flying chariot in the air with his hands on his back. Little Yuan snorted and said, "How shameless of them to win by numbers." Xianxia began to view little Yuan in a different light after her little outburst. This little girl seemed fierce back then, but now, she looks kind of cute. Lu Zhou said, "Remember, there's nothing such as fairness in the cultivation world." "I know, master." Little Yuan nodded obediently. In the sky, the 4th prince, Lu Bing, was the one to break the long silence. Lu Bing stood on his war chariot. He cupped his fists at Li Jingyi and said, "I wonder which Imperial Guard chief who came to help up in such a timely manner? The divine capital's guardian of the West, Xianxia, offers his greetings, your 4th Highness." The voice was deep and powerful. It sounded slightly weathered as well. Everyone said that the divine capital was a den for crouching tigers and hidden dragons. It was true. There was even a rumor that half of the 8-leaf experts in the world were in the divine capital. However, this had yet to be verified. As time went by, the people understood that regardless of the profundity of their cultivation base, they had to keep a low profile in the divine capital. "I see. It's Uncle Xiang. I've been rude," Lu Bing said as he cupped his hands together. The other tribesmen were slightly shocked. Great Yen was more powerful than the 10,000 tribes for a reason. Their respect for experts alone was something the other tribes could learn from. Ha Luo laughed loudly and said, "It's been a while, your 4th Highness." Lu Bing snorted. As old adversaries, he knew Ha Luo very well. He said, "Ha Luo, I'll put our past grudges aside for now. At the moment, it's more important to deal with the nether sect." "That won't do." Ha Luo raised a hand and wagged his index finger. "Isn't that tantamount to me allowing you to attack me after you've dealt with your internal dispute?" "Impudent!" Xianxia bellowed from behind Li Jingyi. His voice thundered and rolled toward Ha Luo. Among the huge square formation, the witchcraft cultivators' robes shone with a purple light. They resonated with each other. Whiz! They negated the sound wave. Even so, a frightened expression appeared on Ha Luo's face. He was clearly shaken by the sound wave. He asked, "Your 4th Highness, is this what your hospitality looks like?" "Uncle Xiang's temper has always been this way. You're from Roli, and the witchcraft cultivators from Lulan are behind you. We're only taking what we need from each other. You and I," Lu Bing replied. Ha Luo said in a deep voice, "The nether sect's Yu Zhenghai once charged into Lulan alone and killed up to 10,000 cultivators. He used his strength to mistreat my people. I will avenge my kinsman, and I won't rest until I've succeeded. I'll take you up on your offer today, my adversary." Lu Zhou shook his head when he heard this. Since Yu Zhenghai left the Evil Sky Pavilion, his actions had always been controversial. If Lulan was not subservient to Great Yen, it would be a big deal to kill the other tribesmen in Lulan. However, Lulan had paid its tithes and even offered its own princesses since it pledged its allegiance to Great Yen. Yu Zhenghai's actions had put great strain on the relationship between Great Yen and Lulan. Xianxia said skeptically, "Although Sect Master Yu is the Evil Sky Pavilion's first disciple, he's not someone who acts without rhyme or reason. He won't attack the people of Lulan for no reason." "Not someone who acts without rhyme and reason?" Lu Zhou asked, raising an eyebrow. "If he's not charismatic, he wouldn't be able to stay the master of a sect with hundreds of thousands of members or gain the unswerving loyalty of the 4 great protectors," Xianxia said. "Managing one's subordinates was an art." Lu Zhou nodded. In this regard, his host, Ji Tiandao, was not as accomplished as his own disciple, Yu Zhenghai. In the sky, a voice dripping with contempt rang from the nether sect's flying chariot. Isn't it too early to say talk about taking down the nether sect? The Azure Dragon Hall's first seat, Hua Chongyang, walked out in his long robes. He looked around before finally resting his gaze on the flying chariot behind Li Jingyi. The only person the four great protectors were wary about was Xiang Lai. Lu Bing said, Hua Chongyang, all these years you've wreaked havoc all around Great Yin. The imperial family has always viewed this as a quarrel of the cultivation world and turned a blind eye to it. However, this doesn't mean that you can do whatever you like. How dare you covet the imperial family's authority? The powerful rules and the mediocre serves. This has always been the way of the world. Have the people ever enjoyed a good day in their lives since Lu Gu ascended the throne? Hua Chongyang asked. Those who covet the throne had always argued in the people's favor. Lu Bing laughed and said, Hua Chongyang, you're not fit to talk to me yet. Tell your sect master to show himself. Who do you think you are? You think you're worthy of meeting our sect master just because you want to? Lu Bing said, It's useless to try to win with words. You don't have a choice. The cultivators on three sides advanced slightly. They were now 100 meters away from the nether sect. The atmosphere was tense. A great battle could break out at any moment. Hua Chongyang calmly said, You might not be a match for the nether sect if we get serious about this battle. Xiang Lai, are you brave enough to withstand a blade strike from my sect master? He projected his voice to the flying chariot behind Li Jingyi. On board the flying chariot, Xiang Lai frowned. His hands on the chair's armrest clenched into fists. His knuckles whitened and he shook slightly. He said nothing. Hua Chongyang continued, Lu Bing, would the 6 generals behind you dare to fight Bai Yuqing and me? Hua Chongyang and Bai Yuqing were both 7-leaf cultivators. They were more than enough to deal with the 6 generals. Among the 6, there were 4 5-leafs, 1 7-leaf, and 1 6-leaf cultivators. In theory, Hua Chongyang and Bai Yuqing had the upper hand. Only, Ha Luo, you've pursued Yang Yen for so long. Do you really think that Yang Yen and Di Qing can't take you down? Hua Chongyang asked. It had to be said, he was adept at handling the situation. When he compared their strength in this manner, the nether sect did appear to have the upper hand. So what if they were going up against 3 forces? If they were to fight in earnest, the outcome was not set in stone. You can save your psychological warfare. Yu Zhenghai, if you're man enough, come out and fight me now. Boom! Xiang Lai slammed his palms on the armrests, and he flew into the air. He looked down at the nether sect's flying chariot with his hands on his back. His body was wrapped in layers of energy. Various shining, golden glyphs and talisman seals appeared around him. When Xianxia saw this, he said in a hushed voice, Xiang Lai is from the Celestial Masters sect. The Celestial Masters sect was skilled in Taoist talismans. As the name suggested, they imposed Taoist seals on talisman seals. The Celestial Masters sect was a major sect that developed the Taoist and talisman seals to a great height. Come out, Yu Zhenghai. Xiang Lai looked down from the skies. Xiang Lai's temper was similar to Duanmushang's temper. They both had a quick and fiery temper. He did not seem to care if the people around him could withstand the impact from the sound waves he sent out with his primal chi. He did as he liked. The warriors above and below him had to cover their ears in fear and trepidation. Everyone's attention was focused on the flying chariot. They were all waiting for a reply. Most of them were rather certain that Yu Zhenghai was not present at all. If he were here, surely he would not have submitted himself to being surrounded on multiple sides. Hua Chongyang was about to reply when a soft and melodious voice rang from Lu Bing's war chariot. Uncle Xiang. Xiang Lai frowned. He looked at Lu Bing's war chariot. Everyone's gaze shifted from Xiang Lai to the war chariot. Clearly, the voice belonged to a lady. They saw a beautiful lady with charming features. Yong Ning, a graceful and delicate lady, stepped into the air from the war chariot. She wore red clothes and had pearls on her hair. Her eyes twinkled like the stars in the skies. This was Great Yan's Princess Yongning, Lu Wenjun. In a hidden building. When little Yuan saw Princess Yongning, she giggled and said, "Master, Sister Yongning is pretty." Lu Zhou waved his hand. A weak energy barrier appeared around them. He thought it was better to be cautious. After all, their voices could alert the elites to their presence. Princess Yongning curtsied at Xianxia. However, her gesture frightened Xianxia. Although he was older than her and was respected by her, he did not dare to allow the princess to bow at him. He was merely a subject of the empire after all. He raised a palm, and a surge of energy held Princess Yongning in place. He said, "I do not deserve this good fortune, Princess." Princess Yongning smiled faintly. She seemed to bask in the glory of spring as she said, "Uncle Xiang, didn't you go to Yi Province? I was just passing by." It was clearly an excuse. Liang Province was to the north of Yi Province. It was not a place that he would pass by. "So, it's Princess Yongning." The Roly chief, Ha Luo, bowed at Yongning. He placed his right hand on his left shoulder as he smiled. At this moment, Lu Bing said, "Yongning, this is not the time for casual conversations." Princess Yongning asked, "Are we really going to fight?" Xianxia frowned and said, "Yongning, if you're planning to plead for the Nether sect, you'd better forget it. Please step aside. Nobody would be able to look after you when the battle starts." Lu Bing looked at Yongning and said, "Do you know why my father allowed me to bring you here?" How could Yongning not know? However, she was neither annoyed nor angry. She only calmly smiled as she said, "Don't mind me." Her words seemed to be directed at Lu Bing and the people in the flying chariot. "Bring her down." Lu Bing waved his hand. Two of the generals brought Yongning back to the war chariot. The moment Lu Bing's voice faded, Hua Chongyang made the first move. An avatar that was 80 to 90 feet tall appeared. "Bai Yuqing, fight alongside me." "Roger." Bai Yuqing did not unleash his avatar. The two of them charged at Lu Bing at lightning speed. The flying chariot retreated. The 6 generals' expressions darkened as they went up to meet them. The two sides were immediately engaged in a fierce battle. Energies from both sides collided. The soldiers below retreated. Boom! 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 The loud collision between the avatars rang in everyone's ears. The battle was a dazzling sight. Ha Luo summoned his Wolf King avatar again. He sneered as he looked at the flying chariot. "Ha Luo, I'm your opponent." Yang Yan and Di Qing leaped from the flying chariot and charged toward the square formation of the other tribesmen. At this moment, the 4 great protectors had left the flying chariot. The cultivators around the Nether sect's flying chariot gathered and circulated their primal chi. They cast a huge barrier that enveloped the chariot. Xianxia laughed. "Such is the will of the heavens. Not even your 4 subordinates have the chance to protect you. Yu Zhenghai, die!" He raised a hand and struck with his palm. A huge talisman seal flew toward the flying chariot. Boom! The talisman seal landed on the flying chariot and vanished. Xianxia frowned. He looked at the formation veins on the flying chariot and exclaimed in shock. The formation veins of the Celestial Masters sect? Meanwhile, Yang Yan and Di Qing were engaged with the other tribesmen in an intense battle. It felt as though the entire Liang Province's city was occupied by avatars. The cultivators inside the city looked up at the eye-catching battle in the sky. The 4 great protectors somehow managed to stand their own ground against the 2 forces. However, how would the remaining men around the flying chariot defend against the attacks of the 8-leaf elite Xianxia? It was exceptionally quiet in the flying chariot. The Nether sect disciples defended the flying chariot with unflagging effort. They believed in the person on board the flying chariot even if it cost them their lives. Xianxia said, "Yu Zhenghai, I've underestimated you. Are you planning to cower in there your entire life?" There was no reply. Inside the building, Lu Zhou did not pay attention to the 4 great protectors' battles. Instead, his attention was completely focused on the flying chariot. He was also wondering if Yu Zhenghai was on board the flying chariot. Yu Zhenghai was the only person who could turn the tides of the battle. Xianglai laughed. He raised his palm again and struck at the flying chariot. A huge offensive Taoist talisman seal shone with dazzling brilliance. Boom! The flying chariot swayed. Creak, creak, creak. The formation veins were beginning to crack. This is bad. Sect Master, I'm coming. The Azure Dragon Hall's second seat, Yu Hong, leaped onto the chariot. Meanwhile, Hua Chongyang and Bai Yuqing had the upper hand in their battle. Hua Chongyang glanced at the flying chariot and said, Bai Yuqing, reinforce the flying chariot. I'll handle this. Roger. Bai Yuqing circulated his expansive heavenly energy. From his position in the air, he charged toward Xianglai. Hua Chongyang immediately felt the pressure on him rise as he fought against 6 opponents. 6 avatars surrounded him like a game of Go. The thunderous clashing sounds showed no signs of stopping. For a battle such as this, the opponents no longer had the leisure to mine the buildings on the ground. Most of the city was now reduced to rubble. Bai Yuqing came at Xianglai from the side. Xianglai sneered and said, A 7-leaf cultivator is just a 7-leaf cultivator, after all. He joined his palms together and made hand signs. Dozens of talismans shot toward Bai Yuqing. Bai Yuqing looked shocked as he activated his expansive heavenly energy. Boom! 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 There was a difference in their realms, after all. Bai Yuqing reeled back and spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Kill the Nether Sect's 4 great protectors. Yu Zhenghai is not on board the flying chariot. Xianglai was confident. He knew Yu Zhenghai very well. If Yu Zhenghai were here, he would have already joined the battle. Yu Zhenghai would not hide in the flying chariot. Xianglai's voice resounded across the battlefield. Ha Luo sneered. His Wolf King avatar grew larger. Yang Yen, Di Qing, do you really think that 6-leaf cultivators can lead an army? Whiz! The golden lotus under the Wolf King avatar's paws enlarged as well. There was a cracking sound from one edge of the golden lotus. A leaf sprouted. Before long, 7 leaves spun around the golden lotus. Ha Luo looked domineering as he stood among the people in the square formation. Boom! 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 Yang Yen and Di Qing were immediately sent flying back by the Wolf King. The instant their avatars vanished, they spat out a mouthful of blood. It was clear that Hua Chongyang would not be able to hold it any longer as well. Xianglai nodded in satisfaction before he dove toward the flying chariot. Boom! The formation veins cracked further. Boom! The formation veins shattered. The more than 1,000 cultivators of the Nether Sect fell from Xianglai's 2 sweeping attacks. Xianglai landed on the flying chariot. His primal qi surged. It traveled from his Dantian's sea of qi to the soles of his feet before it flowed throughout the flying chariot. With this, he took control of the Nether Sect's flying chariot. As expected, it's empty, Xianglai said smugly as he was about to turn to face Hua Chongyang. Suddenly, whoosh! A figure struck Xianglai's back at lightning speed. As an accomplished cultivator, Xianglai had sensed the threat at his back. He quickly activated his protective energy. Too late. Boom! Xianglai stumbled forward. A strange power easily breached his protective energy. Pooh! He spat out a mouthful of blood. Uncle Xiang! Lu Bing, who was hovering above his war chariot, cried out. He looked horrified when he witnessed this scene. His eyes immediately found the other person in the chariot. It was not Yu Zhenghai. Instead, it was the Evil Sky Pavilion's 7th disciple, Si Wuya. Si Wuya retracted his palm. Several talismans burst into flames in his hands and scattered in the air. Yu Hong leaped onto the flying chariot while enduring the pain in his body and maintaining the flying chariot's altitude. Mr. 7th, you did it! Si Wuya walked forward slowly with a calm expression on his face. He walked to the helm of the flying chariot and looked down at Xianglai. He said loudly, You're unlucky. I've been studying the Celestial Master Sect's mantra for a long time. I didn't expect to be able to use it on you. The things in the world were either complementary or antagonistic. An 8-leaf cultivator was not without weaknesses. Si Wuya had been studying the Celestial Master Sect's mantras cautiously and conscientiously, when he was trying to break his master's mantra some time ago. Apart from that, his eldest senior brother even went through the trouble of procuring a lot of talismans for him to help him break the mantra. He had used all the talismans in one go during his attack. However, this one attack was more than enough. Boom! Xianxia crashed onto the ground. Wuxia knew that Xianxia was not dead. However, he was satisfied with gravely injuring Xianxia. Yang Yan, Di Qing, and Bai Yuqing returned, injured. Hua Chongyang was the only one left fending off his opponents. Wuxia looked at Lu Bing and said, "Lu Bing, from the moment you set foot onto Liang Province City, you've lost." Xianxia is a minor accident. However, has it ever crossed your mind that the formations in Liang Province's city's formation are actually untouched? Wuxia's words caused Lu Bing's warriors to exchange glances among themselves. You did this on purpose? Lu Bing's brows were tightly knitted together. You can say that, also, these other tribesmen, from the beginning until the end, they're nothing but uncivilized animals to me. Wuxia's words grated on their ears. When Ha Luo heard this, he was infuriated. His Wolf King avatar was activated again. Perhaps, they were also angered by Wuxia's words. The 2,000 witchcraft cultivators in the square formation looked at the skies in unison and released thick purple smoke from their bodies. The Wolf King avatar absorbed the purple smoke and grew larger. Ha Luo said loudly, "Do you really think you've foreseen everything?" Bai Yuqing hastily went up to Wuxia's side and said, "Mr. Seventh, I request you to retreat. The plan has succeeded. If we retreat now, Ha Luo will surely turn on Lu Bing." Yang Yan and Di Qing bowed as well. Wuxia knew that Ha Luo had been holding back. All these years, he and Yu Zhenghai were the only ones who knew how much they understood the other tribes. Retreat? Act according to plan? Lu Bing made a grabbing motion. Princess Yongning was held up in the air. He had no choice. Wuxia, are you bold enough to run away? I won't let you reap the benefits from our battle here. Yongning. Wuxia frowned. The three great protectors bowed again. Mr. Seventh, please act according to the plan. Wuxia looked at Princess Yongning, who was being held up in the air. Yongning's expression was calm. She did not panic or struggle. She was even smiling warmly as she looked at Wuxia on the flying chariot. A hint of satisfaction could be seen in her smile. This was enough for her. She raised her right hand slightly, and an energy sword materialized in her hand. Please carry on with your plan. With a decisive and forceful thrust, Yongning stabbed her own chest. When one was uncertain, it would be easy to fall into a dilemma. When all hell broke loose, the options that were available would seem ridiculously difficult to pick. The movements of the energy sword were reflected in Wuxia's eyes. He felt as though something had tugged on his heartstrings. With a tap of his feet, he shot toward Yongning like a fired arrow. A couple with a bitter fate. The evil sky pavilions, Mr. Seventh. This is all both of you will amount to. Within the moving grand witchcraft formation, Ha Luo had forcibly raised his Wolf King avatar to the 8-leaf stage. The 8-leaf Wolf King flew toward Wuxia. Mr. Seventh. Every fiber in Yongning's body told her that she had to remain calm. She wanted to remain calm. But when she saw Wuxia flying to her, she could not control her expression, and she wanted herself to remain calm as well. Why? Wuxia had always regarded himself as a cold-blooded man who would never be shaken by anything. However, the moment the energy sword sank into Yongning's body, he felt as if his own heart was stabbed. Blood sprayed everywhere. Her garment was dyed red. Wuxia launched countless palm seals in a frenzy. He repelled Lu Bing's war chariot and caught Lu Ning. Unfortunately, the Wolf King avatar swiped its claws and leaving gashes on his back. Boom! Wuxia's clothes on his upper body were shredded. He held Princess Yongning tightly and fell toward the buildings in the distance like a kite with a severed thread. Ha Luo was extremely delighted by this. He laughed uproariously. It seems like I'll be the big winner today. He waved his arm. The square formation dissolved. The witchcraft cultivators could not maintain the 8-leaf avatar for too long. The outcome was set. All that was left was to clean things up. The witchcraft cultivators dove toward the nether sect disciples on the ground. Hua Chongyang could not hold them back. Eventually, he was sent flying by the 6 generals. Was everything over? Amidst the rubble, Si Wuya supported Princess Yongning with one arm. For a time, he was speechless. A dark expression could be seen on his face. He maintained this position for a long time until he no longer could and spat out a mouthful of blood, unable to suppress the surging blood essence in his body. He had to let go of her as he supported his own weight with both hands on the ground. Just when Yongning was about to fall, Si Wuya willed himself to rise and catch Yongning. He looked up at the battlefield. Did the plan fail all because of his own recklessness? The more than 1,000 disciples of the Nether sect were instantly surrounded by Lu Bing's troops and the people of Lulan and Roli. Yongning opened her eyes slightly. She raised her right hand that was stained with blood and grabbed Si Wuya's arm. She asked weakly, "Why?" Si Wuya shook his head. His face was pale. He did not know the answer, nor did he want an answer. All he knew was, at this moment, it felt as though a huge boulder was weighing down on his heart. His face remained as emotionless and cold as ever, like a robot. Bam! The huge chariot in the skies broke at this moment. "Run now." "I can't." Si Wuya shook his head. He sounded helpless. Without the flying chariot, how was she supposed to escape? At this moment, he felt as though he had let everyone down. The 4 great protectors, his brethren in the Nether sect, and Yongning, who was willing to die for him. Si Wuya prided himself on being able to handle various situations that were thrown at him. However, at this moment he was lost. Yongning's blood stained his arm. He could not seem to focus to think of a countermeasure. He was not only suffering, but he was annoyed to no end as well. He forced himself to remain calm. What should I do? Am I going to sit here and look on as everyone else dies before my eyes? Creak, creak, creak. Only an old but energetic figure appeared next to Si Wuya at this moment. Si Wuya frowned and slowly looked up. He shuddered involuntarily. His eyes were filled with incredulity. The old man looked indifferent. He was stroking his beard with one hand while the other was resting on his back. A little girl and a nervous middle-aged man stood next to him. The world seemed to have fallen silent at this moment. After some time, Si Wuya finally spoke with a trembling voice. Master." Lu Zhou shook his head. He said, "Rascal. This disciple." Si Wuya could not string his words together. He seemed to have lost his vocal cords. When Xianxia saw Si Wuya, he felt extremely nervous. After all, this was one of the most legendary personas of the Evil Sky Pavilion. The mere thought of being able to greet him at such close range was something wonderful and exciting. However, what did Si Wuya mean by master? He was baffled. He turned to look at the old man standing next to him. The 4 great protectors clashed violently with their opponents. Energy seals sailed in the sky. The sounds of the battle made it difficult for one to remain calm. Lu Zhou lowered his gaze and looked at the scene in front of him. He asked, "Is this your choice?" Si Wuya pushed and nudged Princess Yongning toward Little Yuaner. Little junior sister. Little Yuaner supported Yongning and went to stand at the side. Si Wuya was bare-chested. He wiped the blood off the edge of his lips. He kowtowed at Lu Zhou respectfully. "Master, please help me." Xianxia. He stumbled backward, his eyes wide. He stumbled back again, putting some distance between him and the others. He looked at Lu Zhou again. Yes, that bearing, that air. The old man whom Xianxia worshipped and respected was right there before his eyes. This was the Evil Sky Pavilion's Patriarch, the first name on the blacklist. The master of the 9 disciples. Ji Tiandao. Thud. Xianxia fell limply on his buttocks. Little Yuaner turned to look at him. She asked, "What are you doing?" "No, nothing. It's nothing." Xianxia wanted to cry. He suddenly remembered Little Yuaner had ordered him to kneel before her master in Villa back. Who knew she was not lying? Meanwhile, Lu Zhou was not concerned about Xianxia's feelings. Moreover, even if Xianxia knew from the beginning, it would not change the outcome. He said to Wuxia, "What does this have to do with me?" Lu Zhou's expression remained apathetic as always. "You're the ones who brought this upon yourselves. Now that you're in this state, you expect me to clean up after you." Boom! 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 The Nethersex huge chariot crashed to the ground under the attacks of the Wolf King avatar. It destroyed numerous buildings in the process. One leaf detached from the Wolf King avatar. However, it still possessed the might of a 7-leaf avatar. The 4 great protectors had retreated since they were injured. Moreover, the casualties on the Nethersex side was not trivial. Lu Bing did not move. His 6 generals hovered in the air and did not continue to attack. The changes on the battlefield were as such. They could never let down their guard against any enemy, even more so when they were facing the other tribesmen. However, Haluo would not let such a rare opportunity slip past his fingers. "Your 4th Highness, what are you standing there for? Can you really rest in peace when the Nethersex 4 great protectors remain?" Lu Bing's brows were knitted together. He looked at Haluo, who seemed to be beside himself with joy. He could foresee that Haluo would bare his fangs at him after the Nethersect was dealt with. However, he had no choice but to order for his men to continue their assault on the 4 great protectors. "Li Jingyi, you're Wei Zhuoyan's subordinate. General Xiang is injured. Shouldn't you stop them?" Li Jingyi, who was hovering in the air with the paper umbrella, seemed stunned. From the beginning up until now, she had yet to make a single move. She had been hiding in the corner where the others would not notice. However, she was still found by Lu Bing. 3 avatars flew toward Wuxia. Meanwhile, several palm seals rained down on them as wide-area attacks. Several palm prints flew out horizontally. The buildings around them crumbled. The sun's rays fell on Wuxia, Lu Zhou, Little Yuaner, and Shen Liangshou. At this moment, many pairs of eyes were looking at them. Lu Bing turned to look. Li Jingyi turned to look. The 4 great protectors were stunned. Why did that old man look familiar? Haluo and Xianglai, who was struggling to get up from the rubble, were looking as well. "Who's that?" Lu Bing felt his breath quickened. His heart felt as though it was going to jump out of his chest. Why is he here? Xianglai had been living deep in the divine capital for a long time. He had never seen Ji Tiandao before. He merely regarded the old man before Wuxia with a puzzled expression. Who is this old man? Why is Wuxia kneeling before him? Li Jingyi appeared unperturbed. She seemed to have expected this all along. Regardless, just kill them all. Haluo waved his hand. The people of Lulan and Roli below him charged toward Wuxia in a frenzy like a pack of wild wolves. Lu Zhou glanced at them. It was rather impossible for him to extricate and dissociate himself from this situation at this moment. Wuxia said again, "If you're willing to make a move, Master, I will return to the Evil Sky Pavilion and accept any kind of punishment you mete out." Bam! Wuxia's forehead touched the ground. Lu Zhou stroked his beard and looked at Wuxia as he said, "I hope that you won't disappoint me." He flipped his hand. The peacock plume materialized in his hand. The faint starlight gave the peacock plume a dazzling radiance. "Go!" Lu Zhou tossed the peacock plume out, and it flew toward Wuxia. Wuxia was overjoyed. He pushed away from the ground and grabbed the peacock plume before he flew into the air. What's that in his hand? Haluo was puzzled. All he saw was Wuxia tossing the peacock plume in his hand into the air. The peacock plume spun swiftly and buzzed. Then it split into 2, forming the shape of a fan. Golden glittering energy wrapped around the peacock plume. The 2 sections of the peacock plume attached themselves to Wuxia's back. Lu Zhou looked up slightly. He nodded. The peacock spreads its plume. This is bad. Get back. Haluo cried out immediately. They felt that the primal chi in their surroundings were being sucked away by the peacock plume. The primal chi was absorbed by the peacock plume and formed the wings of the peacock. This was the peacock plume's characteristic. It was as beautiful as a peacock with its plumes spread out, brilliant and dazzling. Yet, while one was captivated by this shocking display, it had already claimed one's life. Si Wuya advanced in the air. He remained expressionless as he flapped his huge wings. With every beat of his wings, countless energy needles shot out. Bam! 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 The people from Roli and Lulan were startled by Si Wuya's sudden move. When they wanted to turn around and run away, it was already too late. The energy needles that dotted the skies shot toward them like a tempest. The attack rained down on them with the force of a tidal wave and pierced their chests. The people of Roli fell to the ground. Ding! Killed a target. Reward: 10 merit points. Ding! Killed a target. Reward: 10 merit points. Lu Zhou was not surprised to hear the notifications. Although it was a meager number, it was better than nothing. The people of Lulan were witchcraft cultivators to begin with. They had weak defenses. At this moment, the needles that stuck out from their bodies made them look like porcupines. Mr. Seventh? Hua Chongyang was invigorated. The peacock's spread plume. It's been a long time since I last saw it. Bai Yuqing wiped away the blood from the edge of his lips as he exclaimed excitedly. I remember the last time this was used was during the battle on Pingdu Mountain. Mr. Seventh and the sect master joined hands to lay down the foundations for the Nether sect. I didn't expect to see this again after all these years. The other three great protectors gazed at the horizons. Si Wuya's huge wings were dazzling. He swept through the other tribesmen and Lu Bing's troops mercilessly. Retreat! Fall back! Lu Bing barked hastily. He had no time to explain the situation to his subordinates. Even his 6 generals were flustered by this development. They kept falling backward. Haluo seemed incredulous. His eyes widened. His rage and hatred were completely ignited. His eyes were bloodshot. You will die today. Haluo howled at the skies. His Wolf King avatar stepped on his 7-leaf golden lotus and dove from a higher spot. Fa! He charged toward Si Wuya like a comet. Si Wuya pulled his wings toward himself. He shielded himself with his wings. Boom! Si Wuya reeled back. As he did so, he spread his wings and flapped. Boom! 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 Needles shot toward the Wolf King avatar. Haluo moved at lightning speed as he charged toward his target with the avatar. A 6-leaf is a 6-leaf after all. Haluo plunged into his Wolf King avatar and became one with it. The avatar seemed to be covered in a translucent, shining golden network of veins. Bam! 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 Haluo repelled the energy needles. The 6 generals flew up to the war chariot. Your Highness, this is a great chance to take down the Nether sect and the other tribes in one go, the Grand General said with a bow. Smack! Lu Bing slapped him. The Grand General was puzzled and flustered by this gesture. Lu Bing gulped before he said, Look for an opening and run. Run? Why would they run when they had the upper hand? The other generals were taken aback. No matter from which angle one looked at it, they were clearly going to benefit from this situation. Meanwhile, Haluo dove toward Si Wuya with his Wolf King avatar again. Si Wuya frowned. He pulled his wings together and retreated swiftly. Mr. Seventh, Hua Chongyang, Bai Yuqing, Yang Yan, and Di Qing exclaimed in shock. Whoosh! On the flattened patch of rubble, a faint purple energy arrow shot out. The energy arrow was as thick as a tree trunk. The supersized energy arrow that looked like a heavenly pillar sailed through the air. Its size made a hard-to-miss sight. Everyone's attention was attracted by this. The meteor-like energy arrow sailed from the right to the left before it hit the Wolf King's forehead. Bam! The arrow landed true. The Wolf King avatar shattered immediately. Haluo, who was hovering in the air, immediately doubled over. He clutched his chest as he looked past Si Wuya incredulously. He saw an old man who was standing level with the buildings. Only, Lu Zhou stroked his beard as he recalled the bow. The bow spun in the air and reverted to unnamed. Then, it shot into his sleeve and disappeared. It seemed like the terrifying arrow had been shot by the old man. As Haluo looked at the old man, blood trickled out from the edges of his lips, eyes, nostrils, and ears. Drip! His blood fell to the ground. The sunlight shone on the droplets. The blood of an other tribesman. Splat! fell to the ground. "I will never allow my disciple to be bullied by the likes of you." It was him. He was not mistaken. Lu Bing found it difficult to breathe at this moment. It was as though something was lodged in his windpipe, and he could not get it out no matter how he tried. He gulped repeatedly. So what if he was a prince? If he had lightning speed, he would escape without any hesitation. However, after witnessing that arrow shot, he pushed that thought out of his mind. Was he so naive to think that he would be able to escape? The skies were clear, and there was a warm, gentle breeze. Ha Luo, with one hand on his chest, could no longer maintain flight and dropped to the ground with a loud boom. Ding! Killed a target. Reward: 1,500 merit points. Lu Zhou stepped into the air as though he was on land and flew higher into the sky. He was Ji Tiandao, the great villain who defeated countless enemies in the past. Xianxia was kneeling on the ground as he watched Lu Zhou excitedly. Lu Zhou was his idol. Who cared about being the first on the whitelist, Xianglai, the prince, or the others? All of them dimmed in comparison to Lu Zhou. Hua Chongyang, Bai Yuqing, Yang Yan, and Di Qing felt as though they were boosted with energy at this moment. They could barely contain their excitement as they faced their sect master's master. They bowed in unison. "Greetings, old senior." Li Jingyi retracted her paper umbrella. She carried it in her arms as she bowed. "Greetings, old senior." The Azure Dragon Hall's second seat, Yu Hong, looked at the sky with a pained expression. He felt awkward. Similar to Xianxia, he did not know how to put his feelings into words when he recalled his past actions. He supported himself and rose to his feet. The remaining 700 to 800 Nether Sect disciples were filled with emotions as they bowed and said in unison, "Greetings, old senior." Their voices were loud and friendly, filled with reverence. This old man was their sect master's master, after all. They could be regarded as the disciples of his disciple. Si Wuya spread his wings. He looked at Ha Luo's corpse with a stunned expression. After confirming that Ha Luo was truly dead, he was even more shocked. Since when was his master skilled in archery? Lu Zhou hovered in the air and surveyed his surroundings. His gaze finally fell on the other tribesmen who were currently trembling in fear. He said curtly, "Kill them." Si Wuya bowed and said, "Understood." This time nobody dared to see Wuya. With such a powerful existence supporting him, who would dare to oppose him? The remaining hundreds of men from Roli and the witchcraft cultivators wanted to escape through the air. However, even their chief, Ha Luo, was killed by a single arrow. They no longer had the courage to escape. Under Lu Zhou's protection, Si Wuya dove as his peacock plume spread. A pair of huge and shining golden eyes swept past the bodies and chests of the people of Roli. Although the people of Roli were known for defensive skills, they were instantly cut into halves by the heaven-grade weapon. The Nether Sect disciples were filled with satisfaction as they watched this. Earlier, they had been overwhelmed by the group of witchcraft cultivators and men from Roli. How could they not feel angry and annoyed? The witchcraft cultivators had no way of escaping from Si Wuya's onslaught of attacks. They were killed one after another. There were fewer and fewer other tribesmen in the area. They were now like a platter of loose sand. They had no means of resisting such an expert. Even if there was a six-leaf elite among them, they would probably still find it difficult to stand up to Si Wuya, who was in a frenzy. Si Wuya, he activated his avatar. The six-leaf golden lotus swept through the crowds with huge golden wings. The 2 rows of buildings along Liang Province City were sliced into halves. Boom! 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 Lu Zhou kept an eye on his merit points on the system dashboard before he finally closed it. Although each target was only worth 10 points, he earned quite a lot of points since there were so many other tribesmen. Then he slowly turned around and looked at Lu Bing. "Lu Bing. Ha! You colluded with the other tribesmen. Aren't you worried that Emperor Yongqing will have your head for this?" Lu Zhou asked. Well, Lu Bing found it difficult to string words together. He was so anxious he felt like crying. At this moment, 4 of the 6 generals who stood in front turned to face Lu Zhou at the same time. "Old Senior, we would like to beg for forgiveness on His Highness' behalf." The four of them respectfully stepped forward. Lu Zhou's eyes shifted to the four generals. Beg for forgiveness? Old Senior. His Highness had been at the borders for many years. Even if he had no contributions, his efforts must have meant something. A general who stood on the left said. His Highness has always worked diligently. The citizens are filled without nothing but praise for His Highness. His Highness carries the will of the Emperor. There are many things that are beyond his control. The four of them stepped forward again. Lu Bing frowned. What are they doing? Generals? The general on the far left did not turn around. With a low voice, he said, Your Highness, please forgive us for our insubordination. The four of them bowed at Lu Zhou. As soon as they bowed, they quickly leaped toward Lu Zhou. In the name of the Emperor, whiz, for avatars appeared, and energies began to collide. The buzz of the resonance was extremely deafening. Master! Old Senior! The others exclaimed in shock. The shining golden avatars were formed from semi-transparent energies. The four avatars gathered, putting their lives on the line together. With barely a moment to spare, Lu Zhou shattered an impeccable card. A shining golden Buddha body appeared, shielding him. Boom! 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 For deafening explosions rang in the air as the four avatars collided with the golden Buddha body before shattering. The generals were sent flying back, spitting out a mouthful of blood. When Lu Bing regained his senses, he shouted, Are you out of your minds? What do you think you're doing? The two remaining generals stopped Lu Bing. They're men of His Majesty to begin with. Please stay your anger. Your Highness. These words immediately brought Lu Bing back to his senses. The four generals were the men of the Emperor to begin with. He only trusted these two generals by his side. All the others whom he trusted had long died on the battlefield at the border in the distant west. These four men were merely obeying his father, the Emperor. That aside, the thing that shocked him most was how Lu Zhou remained unharmed even with the four generals' surprise attack. Lu Zhou was truly too powerful. These four had disregarded their lives to attack Lu Zhou. Their attacks might be even stronger than the joint attacks from Hua Chongyang, Bai Yuqing, Yang Yan, and Di Qing. Even then, they could not do anything to the 100-foot golden Buddha body. It was too fucking tough. 10 seconds passed by in a blink of an eye. Lu Zhou frowned slightly. There was a trace of indignance in his expression. If he was honest, he did not know how he should go about killing these people. His only option was to use a peak trial card, however. It would be a waste to use it in this situation. Using deadly strike cards was a waste as well. If he left it up to Hua Chongyang and the others, he would not be rewarded with merit points. This was a difficult situation for him. Everyone had no idea that the greatest villain of all time was currently thinking of the best way to earn merit points instead of defending against the attacks. Rumble. Among the rubble, a figure suddenly pushed the debris away and looked up. Xianxia stomped his feet on the ground. A tremor rippled out to about 100 meters away. Like a cannonball, he attacked from below. He joined his palms and raised his hands. His left index finger and right index finger were pointed up. There was a talisman held between his two fingers with the words, Abandon Wisdom, on it. Abandon Wisdom meant one should empty one's mind of all ideas, distracting thoughts, flashy elements, and strike with all of one's strength. Xianxia's eyes gleamed. A trail of blood could be seen at the side of his lips. Lu Zhou looked down. He flipped his palm and pushed downward. A blue lotus appeared under his feet as a blue light shone from between his fingers, originating from nothing and everything at the same time, living in samsara and learning from it. Abandon Wisdom. A huge palm seal shot down. The words Abandon Wisdom shone. Impossible. Xianxia was almost upon Lu Zhou when his fingers were pressed down by the huge Abandon Wisdom palm seal. He was defenseless as tofu. Boom! The Celestial Master's Sex Abandon Wisdom palm seal struck the ground with a loud boom. The deep pit in the shape of a palm shocked the others. After Si Wuya swept through the other tribesmen, He flipped in midair and saw his master's two consecutive skills. The first skill was the Golden Buddha body, and the second was Abandon Wisdom. Wuxia suddenly recalled when he had been gathering information in the past. His men had claimed they saw a 100-foot Golden Buddha body at the Holy Land in Runan. At that time, he did not believe them. After all, only the finest of high monks could cultivate their Golden Buddha bodies until it was 100 feet tall. However, after witnessing this, he realized they were telling the truth. As he hovered in the air, he regarded Lu Zhou with a complicated expression on his face. He was not certain if he had made the right choice. However, since it had come to this, he could only press on even if there was a chance he was repeating his past mistakes. Xianxia sat limply on the ground. He stared at Lu Zhou up in the sky and began to clap. The sound of his applause was abrupt and lonely, but it pulled everyone back to their senses. The Nether Sect disciples inhaled deeply. Li Jingyi took several steps backward. The others looked at the palm-shaped pit and had difficulty calming themselves down. Xianxia was a disciple of the Celestial Master's sect. He had established a name for himself in the cultivation world early on. He was very knowledgeable in the Celestial Master's sect's mantras and talismans. He was one of the few outstanding cultivators of his sect and a first-rate elite in the cultivation world. Abandon Wisdom was also the trump card that he was famous for. Perhaps, even at the moment of his death, he did not expect that he would be killed by his own technique. At this moment, only the palm-shaped pit could be seen. No one could see Xianxia, and they did not know what the situation was like in the pit. After a while, they discovered there were no signs of life coming from the pit. When Lu Zhou heard the notification of the 1,500 merit points reward, he stroked his beard and nodded. He turned around slowly and coldly regarded the four generals who had launched a surprise attack. The four generals' blood essences boiled. Their eyes were filled with shock and awe. After being repelled by the Golden Buddha body, they were all slightly injured. Lu Zhou gauged the heavenly writings extraordinary in him. He had used 1/3 of it with that arrow to kill Ha Luo, the six-leaf expert from Roli. Casting Abandon Wisdom used up another 1/3 of the power. Indeed, the might and effects of the skills launched in close range and from afar were different. Although the extraordinary power was handy, it was unfortunate that its frequency of use was limited. It'd be great if I can maintain this power for a longer period. Lu Zhou deliberated over how he should deal with the four generals. Should I roar and deal with them with a sound wave? Well, if he had no options left, he would have to use the deadly strike cards. Lu Zhou kept looking at the generals indifferently. The four generals did not even dare to move a single muscle. Mad. Everyone has gone mad. Lu Bing suddenly laughed. His eyes seemed to be wet from how hard he was laughing. After spending many years at the borders, nothing seemed as hilarious as what happened today. Everyone was baffled by Lu Bing's abrupt behavior. However, they could understand him slightly after giving it some thought. As a prince who spent years at the borders, his effort alone was a great service. If nothing else, he had kept the other tribes at bay and endured many hardships. It would have been perfectly reasonable for his father to regard him with the highest importance. However, his father sent these four generals to him to control his every move. How could he not find this hilarious? His might that he gained from years at the borders had made him resistant to crying. He could only laugh. Your Highness! Lu Bing's two subordinates positioned themselves before him. The four generals glanced at Lu Bing. We had no choice, one of them said. We were ordered to do this. Even if we die, we have to try. Indeed, men who experienced the battlefield were different from ordinary cultivators. They were not easily swayed, and they would not give up until they achieved their objectives. Even Xianxia couldn't withstand my attack. What makes you think that you're fit to be my opponents? Lu Zhou asked tonelessly. The four generals' expressions turned sour as they looked at each other. At this moment, Wuxia spread his arms. The wings on his back disappeared. The two parts of the peacock plume merged again and returned to his hand. He climbed higher into the sky before he said, Do you have a death wish? If so, I can make your wish come true. The four generals glanced at Wuxia. They felt their hopes slipping away even faster than before. Wuxia was much more powerful than they had imagined. Wuxia was only at the 6-leaf stage. How did Wuxia defeat Xianxia earlier? The 4 great protectors were injured to varying degrees. It was not likely for them to engage in another battle unless they were to stake their lives on it. Wuxia was the only one who could still fight. The 4 generals knew well that stubbornly putting up a fight would only spell their doom. Unfortunately, there was no turning back. The instant they launched the surprise attacks against Luzhou, they could no longer turn back. I won't accept this. They had seen Luzhou unleash several shocking moves consecutively with their own eyes. Just how much primal chi could this old man have left? It was clear the general had spoken with great difficulty. His voice was hoarse, and it was filled with disbelief and reluctance to admit defeat. Even if there were no hope, he would still have to try even if it cost him his life. Luzhou shook his head. Oh Yongqing, what did you do to make them so zealously loyal to you? The 4 generals were clearly ready to forfeit their lives for some cause. One could see how determined and stubborn they were by the way they viewed death like an old friend. Alas, it was all for naught. Whiz! A 6-leaf avatar appeared in midair and charged toward Luzhou. Since they were injured, they would only stand a chance if they went at Luzhou with all their might and disregard their lives. At this moment, Lu Bing suddenly stopped laughing. He said decisively as he pointed at the 4 generals. I do not wish to become an enemy of the evil sky pavilion. Take them down. Perhaps something had changed in him for him to come to such a decision. The 2 generals were slightly taken aback. They shook their heads helplessly before replying in deep voices. Understood. They were the only trusted subordinates that Lu Bing had left. Under his command, the 2 of them shot toward the 4 generals. At the same time, Wuxia tossed his peacock plume out. The plume spun rapidly while shooting out energy needles. The 4 generals instantly launched countless palm seals and energy blasts into the air. The attacks sailed across the skies. This is bad. Fall back. Hua Chongyang's expression was grim. What's wrong? Bai Yuqing pressed his chest. Primal Fiend Potion. When they heard the words Primal Fiend Potion, the expressions of the 4 great protectors changed drastically. They did not waste time and swiftly retreated with the Nether Sect disciples. Primal Chi surged and rolled above Liang Province's city. The effect of the Primal Fiend Potion was to forcibly absorb the primal chi of the world while exhausting one's own potential. This way, a vacuum of primal chi would appear, creating a primal chi storm. Only strong cultivators could withstand such a storm. Previously, Yi Tianxin had mistakenly thought Luzhou had taken such a potion to maintain his peak condition. Everyone was shocked when they saw the vials of primal fiend potions in the 4 generals' hands. This potion was banned in Great Yen. And yet, Emperor Yongqing's subordinates, the 4 generals, clearly possessed this potion. What was the meaning of this? They had no time to ponder over this as they retreated as far as they could. The primal chi in the air roiled. Although the 4 great protectors were heavily wounded, it was not a problem for them to fend off the residual impact of this storm. Little Yuaner looked at the skies in shock as well. Master! Shen Liangshou crawled backward. Now that he had lost his cultivation base, he could only depend on this little girl. He had a pleading look in his eyes which said, Please go and display your wondrous might. In the skies, Lu Zhou was slightly surprised to see the 4 generals drawing power from their Danshan's seas of qi. His cultivation base was only at the peak of the divine court realm. He could withstand the storm, but if they were to attack, he would have no choice but to use his item cards. Boom! 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 At this moment, Wuxia engaged one of the generals in a fierce battle. His peacock plume supported him from above. With a heaven-grade weapon, he had no trouble holding down an injured 6-leaf cultivator. Lu Bing's subordinates held down the other 2 generals. Where was the other one? Swoosh! Above! A person wrapped in golden energy suddenly shot up into the air before diving down and charging toward Lu Zhou. Lu Zhou raised one hand. Unnamed materialized in his hand before transforming into a shield. Energy swirled around it. Boom! An explosion of primal chi slammed against the shield. The general said coldly, "You've grown weak." He could sense the old man before him was extremely weak, like the ants on the ground. He was confident he could kill the old man with a single punch. "You have no primal chi left." Whiz! The general's avatar appeared. At the same time, a blue lotus appeared under Lu Zhou's feet again. He seemed to emit a blue light that outlined his silhouette. With a flip of his hand, the shield morphed into a sword. The black runes on unnamed swirled as they appeared. Lu Zhou slashed unnamed out horizontally. Bam! Ah! The avatar was cut. Lu Zhou's expression was calm. He extended an arm. His palm shone with a clear, blue radiance. The light formed a faintly discernible hand seal as he grabbed the general's neck like a northern goshawk catching a chick. The general's avatar was forcibly shattered by this wizened and big hand. Capture hand seal. The primal chi storm came to an abrupt stop at the peak of its height. Primal fiend potion? So long as the general's Dantian sea of chi was destroyed, no potion would be of help. All Lu Zhou had to do was to destroy the avatar. Lu Zhou's eyes seemed like they were burning blue as he looked at the general in front of him. The general's eyes were filled with fear. He discovered belatedly that the old man before him was like a demon king who had crawled out from a bottomless abyss. It seemed like his misconception that the old was weak had numbed his thoughts and judgment. Those deep and knowing eyes seemed capable of seeing through everything. Lu Zhou's hand clamped tightly around the general's neck like a gold band. This was the best move to use, the Zen Sex capture hand seal. Since his opponent had consumed the primal fiend potion, it was not advisable to have a battle of attrition. The only way was to defeat his opponent with one move. The expansive heavenly energy? Lu Zhou said slowly and clearly, "I'll destroy your heavenly energy with my bare hands." He clenched his fingers that were shining brightly. Crack! The general's head lolled to the side after Lu Zhou snapped his neck. Lu Zhou let go, and the general fell on the solid ground with a loud bang. Ding! Killed a target. Reward: 1,500 merit points. The light blue energy on Lu Zhou's body vanished. He had used up all his extraordinary power. The Nethersex four great protectors were filled with emotions when they witnessed this scene. They saw no signs of deterioration in Lu Zhou's cultivation base that came with the approaching great limit. Lu Zhou was just as majestic as he had always been. He was old but still vigorous. Lu Zhou placed his hands on his back as he watched the ongoing battles in his surroundings. Lu Bing's subordinates fought more valiantly. After all, they were not injured when they started the fight. Si Wuya, on the other hand, seemed to be having a progressively difficult time since he was wounded by the Wolf King avatar earlier. Lu Zhou had already used up his extraordinary power. If he wanted to help, he could only use the item cards. However, he might not have to. Bam! 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 Si Wuya reeled back. His peacock plume dropped down and formed huge wings on his back again. He flapped them. The two generals who consumed the primal fiend potion were as vigorous as ever. "Li Jingyi," Lu Zhou said. Li Jingyi was startled into jumping. She bowed from afar and said, "Old senior, do you like to watch the show?" Lu Zhou stared at Li Jingyi. Li Jingyi shuddered slightly. She said, "Let me explain, old senior. I only followed Xianxia here to keep an eye on him. If Xianxia had fought earlier, the four great protectors would have been dead by now." Lu Zhou stroked his beard and nodded. He looked at Li Jingyi from a distance and said, "Is this what Jiang Aijin told you to do?" Li Jingyi smiled sheepishly and merely nodded. "There's no need for you to do anything against characters of this level, old senior." She raised the paper umbrella in her hand. She leaped at lightning speed into the battlefield as her paper umbrella spun. A huge umbrella-shaped energy shot down from the paper umbrella. Panglai sect. Green bird. Lu Zhou discovered something immediately. The umbrella in Li Jingyi's hand was called Green Bird. As the umbrella spun, energy blades shot into the surroundings. "Nothing escapes your eyes, old senior." Li Jingyi dropped lower. She summoned her seven-leaf avatar again. Her seven-leaf avatar that was nearly 90 foot tall worked well with her weapon, Green Bird. They launched a barrage of attacks into the surroundings. Boom! 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 The three generals were sent flying as they spat out mouthfuls of blood. Thank you for your assistance. Wuxia rose higher. He shot numerous energy needles from the wings on his back. The needles shot toward their Danshan seas of cheese. Bam! 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 The three generals' avatars shattered. At the same time, Green Bird multiplied into 8 umbrellas. Then, another round of attacks that seemed to blot out the skies rained down on the three generals. Wuxia continued to attack as well. Ding! Killed a target. Reward: 1,500 merit points. Boom! The three of them crashed down on the ruins of Liang Province's city. Even with the help of the Primal Fiend potion, they could not defeat their mighty opponents. Everything was quiet. The brewing primal chi storm above Liang Province's city vanished without a trace as primal chi began to flow back in the air. Li Jingyi retracted her paper umbrella. She bowed slightly toward the prince and Wuxia before walking away. Lu Zhou looked at the ruins on the ground. Everything was broken and chaotic. He shook his head. There had been 3 of them, but Wuxia merely managed to take one out. If Li Jingyi had not joined in the battle, it would have been difficult to say who would have won. In any case, he found this outcome acceptable. Lu Bing, however, did not feel too good. In fact, he looked slightly murderous. Wuxia retracted his peacock plume and descended to the ground. Little Yuaner looked up with a smile and said, "7th senior brother. She's alive. Fortunately, I was here to protect her. Otherwise, she would have died." Wuxia nodded awkwardly. "Thank you, little junior sister." She meant well, but why did it sound like she was cursing? Wuxia carried Lu Wenjun and shook his head slightly. Meanwhile, Lu Zhou walked forward in the sky as he stroked his beard and looked at Lu Bing. After his seemingly insane outburst, Lu Bing had calmed down. His expression was apathetic. Lu Zhou looked at Lu Bing and said, "You're not suited for the divine capital. The border is where your calling is at." Lu Bing was slightly taken aback. When he looked up, Lu Zhou was already descending to the ground. Lu Bing considered Lu Zhou's words before he shook his head and sighed. Was he after fame and reputation by staying at the borders for all these years? He had only returned to the divine capital one time, and he had nearly lost himself. He even colluded with the other tribes. He was this close to becoming an infamous character who would be cursed at for 10,000 years. He was so close to becoming a sinner who would even use his own younger sister. Before he knew it, he had turned into the kind of person he despised the most. His opponent was never Great Yan or Great Yan's citizens. The general on Lu Bing's right was frightened. He asked tentatively, "Your Highness, should we report back to the divine capital?" Report back? Why would they go back? To meet that merciless person who would use his own son? Hilarious. No. In that case, where should we go? We vow to follow your Highness to the ends of the world and beyond. The 2 generals kneeled in the air. I want to go to the borders. Lu Bing did not refer to himself with the royal pronoun. The borders. I'd like to retrace my steps, Lu Bing said gently as he nodded. He wanted to return to where the blood of his brethren was spilled and where their bones lay in eternal slumber. If you're unwilling, you're free to go wherever you want. We vow to follow your Highness to the end of our lives. The 2 of them did not rise to their feet and continued kneeling. Lu Bing flew downward and said, "Write back to say that the 4th Prince, Lu Bing, has died during the battle in Liang Province." Meanwhile, Shun Liangshou shook his head when he saw Lu Bing leaving. Come to think of it, Lu Bing is quite the hero. Alas, the divine capital isn't suitable for him. There's hardly any freedom there. If he's not careful, he would be consigned to eternal damnation. Little Yuaner rolled her eyes and said, "Coming from you?" Shin Liangshou felt embarrassed and offered no more of his opinions. Wuxia did not have the mind to think about Lu Bing. He was keeping a close eye on Lu Wenjun's condition. Lu Zhou landed slowly. He stood before Wuxia with one hand on his back. He silently extended the other hand toward Si Wuya. Si Wuya knew what Lu Zhou meant. He brought out the Si Wuya peacock plume with a gentle wave of his hand and brought it to his master's palm. Lu Zhou knew that Si Wuya was a man with many plans. This weapon was too powerful in his hands. At this moment, the members of the Nether sect ran toward them from afar. Their feet stirred up clouds of dust. In just a moment, the four great protectors showed up in their sight. Hua Chongyang, Bai Yuqing, Yang Yan, and Di Qing looked slightly battered. The Nether sect disciples followed closely behind them, afraid to breathe loudly. Shun Liangshou rose to his feet with great difficulty when he saw the four great protectors. Li Jingyi seemed as light as a feather as she landed on the ground in the distance. Little Yuaner hopped over. She said with a smile, "Hello. This little girl is too biased. Why is she so gentle when the other party is a beautiful lady?" "Hello." Li Jingyi smiled. Si Wuya glanced at Li Jingyi and said, "If Wei Zhuiyan is still alive and knows that you're Jiang Aijian's source, I wonder what he would think." Li Jingyi was slightly taken aback. Based on Si Wuya's words, he clearly knew the current Wei Zhuiyan was a fake. Moreover, he knew about her friendship with Jiang Aijian. In the end, she only said, "You have a unique sense of humor, Mr. Seventh." Lu Zhou stroked his beard and said, "Wei Zhuiyan is still in Liang Province?" Technically, His Fourth Highness had lost in the Battle of Liang Province City. The city of Mo is protected by a defensive formation to begin with. Now it's completely unguarded. I reckon the Nether sect will conquer the 10 cities of Liang Province in no time. General Wei's men have been made into mere figureheads. Hence, the divine capital sent Xianxia to deal with this matter personally, Li Jingyi said as she glanced at the four great protectors at the side. Lu Zhou glanced at everyone present before he called out, "Hua Chongyang." Hua Chongyang's heart skipped a beat. He hastily bowed and replied, "Old senior, where's Yu Zhenghai now?" "The sect master has ordered us to protect Mr. Seventh. We don't know where he is right now," Hua Chongyang answered honestly. Lu Zhou flicked his sleeve and cursed, "That disloyal rascal." The four great protectors could be considered great individuals who followed their sect master for many years. They were in charge of hundreds of thousands of members and held high positions in the sect. Throughout their years of service, they had never seen anyone curse at their sect master in such a manner. However, they were not offended when the old senior expressed his disapproval of their master. In fact, they found it justified. Does he think he can conquer the divine capital just because he has learned a thing or two from me? Lu Zhou said with a hint of disdain. The four great protectors appeared to be put in a tight spot by Lu Zhou's words. They did not dare to speak. He overestimates himself. Lu Zhou waved his arm. He beckoned little Yuaner over and said, "Let's return to the Evil Sky Pavilion. MHM. Little Yuaner nodded. Si Wuya carried Lu Wenjun and was about to rise to his feet when the four great protectors fell to one knee. "Mr. Seventh." Shortly after, the Nether sect disciples fell to their knees. It was a majestic sight to behold. Si Wuya said, "Tell my eldest senior brother, this is my fault. If there's a chance in the future, I'll make it up to him." Hua Chongyang lowered his head and mustered up his courage before he said, "Mr. Seventh, I've guaranteed your safety to the sect master." Si Wuya shook his head and said, "I've decided to return to the Evil Sky Pavilion. But, without you, Mr. Seventh, how's the Nether sect supposed to survive?" Hua Chongyang seemed slightly agitated. No one could deny Si Wuya's contribution to the Nether sect and the heights it had reached. Throughout these months, Si Wuya had drafted a detailed plan by leveraging his information network and made the Nether sect into the greatest fiend sect with hundreds of thousands of disciples. It was now powerful enough to stand up against the divine capital. It could be said that Si Wuya was the second greatest person in the Nether sect. "Impudent," Lu Zhou said. His voice was loud and domineering. Although his cultivation base was only in the divine court realm cultivation base, the sound wave and his primal chi made the others tremble in fear. The four great protectors were at loss over what to do. Little Yuaner pointed at the four great protectors. 1, 2, 3, 4. You're so stupid. My master will take anyone he wants with him. Do you think he has to report to you? Keep this up and see if I don't smash your heads to bits. The Four Great Protectors. Xianxia. Little Yuaner's words were fierce and arrogant, but she had a point. At this time, Xianxia, naturally, knew little Yuaner was the 9th disciple of the Evil Sky Pavilion. Bolstered by this knowledge, he chimed in. Miss Ninth has a point. Do you think you can stop the old mister from taking anyone with him? Do you think Mr. Seventh has a say in this matter? The four of them could not refute Xianxia's words. Lu Zhou looked at them indifferently and said, If you wish to forfeit your lives, I'll grant you your wish. He raised a hand. A weak puff of primal chi swirled on his palm. Hua Chongyang shuddered in fright. He hastily rose to his feet, turned around, and left. I've made a mistake. I'll be taking my leave. The others did not put up a resistance as well. They quickly ran after Hua Chongyang, looking battered and exhausted. Clouds of dust stirred in their wakes, and they vanished from the ruins in just a blink of an eye. At this moment, Bai and stocky body appeared in midair. It landed slowly. Xianxia was startled into jumping. He backed away at once. He thought that the old senior was threatening to strike Hua Chongyang. Who knew the old senior was just summoning his mount? Baiyan landed next to Lu Zhou, and he leaped onto its back. Oh, old senior! Xianxia cried out immediately. It's nothing. Nothing important. Was my performance all right? Xianxia looked at Lu Zhou expectantly like a kid waiting to be praised. Aren't you angry that I destroyed your cultivation base? Lu Zhou asked. No, not at all. I deserve it. Besides, I have a sable magnolia. He stopped talking abruptly. He hastily added, I don't have a sable magnolia. Lu Zhou looked at Xianxia and said, The heavens aren't merciful. Creation is merely a lifeless offering to it. The humbler you are, the more you will learn. You should earnestly think about the things that you should and shouldn't do. After Lu Zhou finished speaking, Baiyan rose into the air. Little Yuaner and Si Wuya flew behind him. Xianxia remained where he stood, stunned. He remembered various incidents regarding the Evil Sky Pavilion. Compared to the Evil Sky Pavilion, what was he doing? After a moment of silence, he bowed in the direction where Lu Zhou had flown off. Then he shuddered before he ran into the distance. Meanwhile, inside the Melilot graveyard, Yu Shangrong sighed and opened his palms. He circulated his primal chi and adjusted his Dantian sea of chi. After adjusting his breath and meditating, the chaotic flow of his primal chi calmed down. Yu Shangrong slowly opened his eyes. He looked at the ray of light shining into the Melilot graveyard from the ceiling in satisfaction. The feeling of being able to live another day was wonderful. It was just like when he was enjoying the sunset on the mountain the other day. After a good night's rest, the sun would still rise on the second day. It was cold on Brackish Mountain. However, for a cultivator, they could keep the cold at bay. He wanted to see if the sun was up outside. Alas, the state of his body left him with no choice other than to stay in the Melilot graveyard. Yu Shangrong raised a palm and looked at it. Everything was in order. Open. A miniature avatar materialized on his palm. The avatar had the same appearance as Yu Shangrong. It was like a small golden person without the golden lotus. Golden radiance rose upward from its feet in circles. Then the circles dropped. Yu Shangrong was as experienced in sprouting leaves as any other cultivator. He knew how leaves were sprouted. However, he was unaware that he had stepped foot on the path to the 9-leaf stage. What he intended to do was to form the golden lotus again. After severing the golden lotus, all he had to do was to form it again. Hence, he circulated all his primal chi and condensed it into a golden radiance. He pushed it down on his avatar. The energy gathered under the avatar's feet. Based on his past experience, this amount of energy should have been enough to form a golden lotus. However, no matter how hard he tried to circulate his primal chi, he could not form a golden lotus. The rings of energy flowed down the avatar's feet and dissipated as though they were poured into the ocean. Reopen. Yu Shangrong's voice was determined and forceful. With that command, beams of golden radiance appeared. Whiz, whiz, whiz. Something resonated loudly in the air. A faint smile appeared on Yu Shangrong's face. There it was. A leaf. Yu Shangrong suddenly felt his heart race. He held his breath as he studied the golden lotus under his feet. Sprouting leaves all over again sounded simple, but it could also be the most difficult thing to achieve. It was due to his rich experience that he did not meet with obstacles like most novices did. The difficult part for him was doing all these things while he was still injured from severing his golden lotus. Moreover, this was his first time having to form a golden lotus again. Which came first, the golden lotus or the leaves? Without roots, how could there be leaves? To put it more aptly, which came first, the chicken or the egg? Whiz! His avatar shook, and the sound of resonance grew louder as well. The leaf began to take shape, and in just a while the entire leaf had sprouted. He had successfully formed his first leaf again. In other words, his cultivation base was now in the one-leaf nascent divinity tribulation realm again. He did not have to judge the height and might of his avatar. He could sense that it was a true one-leaf avatar. His golden lotus continued shaking, and the radiant circles continued to move downward. According to his own speculation, the golden lotus should be forming any time now. Unfortunately, when he felt that his primal chi was almost depleted, he had yet to see the golden lotus. Maintaining the appearance of an avatar expended a great amount of primal chi. Moreover, he was injured. Yu Shanrong raised a palm. He extended his arm before himself and stared at the avatar. The radiant circles had disappeared, and the soul leaf spun around the avatar. There was no golden lotus. This was a novel experience for Yu Shangrong. He was an 8-leaf elite who could arrogantly look down on everyone. His name, the Sword Devil, incited fear in the listener's heart. And still, he found it hard to accept what he was seeing. An avatar without a golden lotus. He clenched his fist, and the avatar disappeared. Yu Shangrong's eyes gleamed. He closed his eyes and sat with his legs crossed before he began to absorb primal chi again. He kept this up for a day and a night. When he sensed that some of his primal chi had been replenished, and his mental state had improved, he summoned his avatar again. There was still no golden lotus under the avatar's feet. Only one leaf could be seen. Yu Shangrong amassed all his primal chi and gathered it below his avatar's feet and attempted again. He wanted to form a new golden lotus. He kept attempting in this manner. When his primal chi was about to run out, boom! His avatar dispersed. The spot where he sat suddenly caved in. Yu Shangrong fell, plunging into darkness. He could not see anything at all. A cold blast of wind blew against him, and his face turned pale from the cold. Even so, he remained calm. He quickly found his footing and stopped falling in midair. With a strike of his palm, a shining golden palm seal shot out and illuminated his surroundings. Melalot! Yu Shangrong saw a huge path of melalot below him. Whiz! He was distracted by this sight when a net-like cover suddenly sealed the opening above him. Click! Yu Shangrong frowned slightly as he flew upward. Bam! He struck the net-like cover with a palm seal. The cover did not move. He launched another palm seal. Bam! It remained unmoved. Bam! 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 After 3 more consecutive strikes, the cover still showed no signs of moving. Millennium Frost Iron? Yu Shangrong shook his head, looking slightly displeased. Longevity Sword. He gently summoned his sword that was lying on the ground above him. No way. It seemed like his ability to remotely control an object had been greatly weakened. He flew up to the cover and touched the cover. His palm shone with golden radiance. The golden radiance illuminated the cover, and he could see formation veins inscribed on it. A weakening formation vein? Yu Shangrong shook his head again. It was skillfully and brilliantly designed. The people of the nobleman country survived thanks to these items. The things that he deemed weak were too insignificant to mention. However, this cover had exceeded his expectations. Xianxia sighed softly. Based on the situation, it seemed like he would need a higher cultivation base to summon the longevity sword to him. It was not something he could do at the moment. He descended slowly. He launched another shining golden palm seal to take a good look at his surroundings. This seemed to be a trap. It resembled a shelter as well. After observing it for some time, Xianxia closed his eyes and sat down with his legs crossed. Since he had made up his mind to begin again, he should not bite off more than he could chew. One leaf was still a leaf. He could do without a golden lotus for now. The Evil Sky Pavilion. After a day and night's worth of flying, Lu Zhou, Xianxia, and little Yuan finally arrived on Golden Court Mountain's Evil Sky Pavilion. They landed in the pavilion. Who's that? Another newcomer. Learn from your past mistake, will you? It must be Mr. First since the old senior brought him back with such fanfare. Pan Zhong said as he crossed his arms. Is Mr. First so gentle? Maybe it's Mr. Seventh. Zhou Jifeng shook his head. There's something you don't know. I heard Mr. Seventh is extremely clever. His information network is spread throughout Great Yen. If he's unwilling, nobody can get a hold of him, Pan Zhong said confidently. You've got a point. Moreover, none of the 9 Evil Sky Pavilion disciples can be judged based on their appearances. Both of them seem to have come to an agreement. Then, they walked toward Lu Zhou and the others after exchanging a look. Greetings, Pavilion Master. Greetings, Miss Ninth. Pan Zhong and Zhou Jifeng were already familiar with the procedure. There was no need to greet Mr. First. He was nothing but a traitor. At the very least, they could not greet him in front of the Pavilion Master. Did anything happen in the Evil Sky Pavilion these past few days? Lu Zhou asked as he stroked his beard. Pan Zhong answered honestly. In reply to your question, Pavilion Master, nothing eventful happened in the Evil Sky Pavilion. Mr. Third oversaw day-to-day operations, and everything went smoothly. The sects of the Noble Path, on the other hand, are spreading lies about the Evil Sky Pavilion everywhere. Lies? It's the same news about Mr. Second being dead, and the withering of the plants and trees on Golden Court Mountain. They're saying, Pan Zhong stammered. You can speak freely, Lu Zhou said. They're saying your great limit is just around the corner. Pan Zhong did as he was told and revealed what he had heard. Lu Zhou nodded. That much was expected. Sometimes, he wondered how many times those on the noble path needed to be crushed before they would realize the folly of their ways. Great limit? Do I look like I'm going to die so soon? It was meaningless to ponder about such matters at the moment. Lu Zhou looked at Xianxia, who remained silent, and Princess Yongning, who was in his arms. He said, Yuan, bring the princess to the South Pavilion to rest. Yes, master. Little Yuan cupped her fists. As for you, Lu Zhou's gaze fell on Xianxia. Repent in the cave of reflection for 7 days. Only, Xianxia's expression remained unchanged. He merely cupped his fists and said, Thank you, master. Although Xianxia's attitude to Lu Zhou was respectful, Lu Zhou could sense the lack of sincerity. However, he did not say anything and returned to the Eastern Pavilion. He had come up with 7 days for the sentence because he wanted to replenish the Heavenly Writing Scroll's extraordinary power during that time. Without the extraordinary power as his backup, he could not help but feel that something was missing. After Lu Zhou left, Pan Zhong and Zhou Jifeng respectfully bowed at Xianxia and said in unison, Greetings, Mr. First. Xianxia only looked at them before he made his way to the Cave of Reflection. The two of them hurried after him. Mr. First, shall I fetch you a coat? Mr. First, you look more handsome than I'd imagined. Xianxia did not bother about the 2 bootlickers. He walked at his normal pace. Pan Zhong and Zhou Jifeng followed behind him. They were increasingly convinced that the person before them was the Evil Sky Pavilion's first disciple. He was too familiar with the environment and the routes between the eastern, western, southern, and northern pavilions. He arrived at the back of the mountain as though he had been there 1,000 times before. The moment Xianxia arrived, he said without turning back to look at Pan Zhong and Zhou Jifeng, the Heavenly Sword Sect's first disciple. Zhou Jifeng, the Clarity Sect's traitor, Pan Zhong. He easily identified them. Pan Zhong and Zhou Jifeng were taken aback. Before they could respond, Si Wuya continued to ask, "How's everyone doing?" Pan Zhong did not answer the question immediately. He was thinking this was indeed how the first disciple of the Evil Sky Pavilion should behave. Just look at him and listen to his words. How majestic! He's a man of few words, but when he speaks, he asks about everyone's condition. Pan Zhong scratched his head and replied, "Thank you for asking, Mr. First. I'm doing fine. I like this place very much." Zhou Jifeng chimed in, "Thank you for asking, Mr. First. I'm fine as well. This isn't only a great place. The people here are friendly and approachable as well." Si Wuya's expression remained neutral as he turned around slowly to study them. He was not offended nor did he reprimand them for not answering his question. Instead, he said, "That's good. Mr. First, it's cold inside the cave. I'll bring a mattress and a blanket for you at once," Pan Zhong said. Pan Zhong's voice had barely faded when a loud bang rang from behind. Pan Zhong and Zhou Jifeng saw Duanmushang, who was holding his overlord spear. At this moment, he was looking at both of them with a stern expression on his face. They could tell instantly that he was not in a good mood and began to grow anxious. "Mr. First, please don't be angry. Please don't hold this against Mr. Third," Pan Zhong said. Clang! The overlord's spear struck the ground. "You bastard!" Pan Zhong was taken aback. He did not dare to speak, but he muttered inwardly, "Mr. Third is being too blunt." Indeed, Mr. First had left the Evil Sky Pavilion for some unknown reason, but it still takes a lot of courage to publicly call him out on it. Pan Zhong was about to plead on Si Wuya's behalf when Si Wuya suddenly bowed and said, "Greetings, Third Senior Brother." Pan Zhong and Zhou Jifeng were thunderstruck. "We're dead meat this time. We made another mistake." Duanmushang lifted his overlord spear and walked over expressionlessly. He glanced at Pan Zhong and Zhou Jifeng before giving both of them a kick. Ack! Pan Zhong and Zhou Jifeng bumped against each other. They looked at Duanmushang with a defeated expression, too afraid to say anything. Duanmushang said, "What do you mean by asking Mr. First to not get mad? Old Seventh, is this how you speak to me?" There was nothing wrong with a senior disciple instructing a junior disciple. Pan Zhong and Zhou Jifeng felt like crying. Si Wuya did not care about their feelings. Instead, he faced Duanmushang and bowed again. "Greetings, Third Senior Brother." He did it much more formally than before. Duanmushang snorted and said, "How shameless of you to return." "I'm ashamed," Si Wuya calmly replied. "All these years you've caused trouble and unrest in the outside world. In the end, look at how obediently you had to return to the Evil Sky Pavilion. Do you think that everyone else is beneath you just because you're clever?" Duanmushang said, not hiding his intent to mock Si Wuya. "You're right, Third Senior Brother," Si Wuya replied tonelessly. Swoosh! Duanmushang raised his overlord spear and pointed it at Si Wuya. "Don't you think that I'll forgive you just because you're talking to me in this manner?" Si Wuya saw the heaven-grade weapon in Duanmushang's hand. He did not seem overly surprised. He said with a smile, "I'm injured from the battle in Liang Province's city. You're braver and more valiant than most, Third Senior Brother. I'm sure you won't strike a man when he's down." Duanmushang said, "I won't be so sure about that." Swoosh! Duanmushang grabbed the center of the overlord spear's shaft with his right hand while the bottom of the shaft was under his armpit. He pointed it at Si Wuya and said, "Old Fourth is right. There's no need to be fair against a petty and despicable man. Master has told us that there's no such thing as absolute fairness in the world. Show me just how much you've improved, you bloody traitor." He thrust the overlord spear that glinted in the light. The spear flew out like a dragon. Swoosh! 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 Si Wuya tapped the ground with his feet and retreated. For a time, the two of them engaged each other in battle. Pan Zhong and Zhou Jifeng hastily moved backward. They observed the battle from the side. "Brother Pan, I won't believe you ever again," Zhou Jifeng complained. "Oh, shut up." Zhou Jifeng wiped the sweat from his face and asked, Who's more powerful? Mr. Third or Mr. Seventh? Pan Zhong looked at the two disciples and said in a hushed tone, I'm guessing Mr. Seventh. Think about it. He's capable of turning the cultivation upside down. All 9 provinces of Great Yen are in chaos right now. We shouldn't judge a book by its cover nor measure the volume of the sea with a pitcher. Besides, I've heard Mr. Eighth mention that nobody was able to make Mr. Seventh unleash his full strength before. Is he that powerful? Just watch. The two of them ended the conversation. Duanmushang leaped into the skies. Then, with both hands on the spear's shaft, he dove. Thousands of spear shadows appeared in just an instant. Imperfect divine intervention. Countless spear shadows stabbed at Si Wuya without rest. Si Wuya unleashed several shots of energy. Bam! 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 To Si Wuya's surprise, the spear shadows easily destroyed his energy blasts. The tip was now upon his face, and he quickly raised his hands to defend himself. Bam! Si Wuya flipped in the air. He staggered backward. His arms felt numb from the vibration, and his face was pale. Duanmushang retracted his overlord spear. He did not continue his assault. Instead, he said, Is that all you've got? Si Wuya cupped his fists and said, I'm impressed by your profound cultivation base, third senior brother. Pan Zhong and Zhou Jifeng were speechless. Zhou Jifeng rolled his eyes and looked at Pan Zhong skeptically. Based on his expression, it was clear that he would rather wash his hair while standing upside down than believe Pan Zhong's words ever again. Duanmushang raised his overlord spear. He spun it in his hand before resting it on his shoulder. He said, Go into the cave. Are you waiting for me to invite you in? Si Wuya nodded. He did not resist. Without saying another word, he entered the cave of reflection. The back of the mountain was quiet again. Your spear skills finally improved, Mr. Third, Pan Zhong said, giving a thumbs up. Finally improved? Duanmushang's expression looked menacing as he said, Do you mean to say that I made no improvements before this? Come, both of you, forget your meals for a few days. Train with me. Duanmushang did not pursue the matter. Instead, he walked toward them in a friendly manner and placed the overlord's spear in their hands. Then he grabbed the backs of their collars and dragged them toward the training place halfway up the mountain. Pan Zhong and Zhou Jifeng's expressions were pitiful as they let themselves be taken away. At dusk, Lu Zhou opened his eyes. After meditating on the heavenly writing for half a day, his mental state was slightly rebuilt. However, there was still a long way to fully recovering it. He called up the system dashboard. Name Lu Zhou. Identity, Great Yen Human. Cultivation base, Divine Court Realm Dao Transforming Stage. Merit points, 42,800. Avatar 10 worlds. Remaining life, 9,763 days. Item, Deadly Strike card X1, Critical Block card X62, Passive, Cage Bind card X4, Ji Tiandao's Peak Trial card X1, Wizard, Resting, Buy-in, Critical Heal card, X2, Improved Binding Cage card X2, Improved Critical Heal card X2, Thunderblast X1, Reversal card X33. Weapon, Unnamed, Life Cutter, Jade Horsetail Whisk, Refinement Needed, Peacock Plume, Refinement Needed, Cultivation Method, 3 Scrolls of Heavenly Writing. All in all, he did gain from his time in Liang Province. Si Wuya contributed a lot by killing nearly 2,000 other tribesmen. Lu Zhou muttered under his breath, One more step. I'm one step away from entering the nascent divinity tribulation realm. Only when he was in the nascent divinity tribulation realm would he be considered as truly stepping out into the cultivation world. Lu Zhou waved his hand casually. The dashboard vanished. When he remembered that he had matters to attend to, he pushed the thought of spending his merit points to the back of his mind. He had sensed someone cleaning outside his room, so he said, Summon Si Wuya here. Understood. Shortly after, Si Wuya left the back of the mountain with a derived Moon Palace's female disciple and made his way to the eastern pavilion. During the journey, he looked at the female cultivator and asked, Where's your palace master now? The female cultivator hastily bowed and said, Mr. Seventh, there is no palace master or the derived moon palace in the evil sky pavilion. Miss Sixth has been banished by the pavilion master a long time ago and hasn't been heard of since. The last we heard of her was when she killed the 5 mice of Upper Prime City and sent the Zen tunic here. After that, we've not heard from her. Haven't been heard from her since? Si Wuya stopped in his tracks. As he recalled the information he received before this, he discovered he had arrived outside the Eastern Pavilion. He wanted to ask about the Evil Sky Pavilion's recent situation, but since he was already outside the Eastern Pavilion, he could only push that question aside for now. The female cultivator bowed and said, I'll take my leave. Si Wuya surveyed the surroundings of the Eastern Pavilion. It had been a long time, but nothing seemed to have changed. It seemed that he was the only one who had changed. He had grown up, no longer the little boy he was before. His master was also no longer the master he knew from before. Si Wuya entered before he came to half outside Lu Zhou's room. He bowed. Greetings, master. There was no reply from the room. Swoosh! The door was opened by a blast of energy. Si Wuya understood what this meant. He entered the room. Once inside, he found himself in a spacious and comfortable hall with a scenic view of the mountains. There was a small desk in the center of the hall. An incense burner with no incense at the moment was placed on the table. He saw the 4 treasures of the study, a bookshelf, and a calligraphy work on the wall. Out of the sea, the bright moon rises. Though miles apart, the same moment is shared. For some unknown reason, Si Wuya felt his heart race when he read this poem. Clever as he was, he naturally knew what it meant. He was shocked but did not dare to say anything. He gulped as he looked at Lu Zhou, who was sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed. After a moment of silence, he called out, Master! Lu Zhou opened his eyes slowly. His gaze fell on Si Wuya as he said, Aren't you ashamed to call me master? Si Wuya felt apprehensive. He was starting to feel nervous. After giving it some thought, he chose to kneel obediently. Lu Zhou asked with an apathetic expression, Tell me, why did you leave the Evil Sky Pavilion? Si Wuya replied solemnly, I can only realize my true potential outside of the Evil Sky Pavilion. With that ingenuity of yours? Lu Zhou asked. Si Wuya said, I think that I can. You think? Si Wuya said, Now that the 9 provinces of Great Yen are in chaos, all I need is more time to make them fall completely. The imperial family will surely be in disarray. Even the 10-terminal formation will be of no use to the divine capital when the time comes. With the 9 provinces surrounding it, the divine capital will be isolated and without help. Its defeat is only a matter of time. 1 year. 1 more year is all I need. Whoosh! Lu Zhou suddenly launched a palm seal. Smack! It struck Si Wuya across the face. Ding! Punished Si Wuya. Reward: 200 merit points. This was a rascal who should have been properly educated. Si Wuya was cut short by this sudden slap. Lu Zhou snorted and said, You overestimate yourself. When I made an acquaintance out of Emperor Yongshou, you were still in your mother's womb. Do you think the divine capital is all Yongqing has? Si Wuya looked up to meet Lu Zhou's gaze and said, With eldest senior brother, I know all about the weaknesses of the 8-leaf stage. Whether it's the 8 chiefs or the imperial guards, they can't leave the divine capital. So you think you understand the imperial family? Lu Zhou asked. Si Wuya's voice was softer now as he said, After I left the Evil Sky Pavilion, I entered the palace, and with a stroke of luck, I became a grand tutor. Lu Zhou said mercilessly, That's not all. You left such a good impression on Yongning so that you use her to obtain information in the palace. I did not use her, Si Wuya said vehemently. Lu Zhou regarded Si Wuya silently. Didn't you? Surely you know the answer to that. Such was the nature of man. The more one spoke, the harder the other party would deny and refute it. It was better to disengage and not debate the matter. Si Wuya fell silent. After some time, Lu Zhou stroked his beard and said, You knew what happened with Yu Shangrong. I won't recount it to you again. When Si Wuya heard the name, his heart skipped a beat. Where's my memory crystal now? Lu Zhou continued to ask. Si Wuya had expected this question. With wide eyes, he hastily shook his head and said, I don't know. So old second lied to me? You won't tell me? Lu Zhou rose to his feet. He placed his hands on his back as he stared down at Si Wuya. Lu Zhou's aura pressed down on Si Wuya, making it difficult for him to breathe. He said, Master, believe me, you were the one who sealed the crystal. You didn't want anyone to find out about it. You don't even want to know about it yourself. Why would you look for it again when you went through so much trouble to seal it? I've changed my mind, Lu Zhou said. That's because you don't have your memories. If you find it and restore your memories, you'll definitely regret it. Moreover, Si Wuya paused briefly before he gritted his teeth and soldiered on. Moreover, you should remain on the mountain and spend the next few years peacefully. I promise to be filial to you. After that, he kowtowed. You're saying that my judgments are incorrect, and seeing that I'm going to die soon anyway, I should let all of you do whatever you want? Lu Zhou asked. Si Wuya was taken aback. However, he quickly replied, If that's the way you wish to interpret my words, master, then so be it. Impudent. Lu Zhou waved his sleeve. An energy seal struck Si Wuya, and he reeled back before crashing through the door. Boom! Si Wuya landed in the Eastern Pavilion's hall. Lu Zhou waved his sleeve again. Another palm seal sailed in the air. Bam! Si Wuya fell down the stairs. Lu Zhou was in no mood to entertain the system rewards he earned from punishing Si Wuya. He felt his emotions stirring. It was something very close to rage. After striking a few times, he finally stopped. He suddenly wondered, did Ji Tiandao's memories affect him? Or did he successfully assimilate with Ji Tiandao? Lu Zhou was still Lu Zhou, but Ji Tiandao was no longer the Ji Tiandao of old. Lu Zhou had no choice. He was already in this position. He had to establish a new path for himself. After a moment, Lu Zhou walked to the edge of the steps with his hands on his back. He looked down at Si Wuya from above. You're an unfilial rascal. Si Wuya grunted and spat out a mouthful of blood. He did not defend himself and he did not speak. He only supported himself and adjusted his posture, kneeling on the ground. Lu Zhou was his master no matter what. Even if one had justified reasons, it was still not acceptable to curse at one's master. Si Wuya remained silent. He was not angry, and it seemed like he was already used to this. He was not surprised at all. In fact, he felt his master's punishment had been light compared to before. However, his master's words were more succinct now. As he kneeled on the ground, he recalled Mingshi Yin and Zhu Honggong's words about their master's change. The more he thought about it, the more perplexed he became. In any case, it was no longer important at this moment. Perhaps the commotion was too loud. Duan Mushang, Mingshi Yin, Zhao Yu, Little Yuaner, Hua Yueshing, and the others rushed over to the Eastern Pavilion. There were also many female cultivators who came since they were curious about Si Wuya. They stood in the distance to watch. Before anyone spoke, Lu Zhou's voice rang in everyone's ears. Anyone who dares to plead for him shall receive the same punishment. He would allow anyone to interfere with him, disciplining a stubborn disciple. Mingshi Yin saw the broken door and said with a smile, Master, I will never plead for him. In fact, I think he should be heavily punished. The others were not bold enough to say anything. You talk a lot. Lu Zhou walked down the stairs. Mingshi Yin shut his mouth immediately. It was getting dark. Shadows were creeping up on the Eastern Pavilion. Si Wuya was not embarrassed by the crowd. His back remained straight as he kneeled on the ground. He looked at his master who was walking down the stairs, and he saw an old man whose great limit was upon him. Lu Zhou stood before Si Wuya with his hands on his back. For a fleeting moment, Si Wuya felt as though he had been transported back in time. Back then, he was still young and was told to kneel as a punishment for a mistake he made. Many years had passed since then, and yet, Here he was back in the same position and reenacting the same moment. You've plotted extensively to bring chaos into the world. What are you after? Lu Zhou's voice was much calmer now. Since the day Si Wuya left the Evil Sky Pavilion, everything he knew about his master was from second-hand reports. Moreover, the Darknet's hands did not reach into the Evil Sky Pavilion. Regardless, he was convinced his master was completely different from how he was in the past. In the end, he replied, "Eldest senior brother wants to rule the world, so I helped him. Just because of you, Xianxia?" Lu Zhou regarded Si Wuya skeptically. His tone seemed to turn sharper when he mentioned Yu Xianxia. Si Wuya said, "Revenge can only be obtained when eldest senior brother rules the world. Only by crushing the divine capital can we." He stopped abruptly. Lu Zhou stroked his beard and said, "Did you Xianxia leave the Evil Sky Pavilion purely for the sake of revenge?" "Yes." "Do you think I'm gullible?" Lu Zhou's tone was deceptively calm at this moment. Si Wuya felt an unbearable pressure pressing down on him at this moment. If it was just for revenge, why did he need to crush the divine capital? With the Nether sect's current strength, it was not impossible to flatten Lulan when their members were mobilized in the hundreds of thousands. Lulan was a nation ruled by witchcraft. It was still behind Great Yan's cultivators if they went to war. "I dare not. I have told no lies," Si Wuya replied. Lu Zhou stared at Si Wuya. He had helped Si Wuya during the battle in Liang province, merely only made Si Wuya acquiesce to returning to the Evil Sky Pavilion. It did not raise nor change Si Wuya's loyalty. Name: Si Wuya. Identity: Great Yan human. Realm: Nascent Divinity Tribulation Realm. Si Wuya was the rascal whom Lu Zhou had nurtured. Each disciple was more stubborn and obstinate than the last. "Yu Shangrong won't tell me, and you won't tell me either. Yu Shangrong has never gotten along with Yu Xianxia. Who do you think is right or wrong?" Lu Zhou asked. "None of them are right," Si Wuya answered. "Eldest senior brother is too extreme in his methods. He won't stop at anything to achieve his goals. Second senior brother is too sentimental, and he disregards the iron rules of the Evil Sky Pavilion. Although they cannot see eye to eye, they do share one thing in common. They won't treat anyone who insults the Evil Sky Pavilion with any mercy." Lu Zhou frowned slightly. "Ming Shirin." "Yes, master. Strike his mouth for me." Ming Shirin was slightly taken aback. He hesitated. He did not know why asked him to strike Si Wuya's mouth. His master's abrupt change in mood was too quick. The other disciples were puzzled as well. Si Wuya said, "I'll strike it myself." A loud and crisp sound rang in the air when he slapped himself. "Do you feel wronged?" Lu Zhou asked. "I dare not. Those who insulted the Evil Sky Pavilion weren't given any mercy?" Lu Zhou shook his head and spoke indifferently. "The elites of the 10 great sects had attacked me twice. Where were you lot when that happened?" Si Wuya was at a loss for words. Lu Zhou's voice grew deeper. "You can't have a single restful night so long as I'm around. Can you?" "I dare not." Si Wuya immediately kowtowed and said in a clear voice, "The attack of the 10 elites was impromptu. After that incident, eldest senior brother attacked the sects involved. When senior sister Zhao Yu was taken hostage at Runan City's holy altar, second senior brother was the one who went and killed so many elites. Since you're unwaveringly loyal to the Evil Sky Pavilion, tell me the truth about the crystal and the divine capital," Lu Zhou said. Si Wuya fell silent. Lu Zhou had expected Si Wuya to remain tight-lipped. He said, "One cannot succeed alone. I'm the one who cannot rest peacefully at night for having a rascal like you as a disciple." At this moment, Ming Shirin walked over. He could not take this anymore. "Old Seventh, what's gotten into you?" Duan Mushang said, "Old Seventh, at this point, what difference does it make if you say it or not? You talk about treating master with filial piety, but is this the attitude a disciple should have?" The others stayed silent. "I don't know what second senior brother said, but I believe in my own judgment. If my judgment proves to be wrong in the future, I'm willing to apologize with my life." Ming Shirin rolled his eyes. He walked up to Si Wuya and said, Old seventh, look into my eyes. Are you bold enough to guarantee that all your judgments aren't wrong? Think carefully before answering me. See, Wuxia was taken aback. Even the greatest sage in the world would not dare to claim that all of his judgments would not be wrong. He understood this even if he was confident about his judgments. Suddenly, he recalled the scene on the lotus dais and the scene above the obedient villa. During those two instants, he had felt that perhaps his judgments were wrong from the get-go. He calmed himself down before he asked a question that Yu Shangrong had asked before. Master, have you found a way to attain the nine-leaf stage? Upon hearing this, everyone turned to look at Lu Zhou, waiting for his answer. The answer was too important. It would affect the path of the entire cultivation world. Among everyone present, Mingshi was the only one who had heard the members of the Old Age Pavilion discussing this topic. Hence, he was calmer than the others. The entire Eastern Pavilion was as silent as a graveyard. Lu Zhou's expression remained unchanged. He stroked his beard with one hand while he placed the other hand on his back. Indeed, I have found a way to attain the nine-leaf stage, Lu Zhou replied. His words were like a pebble that gave rise to 1,000 waves. Everyone, except for Mingshi, had an expression of awe on their faces. See, Wuxia, who initially looked exhausted, suddenly seemed like he had been given a shot of adrenaline. His eyes were wide open as he stared at Lu Zhou. His hands twitched uncontrollably. How was this possible? Mingshi waved his arm and said, Even if you're told the way to attain the nine-leaf stage, would you dare do it? You'll need to sever your golden lotus. Are you brave enough to do it? Sever the golden lotus? The others exclaimed in surprise. This method was, naturally, just a conjecture for now. Lu Zhou would prefer it if someone else had tried it before he did. After all, he had many reversal cards at his disposal. He could still maintain his lifespan even without attaining the nine-leaf stage. He hoped his disciples would be able to attain the nine-leaf stage, but he knew cutting off one's golden lotus was akin to suicide. Nobody would dare to attempt unless they were extremely brave. Moreover, there was no guarantee that it would work. As a transmigrator, he knew that to prove his theory right, he would need lab rats to test it out. The problem was who would be bold enough and willing to take on the role of a lab rat? Mingshi bowed. He looked at Si Wuxia and softly asked, Seventh junior brother, do you dare? Si Wuxia remained silent. He narrowed his eyes and frowned. He suddenly recalled hearing about someone studying ways to attain the nine-leaf stage during his stint in the palace. If it was true, did this not mean the divine capital had an ace up its sleeve? Duanmu Xing asked, Cutting off one's golden lotus? What kind of method is that? How would I know? Ask master. Mingshi said as he rolled his eyes. Lu Zhou stroked his beard and said, Severing the golden lotus is one way of attaining the nine-leaf stage. However, there's a possibility you might lose your life in the process. Therefore, do not attempt it lightly. The others nodded. Lu Zhou looked at Si Wuxia and asked, Are you satisfied with my answer? Upon hearing this, Si Wuxia shuddered. He kneeled and said, I dare not. It's the duty of a teacher to address his students' questions. I will answer any question you have, Lu Zhou said. The others felt Lu Zhou was a magnanimous person when they heard his words. This was how a true master should act. On the contrary, Si Wuxia felt Lu Zhou's words were mocking him. He could not help but shudder in fear. His master was still his master, but was he still the same disciple as before? Lu Zhou spoke again. By the way, how long do you think I have left to live? Well, Si Wuxia trailed off. He was naturally afraid to speak his mind. Although he and almost everyone thought Lu Zhou's great limit was fast approaching, he did not dare to verbalize his thoughts in front of Lu Zhou. Without waiting for Si Wuxia to respond, Lu Zhou looked at everyone present and loudly asked, How long do all of you think I have left to live? The main hall was as silent as a graveyard at this moment. Lu Zhou had been wanting to ask them this question for a long time now. He found it amusing. Did humans become stupid? Or were they so used to living with these shackles that they did not dare to break them? Everyone continued to stay silent. As expected, Lu Zhou knew they would not dare to answer his question. He waved his sleeve and said, "Lock him up in the cave of reflection. Seal his cultivation base, and give him 50 beatings with the plank." "Understood." Ding. Punish Si Wuya. Reward, 600 merit points. Zhu Honggong walked up to Si Wuya in his own volition. After all, he was on friendly terms with Si Wuya. It was most appropriate for him to escort Si Wuya. The others looked at Si Wuya and shook their heads. They did not understand why Si Wuya would remain so stubborn and persist in opposing Lu Zhou. Why would he subject himself to such a treatment? Si Wuya stood up and followed Zhu Honggong. He took 2 steps before he suddenly came to halt. Without turning back, he said, "3 days ago, the Darknet has received word that the 10 great sects have formed an alliance called the Fiend Extermination Alliance. Rumors are rife about second senior brother being killed. Now, the Noble Path is planning on fighting back." As soon as he finished speaking, he left with Zhu Honggong. Mingshi Yin frowned. Little Yuan pouted and said, "Master, that group of people is too despicable. We must teach them a lesson." "How do you plan on teaching them a lesson?" Little Yuan scratched her head. She waved her small fist and said, "Capture them and clobber them?" Naturally, Lu Zhou did not agree to her suggestion. He noted that little Yuan killing intent was no longer as strong as before. After a while, he waved his hand and said, "Let's call it a day. Rest well, master." "I'll take my leave, master." "Mingshi Yin stay," Lu Zhou said. The others left the eastern pavilion. Mingshi Yin glanced at the shattered wooden door on the floor and said respectfully, "I'll fix that." Lu Zhou nodded and said, "I'm giving you 2 missions." Mingshi Yin was overjoyed when he heard that he would be entrusted with 2 missions. "Just say the word, master. I'll do everything in my power to complete the missions. I'll complete it even if I have to swim across a sea of flames or climb a mountain of blades." For the first mission, spread the word about severing the golden lotus being the way to attain the 9-leaf stage, Lu Zhou said. "Ha!" Mingshi Yin started. They had gone to so much trouble, traveling to the Yun sect and learning about the way to attain the 9-leaf stage through the 3 sects Patriarch's chessboard. Why would they easily reveal this to the masses? He could not understand this at all. Lu Zhou said, "Severing the golden lotus is akin to suicide. Nobody has ever tried it. At the very least, severing the golden lotus is equivalent to cultivating all over again. Everything aside, if we can gather information from people who attempt this, we'll have vast knowledge." This was very progressive thinking. Cultivators from the cultivation world in the past would guard their cultivation methods and theories closely as though they were some peerless treasure. For example, Yun Tianluo would never easily give up his chessboard even if it cost him his life. Due to this behavior, the progress of the cultivation world was greatly limited. Sharing information and knowledge was much more efficient and mutually beneficial rather than building a cart alone in the dark. However, Lu Zhou also knew that even if he would obtain countless information, the price of laying that foundation would be piles upon piles of bones. "I understand," Mingshi Yin said. "The second mission is to investigate the alliance between the 10 great sections. Keep me updated on this," Lu Zhou said. "Yes, master." Meanwhile, in the Evergreen Palace in the Divine Capital, an attendant walked into the study reverently before kneeling on the floor. He held a name list with 2 hands above his head as he said, "Your Majesty, this is the list of nascent divinity tribulation realm cultivators who died this month." Lu Gu placed his brush on the table and said, "I won't read it. Read it out for me." At once. The attendant lowered the list and read, "There are 5 nascent divinity tribulation realm cultivators at the 3-leaf stage and below who sprouted leaves by binding their golden lotuses with mantras. They couldn't absorb any energy and eventually died when their dantians exploded. There are 3 5-leaf nascent divinity realm cultivators who used the forced golden lotus modification method and died. There was a 900 years old 6-leaf cultivator who consumed a longevity pill and forcibly tried to sprout a leaf but failed. After he finished reading, he remained prostrate on the ground. Lu Gu nodded and said, "Bury them ceremoniously. Every one of their families will be compensated with 10,000 caddies of gold and 1,000 acres of fertile land." "Your Majesty, what if they refuse?" the attendant asked after mustering up his courage. Cultivators who had entered the nascent divinity tribulation realm, and likely their families, rarely cared about material things. That's the most I can offer as compensation. I'll leave the rest to you. Understood. The attendant left the study as reverently as when he came. The study was once again quiet. Lu Gu returned to his table. He picked up his brush and moved it across the canvas forcefully. The brush eventually broke the paper. He threw the brush on the table with a loud thud. Two eunuchs who were startled by the noise hurried to the table. Lu Gu said indifferently, "Clean this up. At once." Half a day later, Lu Gu was going through the memorials when the attendant hurried into his study with an emergency report in his hand. His forehead was wet with sweat as he held the report with two hands above his head as he said, "Your Majesty, a report from Liang Province. Read it." Lu Gu did not bother with personally reading it. The attendant unfolded the report and read, "The 10 cities of Liang Province have fallen. They've been conquered by the Nether sect. General Xianxia has fallen in battle. His Highness, the 4th Prince, and the 6 generals have perished." Lu Gu frowned when he heard the report. He did not even frown when Lu Huan, the 2nd Prince, died. The attendant waited on the emperor every day, so he was familiar with Lu Gu's temper. The quieter Lu Gu was, the more uncomfortable and anxious he became. The air in the study felt as though it was laced with poison. He felt if he inhaled too deeply, he would definitely die. The study was so quiet now that he could hear his own heartbeat. After a moment of silence, Lu Gu finally said, "I see." The attendant was relieved. A reply was better than none. He mustered his courage and said again, "Your Majesty, I have another matter to report." "What is it?" "There's a rumor going around that the cultivation world has found a way to attain the 9-leaf stage," said the attendant. Lu Gu, who was slightly troubled by the earlier report, turned around immediately. His eyes were wide as he asked, "What method is it?" "Apparently, if a cultivator cut off his golden lotus and manages to survive, he can sprout leaves again and attain the 9-leaf stage," the attendant replied. If Lu Gu had heard this report in the past, or someone had told him about severing one's golden lotus to attain the 9-leaf stage, the person who had spoken about it would have been beheaded without a doubt. However, at this moment he believed this rumor. After Emperor Yongshou passed away, Lu Gu had ascended the throne. He had neglected to govern the empire and focused on attaining the 9-leaf stage. He had utilized the empire's resources and spent centuries on research before he finally discovered the golden lotus was what was preventing cultivators from attaining the 9-leaf stage. He had tried various methods, binding the golden lotus with mantras and modifying the golden lotus, for example. He had even once thought about cutting off the golden lotus, but he quickly dismissed the idea. And yet, currently, such a rumor was spreading in the cultivation world now. There would be no waves without the wind. There must be a reason for this. "Who spread the rumor?" Lu Gu asked. "It started from a relay station in the divine capital. This information spread throughout the entire divine capital in half a day. However, many people don't believe it. Your Majesty thinks about this topic day and night. I dare not delay in bringing this news to you. Kindly give your informed decision on this matter, Your Majesty," the attendant said. "Has anyone attempted it?" Lu Gu asked. The attendant shook his head. Lu Gu fell deep into his thoughts. The attendant did not dare to move, nor did he dare to rashly speak. The method of severing one's golden lotus was akin to committing suicide with a blade. It was normal for people to be apprehensive. Lu Gu had spent many years researching this. He had lost count of the number of nascent divinity tribulation realm elites who had died during the research. On the bookshelf behind him, there was a space dedicated to the lists of names of people who had died for the sake of his cause. Since the heavens had limited humans' cultivation bases to the nascent divinity tribulation realm, it was only natural for there to be more and more nascent divinity tribulation realm cultivators as time passed by. Even so, not everyone could attain the 8-leaf stage, let alone the 9-leaf stage. After pondering over it for a moment, Lu Gu finally said, "This is my decree. Gather 100 men who are willing to sever their golden lotuses. At once." It was not difficult to find these men. Great Yen had no shortages of citizens. Those at the one-leaf stage could participate as well. It did not necessarily have to be 8-leaf experts. Ordinary cultivators might be willing to sever their golden lotuses. However, there were many who were on the brink of death, such as old men whose great limit was fast approaching, cultivators who were heavily injured or were terminally ill, or those who had nothing left to love for. Rather than dying without a cause, these people would naturally think it was better to sever their golden lotuses and try to attain the 9-leaf stage. As long as the reward was huge enough, there would be no lack of brave men. After the attendant left, Lu Gu raised one hand. A miniature 100 Tribulations Insight avatar appeared above his palm. It was standing on an 8-leaf golden lotus, and it shone with a golden light. The 8 leaves were full and plump. The radiance of the golden lotus was dazzling. Lu Gu's eyes flashed. If severing the golden lotus worked, it meant he would have to give up on his 8-leaf cultivation base and start over. He wondered if he would be able to do it. The divine capital was the core of Great Yen. The cultivators under the heavens gathered in the divine capital, and some were scattered across Great Yan's 9 provinces. The rumors of severing one's golden lotus to attain the 9-leaf stage spread like a wildfire and caused a huge commotion. Both the noble and fiend paths had been racing to study the way to attain the 9-leaf stage. Shortly after the rumor had spread, people had been divided into 3 factions: the Lie faction, the Radical faction, and the Trial faction. This rumor had also reached the nether sex branches as well. Hua Chongyang, Bai Yuqing, Yang Yan, and Di Qing stood in a row with their heads lowered. Yu Zhenghai was pacing with his hands on his back. "Please punish us, Sect Master. We weren't able to stop Mr. Seventh." Hua Chongyang was the first to fall to one knee. "Please punish us, Sect Master." The others followed suit and dropped to one knee as well. The Nether Sect had won in the Battle of Liang Province. Their victory was beautiful and brilliant. All 10 cities of Liang Province were now under the Nether Sect's control. However, Yu Zhenghai was not happy at all. A somber expression could be seen on his face, and he would frown intermittently. He looked at his 4 subordinates who were kneeling and could not bring himself to punish them. In the end, he punched the wall next to him to vent his frustration. Boom! Yu Zhenghai did not use any primal qi. Relying on his fist and strength alone, he made the wall crumble. His expression was dark as he muttered, "Without 7th junior brother, how am I supposed to unify the lands? Am I supposed to believe the rumor about severing one's golden lotus like all the fools out there?" The 4 great protectors remained kneeling on the ground. They did not even dare to breathe loudly. After a moment of silence, Hua Chongyang said, "Mr. Seventh insisted on returning to the Evil Sky Pavilion. We couldn't stop him. Moreover, the old senior's cultivation base is terrifyingly profound. Even an elite such as Xianxia could not survive a single strike from the old senior. All of you rise." Yu Zhenghai turned around. The 4 of them rose to their feet. Yu Zhenghai said with a sigh, "Since he's insisted on returning, I'll respect his decision. What could he do anyway? Could he rush to the Evil Sky Pavilion to bring Si Wuya back?" "Sect Master, what's our next move?" Hua Chongyang asked. 7th junior brother drafted a plan to isolate the divine capital before he left for Liang Province. He has come up with different simulations of possible outcomes. Regardless of which of his plans we use, as long as we follow one of his plans, the sect will conquer the divine capital sooner or later, Yu Zhenghai said. Upon hearing this, Hua Chongyang sighed before he said, "Mr. Seventh was a huge asset to the sect. What a shame." The other 3 shook their heads as well. Achoo! Perhaps it was due to the cold wind blowing in the cave of reflection. Si Wuya, whose cultivation base had been sealed, sneezed. Zhu Honggong prepared a set of clothes for Si Wuya. He massaged Si Wuya's shoulders as he asked with a chuckle, "7th senior brother, why won't you reveal the location of the crystal?" Si Wuya glanced at Zhu Honggong and asked, "Did Master send you to gather information from me?" "7th senior brother, with my brains, what kind of information do you think I can glean from you? If Master wanted to send someone, he would have sent 4th senior brother. Zhu Honggong replied. Si Wuya shook his head and said, "You're just recently returned to the Evil Sky Pavilion, but I see that your bootlicking skills have improved." "I don't agree with your words, seventh senior brother. How can you equate bootlicking to honesty? This is a great insult to me," Zhu Honggong said. Si Wuya, naturally, did not believe Zhu Honggong. How could Zhu Honggong fool him? "That's enough. To be honest, the only thing I know is that the crystal has found its way to Rongxi. It's not in Great Yin." Zhu Honggong was all smiles. He stood behind Si Wuya and massaged Si Wuya's shoulders with great care. He pounded on Si Wuya's back softly with his fleshy fists from time to time as he asked, "Rongxi? Seventh senior brother, with your brains, it shouldn't be difficult for you to retrieve the crystal for master, right?" Si Wuya turned to look at Zhu Honggong. He said, "Old Eighth, have you become unswervingly loyal to the Evil Sky Pavilion already?" Upon hearing this, Zhu Honggong chuckled and said, "I think the Evil Sky Pavilion is a much better place compared to before. Look at the 4 pavilions. There are more people here now. There are food, drinks, and places to sleep. If you so wish, you can have a young lady by your side to accompany you to watch the sunrise or the sunset. There are also a few shameless old farts who brag every day." Si Wuya regarded Zhu Honggong with skepticism and did not say anything. Based on his expression, he clearly did not understand Zhu Honggong's words. Zhu Honggong continued to say, "I like the way things are right now." Si Wuya pushed Zhu Honggong's fleshy hands away and said, "Are you trying to find out about Crystal's location for me?" "I'm not. Honest." Si Wuya said, "There are 5 nations in Rongxi. There are Wuxian, Lulan, Sushen, Changgu, and Qigong. Master was the one who lost the crystal. Where are we supposed to begin looking for it among the 5 nations? Besides, nobody can guarantee that the crystal hasn't been opened. Perhaps it has already found its way to the 7 nations of the other tribes in Rongbei. If Master's the one who sealed it, I think it won't be easy for anyone to unseal it," Zhu Honggong said as he scratched his head. "As 4th senior brother has said, how can any of you be sure that your judgments aren't wrong? Nothing is certain in this world," Si Wuya said. Zhu Honggong nodded his head in agreement. However, he soon found a flaw in this reasoning. "In that case, why didn't you tell the truth? Master won't deliberately make things difficult for you. The truth might sound offensive in Master's ears," Si Wuya replied. Si Wuya's voice had barely faded when a cold scoff rang from outside the cave. "7th senior brother, to think that I'd spoken in your favor. Is that what you think of Master?" Little Yuaner appeared at the mouth of the cave in green robes. She looked at Si Wuya with a slightly annoyed expression as she said, "If it weren't for Master, you would have died." "Little junior sister?" Si Wuya seemed awkward. "I didn't mean it that way." "Sure you did." Little Yuaner's breathing seemed to grow heavy with rage as she said, "You pompous prick." Then, she spun on her heels and left without waiting for an explanation from Si Wuya. Zhu Honggong and Si Wuya exchanged a glance. Si Wuya sighed and said, "Even little junior sister misunderstood me." Zhu Honggong did not dare to say anything. Si Wuya shook his head. Another person made no difference. He was used to this. "Old Eighth, tell me about the current situation of the Evil Sky Pavilion." "Oh." Zhu Honggong scratched his head and said, "Let's start with the old farts then." Inside the Eastern Pavilion, after meditating on the heavenly writing scrolls, Lu Zhou sensed that his extraordinary power was almost replenished. He felt slightly relieved. He stood up and looked at the old parchment drawing on his table. Apart from the clearly labeled locations, the rest were still a blur. He could not see anything. However, the outline of Wuxian Mountain was much clearer now. "Is Yu Shangrong on Wuxian Mountain?" Lu Zhou thought to himself as he stroked his beard. After pondering about it for a moment, he decided that there was no point dwelling on it for now. Hence, he turned around and sat with his legs crossed again. He opened the system's dashboard and checked his remaining merit points. Merit points, 44,200. He needed more than 50,000 merit points to purchase the 100 Tribulations Insight Avatar. Without putting much thought into it, he said in a low voice, "Lucky draw. Ding. Spent 50 merit points. Obtained reversal card X10. Reversal cards?" Lu Zhou understood now. In the early stages, the rate to win a grand prize was high in lucky draws. Now it was providing rewards in line with the user's needs. "Would you give me an avatar?" Lu Zhou did 20 consecutive draws. He was thanked for his participation 20 times. Feeling helpless, he gave up trying. It had been a long time since he had won something of value from the lucky draws. Recently, he had been getting reversal cards. Lu Zhou checked his item column. He gritted his teeth and bought 2 deadly strike cards. With that, he had spent 6,000 merit points. As for the others, forget it. He did not think that they were worth buying compared to the deadly strike cards. The deadly strike card was his true trump card for now. Lu Zhou was still mulling over his next move when Zhao Yu appeared outside the eastern pavilion. "Master, a letter from Jiang Aijian. Read it." Zhao Yu unfolded the letter and read aloud, "Old Senior, there are 2 things that I wish to clarify. First, I've made some headway with the investigations of the palace's 9-leaf research. Indeed, someone's been researching the 9-leaf stage in the palace. However, it's being done with great secrecy, and my sources can't seem to find out anything else. The only thing we know is that there's a huge dark faction in the divine capital doing it, and they're very guarded. In my opinion, they must be annoyed to no end when you spread word about severing one's golden lotus to attain the 9-leaf stage, Old Senior. Second, the noble path is starting their fiend extermination plan. You should be careful. Lastly, what did you think of Li Jingyi's presence in Liang Province's city?" Ha ha ha. Zhao Yu's expression turned slightly unnatural after she finished reading the letter. She said, "Master, Jiang Aijian's letter reminded me of something. Let's hear it. When I was in the palace, I heard someone say that the current emperor has never appeared in court. When my royal grandmother was sick, not once did I see the emperor. Eunuch Li told me that the emperor is tied down with various affairs and important matters. I wonder what could be more important than the situation in Liang Province City and my royal grandmother's health." Zhao Yu was clearly puzzled. Lu Zhou's voice rang from inside. "Indeed. He has more important matters to attend to. There were always those who valued a certain thing over others. Sometimes they would even sacrifice the people around them." When Zhao Yu heard this, she shuddered inwardly. She recalled her time in the palace. Apart from rules and restrictive etiquettes, there was nothing but coldness. It felt like there was no human touch in the palace at all. 10 days later, the news about severing one's golden lotus to attain the 9-leaf stage spread further and further away. After a period of quarrels and arguments, the Lai faction grew larger. The Lai faction was of the opinion that severing one's golden lotus was a big hoax. The basis for their opinion was that as many as 10 cultivators had died after severing their golden lotuses during the past 10 days. The trial faction insisted those people had died because they were on the brink of death anyway. Those people could not survive the damages incurred from severing their golden lotuses since they were weak to begin with. Both factions were firm in their beliefs. There were also cultivators who proposed more advanced theories about severing the golden lotus. The theories were along the lines of severing a golden lotus before it sprouted leaves or shattering the avatar and abandoning the golden lotus, among others. Under the Melilot graveyard it was pitch black. Xianxia had forgotten how long he had been here. He flipped his hand, and a little golden avatar appeared above his palm. He felt he had enough primal chi to attempt sprouting the second leaf. Open. A radiant circle appeared around the avatar and traveled downward. Unlike before, the radiant circle did not drop all the way to the base of the avatar's feet. Xianxia had understood an important point. Since he would sprout leaves without a golden lotus, he could just disregard the golden lotus. As his primal chi surged, the radiant circle seemed to be filled with energy. His avatar completely illuminated the dry well. In all aspects, Sword Devil Xianxia was a rare sword genius in the cultivation world. Whether it was Mabe's sword slave Wang Haichao, the first sword of Qing Province's Taoist master Wang, the western region's Lulan sword emperor Yu Zhengrong, all of them had died by his sword. There were too many cultivators who liked to cultivate the sword, but those who reached great heights were few and far in between. Xianxia knew every step like the back of his hands. He could feel his avatar's power growing as it grew taller and bigger. Radiant circles of energy moved downward with smaller gaps between them. The resonance of his avatar grew louder as well. Whiz! 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 Xianxia was now calmer compared to when he was sprouting his first leaf. He was convinced he would be able to reach the 8-leaf stage even without his golden lotus. It was just a matter of time. As more energy poured in, boom! A loud explosion sounded, and Xianxia's avatar grew bigger. A 2-leaf avatar had a height of about 20 feet. When his avatar grew, it was only natural that the little well was unable to contain it. Fortunately, avatars were formed from energy. It was up to him if he wanted the avatar to destroy his surroundings. Boom! His energy crashed against the walls before everything returned to normal. Xianxia raised a hand with primal chi shrouding it before he converted it to energy. A shining golden light illuminated his surroundings again. He studied the melalots. Unfortunately, it was impossible for them to survive in the dry well for such a long time. They had already withered. The short-lived people of the nobleman country never gave up on their pursuit for longevity. This was the case in the past and in the present. There was a time when Xianxia had been contemptuous of this pursuit. He was of the opinion that death was part of the cycle of life. Everyone would die at some point after all. Later in life, he began to realize the value of being alive. Xianxia summoned his 100 Tribulations Insight avatar again. Whiz! A miniature avatar without a golden lotus floated in front of him. 2 leaves surrounded the avatar now. He had clearly entered the 2-leaf stage of the nascent divinity tribulation realm. Xianxia smiled. That went well enough. The sprouting of the first leaf had been a gamble as it was fraught with uncertainties. However, the second leaf had proven that it was possible to continue cultivating even after severing one's golden lotus. Xianxia looked up. He tried to sense his longevity sword's location after circulating his primal chi. BZZT. 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 The longevity sword vibrated slightly before becoming motionless again. Not quite there yet. Xianxia sat down and crossed his legs again. The time needed and difficulty of sprouting another leaf from this stage onward would multiply. However, he currently had no other choice other than to quickly raise his cultivation base in this dry well. Second senior brother? A voice reached Xianxia's ears from outside the mountain. It sounded faint and distant, mixed with the noise from the snowstorm. He would have missed it if he was not carefully listening. Xianxia's ears twitched. He projected his voice with primal chi and said, "Sixth junior sister? Second senior brother, is it really you?" The snowstorm was still raging outside Wuxia Mountain. The mountains and trees in the area were covered in snow. Tianxin hovered outside Wuxia Mountain in her white robes. Xianxia was surprised. He projected his voice with primal chi again. "Sixth junior sister, this is a remote place. Why are you here?" Tianxin appeared delighted. She looked at Wuxia Mountain and said, "I'm traveling around Great Yen in search of Chenghuang. I was traveling westward from Mabe and reached the northwestern regions. The people here told me that Wuxia Mountain is in the area. I remember you talking about coming here before, so I decided to drop by. I didn't expect to actually find you here." Xianxia smiled faintly and asked, "Did you manage to find Chenghuang?" "It's not easy." Tianxin looked at Wuxia Mountain and said, "Second senior brother, I sensed primal chi waves from this spot earlier. It's the same as the aura that killed Zhang Yuanshan on the green jade altar but much weaker." What happened? She knew Xianxia was inside the Wuxia Mountain when she sensed the aura. She was perplexed when she waited but saw no signs of Xianxia. "He should be out by now." Xianxia calmly replied, "I've severed my golden lotus, and I have to sprout my leaves again." Tianxin was naturally shocked. She asked incredulously, "Second senior brother? Oh, you severed your golden lotus?" "My golden lotus was tainted by witchcraft, so I had to cut it off. From the looks of things now, everything's going well." Yu Shangrong's tone remained casual and calm. I'll get you out of there. Yi Tianxin let out a burst of energy. A tidal wave of primal qi was changed into energy that landed on Wuxia Mountain. Boom! The blue waves technique blasted a huge rock to smithereens. There's no need for that. Yu Shangrong stopped her. Why? I need to sprout my leaves again in the Melilot graveyard. It's not safe for me to go out now, Yu Shangrong said. It was the truth. He had made many enemies in the cultivation world, and they were all powerful individuals. It would be dangerous for him to venture out now. It was better for him to stay here and take his time to cultivate and sprout leaves. It would not be long before he would be at his peak again. Yi Tianxin shook her head and sighed. The entire cultivation world is talking about the method of severing one's golden lotus. Second senior brother, you should have been more patient. You're too reckless. Severing the golden lotus? Yu Shangrong found this odd. I've never told anyone about this. How was this method made public? Yi Tianxin recounted everything that happened and the rumors that had been circulating in the cultivation world. Yu Shangrong was shocked. It's possible to reach the 9-leaf stage after severing the golden lotus? That's right, Yi Tianxin replied. It's true that I've severed my golden lotus, but I never told anyone that it's possible to reach the 9-leaf stage this way. Don't believe the rumor, junior sister. Yu Shangrong remembered how his golden lotus was corrupted by witchcraft. Perhaps, the witchcraft cultivator sensed he was still alive, so the cultivator spread the rumor in hopes to see if cultivators would survive after severing their golden lotuses. Second senior brother, why aren't you injured? Yi Tianxin was puzzled. She really felt it was a shame that she could not see her senior brother with her own eyes. It's a long story, and it's unimportant. Since Yu Shangrong did not want to talk about it, she did not pursue the matter. Moreover, she did not have the courage to sever her golden lotus. Very well. During the next 3 days, Yi Tianxin remained close to Wuxia Mountain and would chat with Yu Shangrong. Although Yu Shangrong's current cultivation base was inferior to Yi Tianxin's, he was more experienced in other matters compared to her. Throughout this period, Yi Tianxin humbled herself to be educated by her senior brother and had gained much. On the 4th day, Yi Tianxin planned to bid farewell to Yu Shangrong. She was going to head west. When Yu Shangrong heard that Yi Tianxin was leaving, he hastily said, "Sixth junior sister, can you bring one thing back to the Evil Sky Pavilion for me?" He raised a palm. An energy seal launched the open heavenly writing scroll out of the well toward the light source. Yi Tianxin sensed the surge of primal qi. She leaped into the air and hovered above Wuxia Mountain. The energy seal brought the open heavenly writing scroll out of Wuxia Mountain. Yi Tianxin moved at lightning speed and caught the open heavenly writing scroll as the energy seal vanished. She did not descend immediately. Instead, she landed near the opening from which the scroll flew out. Then, she projected her voice. "Second senior brother, what's this?" Yu Shangrong could clearly hear Yi Tianxin's voice now. He looked up at the beam of light. Although it was quite a distance away, he could distinctly see a shadow. Her voice reached his ears clearly now. "It belongs to Master." "Understood. I'll see that it reaches the Evil Sky Pavilion," Yi Tianxin replied. "Thank you. There's no need for that. Thank you for enlightening me these few days, second senior brother." Yi Tianxin bowed in midair. This time, Yu Shangrong did not reply to her. He only closed his eyes. Yi Tianxin's appearance reminded Yu Shangrong that although the mountain was located in a remote place, it did not mean there were no experts around. The waves of energy from him sprouting leaves might attract the attention of some elites. Yi Tianxin tucked the scroll away and flew south. She had to return south before continuing west. Yi Tianxin made her way south. She flew for a day and a night, traversing countless mountains and snow-covered plains before she saw the first signs of a human settlement. She came to halt and hovered in the sky. Her black hair was white from the snow, and she was dressed in all white. If one did not pay close attention, one would not be able to see her. She did not continue flying. A world of black lay before her while a world of white was behind her. The cold place was not always black while the warm place was not always white. After taking in the snowy scenery for a while, she finally continued on her journey. She circulated her primal chi and shot like a meteor toward the human settlement that was faintly discernible in the snow. At this moment, the cultivation theory of severing one's own golden lotus to attain the 9-leaf stage had spread throughout Great Yan's cultivation world. It had also spread to the other tribes in Rongxi and Rongbei. The other tribes had always worshipped the fist. When they learned of this cultivation theory, the 12 nations gathered their nascent divinity cultivators and began experimenting. At a certain relay station in Great Yan, several cultivators were chatting over wine. After 3 rounds of drinks, they were running out of conversational topics. "Comrade, you're saying that severing one's golden lotus is the way to attain the 9-leaf stage? However, you're claiming that it's a pseudo-9-leaf stage. What do you mean by that?" One of the cultivators asked a man who was dressed in bizarre clothes. "What else could it be other than a pseudo-9-leaf stage? How can an avatar be an avatar without a golden lotus? Who knows if one can form a golden lotus again after severing it? Perhaps, if it's possible, then one could be considered as attaining the true 9-leaf stage." The man in the bizarre clothes replied, "You have a point. However, the problem is, can anyone survive after severing their golden lotuses? There must be a way around that. There are many who will die regardless if they sever their golden lotuses or not. If it were you, you'd give it a try as well, no? You have a point." At this moment, a man on the side cupped his fists at the man in bizarre clothes and said, "You're knowledgeable, comrade. May I know your name?" "Well, my name's of no significance, but my surname is Ri. Comrade Ri. Listening to your speech is better than reading for a decade." Mingshi shook his head. He had no choice but to accept the compliment. He said, "You mentioned that the 10 great sects have rallied together and formed the Fiend Extermination Alliance? Well, technically, it's only 7 great sects right now. The Righteous Sect, Clarity Sect, and Heavenly Sword Sect have been annihilated a long time ago," someone said. Mingshi said disapprovingly, "Aren't the 7 great sects actively seeking deaths by challenging the Evil Sky Pavilion?" Upon hearing Mingshi words, the others turned to look at him. They did not agree with Mingshi words. The moment his voice faded, "Comrade Ri, the Evil Sky Pavilion's Patriarch's great limit aside, the 7 great sects aren't what they used to be." "Oh!" Mingshi behaved as though he was willing to listen to him speak. "Think about it. The 10 great sects had failed numerous times in their attempts to defeat the Evil Sky Pavilion. They had failed terribly twice. This time they'll surely be more cautious. I'm sure they would be better prepared as well." Mingshi nodded. "You have a point." The other sects aside, 2 days ago, the disciples of the Duanlin branch managed to invite their patriarch out of seclusion. Patriarch. The sword devil Yu Shangrong killed their sect master, Chang Jian. Their patriarch, Chang Yen, has no choice but to make a move. The senior will surely not let this matter slide. Not when his young heir was killed. Mingshi laughed when he heard this. He said mockingly, "He has 1 foot in the coffin. How is he going to oppose the Evil Sky Pavilion? I remember that Chang Yan's cultivation base has already deteriorated, right?" The man sitting opposite Mingshi furtively looked to his left and right before he said, "Those are different times. Do you know why nobody is giving the Duanlin branch trouble, although it isn't protected by any barriers? Isn't it because of the heavenly moat? What good would a moat do? It's because—" The man lowered his voice and said, "The Duanlin branch is in possession of many primal fiend potions." Mingshi widened his eyes as he looked at the man and said, "The Duanlin branch isn't a major branch. The 10 great sects are but a joke. Where did they get the primal fiend potions from?" "I don't know, but that's what I heard anyway," the man said with a chuckle. "Do you know about the other members of the Fiend Extermination Alliance, then?" Mingshi asked. "The others are minor sects that are too insignificant to mention. The larger sects are busy studying the theory of severing the golden lotus." At this point, Mingshi finally rose to his feet and said, "Thanks." The man grinned and said, "Comrade Ri, do you think you can be so kind as to pay the tab for us?" The others looked at Mingshi hopefully. They had been sharing a lot of information with the man with the surname Ri over the past few days. He even went on and on about how powerful the 9 villains were, especially Mingshi, the 4th villain. It was interesting to listen to him speak in the beginning, but they slowly grew bored. Since he had obtained all kinds of information from them, it was not too much to ask him to pay for their bill, right? Mingshi glanced at all of them before he said, "What are you talking about? I'm being magnanimous by not asking you to pay for my drinks. And yet, you want me to pay for your drinks." He did not wait for their replies and left as soon as he finished speaking. The others were dumbfounded. The Evergreen Palace in the Divine Capital. Lu Gu held a brush to a piece of paper in his study as usual. With swift and forceful strokes, he wrote the words, "Unify 10,000 tribes." An attendant entered the study at this moment. He kneeled before he said, "Your Majesty, the results of the first group of cultivators who attempted to sever their golden lotuses are out. Let's hear it." There are 10 cultivators who severed their golden lotuses. There was 1 3-leaf, 5 2-leafs, and 4 1-leaf cultivators. 9 of them died from the pain, and only 1 survived. A hint of excitement could be heard in the attendant's voice when he spoke. Lu Gu was still wielding his brush as he said in a deep voice, "Repeat. There were 10 cultivators. The final part. 1 survived," the attendant said. The muscles on Lu Gu's cheek clearly twitched. A hint of excitement could be seen in his eyes. He had carried out the experiment to determine if it were possible to survive after severing one's golden lotus. After years of research, he knew that golden lotuses absorbed both power and life. If a cultivator could live after severing his golden lotus, this problem was solved. Lu Gu was the monarch of an empire. He held the reins of Great Yen in his hands. When he heard this, he could hardly remain unmoved. Throughout the years, he had racked his brains researching the 9-leaf stage. He had experimented with life and various unconventional methods, but none of them succeeded. He was starting to grow apathetic. However, now, it seemed like his research was showing results. How could he not feel excited? "Congratulations, Your Majesty," the attendant said. "The survivor has a strong build. His talent and foundations are better than the rest. That's why he survived. I've sent the imperial physician to tend to him." "Very good." Lu Gu gave a high compliment. The attendant was overjoyed to hear this. Lu Gu said again, "Keep him alive, no matter the cost." "Understood. Compensate the families of the deceased according to the agreement," Lu Gu said. "Understood." The Divine Capital had always kept these experiments a secret. Nobody knew about it. This time was no exception. The attendant left the study cautiously, looked to the left and right, and headed in a different direction. Inside the study, Lu Gu felt more invigorated than he had ever been. If one can survive after severing the golden lotus, what about sprouting leaves? They had to do more experiments regarding the next step. It was now proven that it was possible to survive after severing one's golden lotus. They could work to improve the survival rate. Whether it was with the help of pills or arcane arts, so long as the cultivator was alive, he could sprout leaves again. Lu Gu looked at the words he wrote. "Unify 10,000 tribes." He felt heroic and passionate at this moment. "When I'm at the 9-leaf stage, even if there are 10 nether sects, they will be nothing to me." In the eastern pavilion of the Evil Sky Pavilion, Lu Zhou stood up slowly after meditating on the heavenly writing scrolls. The heavenly writing's extraordinary power was completely replenished. At this moment, Zhao Yu's voice rang from outside the pavilion. "Master, someone's at the foot of the mountain to deliver something to you." "What is it?" "A parcel. I think it's some sort of document and some dessert." "Dessert?" Lu Zhou's curiosity was piqued. All these years, none of his disciples had ever offered to make delicious treats for him. The situation had only improved when the female disciples of the derived Moon Palace chose to stay on the mountain. "Bring it to me." "Understood." Zhao Yu opened the doors carefully. She saw her master standing before the French windows. She placed the document and desserts on the table. Lu Zhou turned around to look at the delivered items. When he saw the special papers, He walked over with a slightly shocked expression on his face. It was the open heavenly writing scroll. Ding! Obtained open heaven writing. Back. Will you combine the open heavenly writing scrolls? The system's notification proved Lu Zhou right. He was not in a hurry to merge the heavenly writing scrolls. Instead, he looked at the tuckahoe pies at the side. Zhao Yu smiled. It seems like these are sent by 6th junior sister. Tuckahoe pies were one of the desserts Yi Tianxin was most skilled at making. When Yi Tianxin was still on the mountain, she frequently made them for her master. Also, it was thanks to this that Yi Tianxin obtained the amorous hoop that she wanted ahead of time. Lu Zhou was surprised that Yi Tianxian still remembered this. Alas, the current Ji Tiandao was no longer the Ji Tiandao of old. He did not like tuckahoe pies. Hence, he waved his hand and said, "Share it among yourselves." Zhao Yu said in confusion, "Huh? But 6th junior sister made them for you. I dare not accept it. I have no appetite." Lu Zhou blurted out the first excuse that came to his mind. When Zhao Yu heard this, she bowed and said, "Thank you, master." However, inwardly she was worried. Master's losing his appetite. It said that this often happens in old age. Is master's great limit truly near? Aside from cultivating, Zhao Yu would also keep up with the news in the outside world. It was only natural for her to worry, what with all the rumors being circulated. She was not the only one who was worried about Lu Zhou. The other disciples and the old age pavilion had often discussed their plan should the noble path come knocking. Zhao Yu took the tuckahoe pies and said, "There's a letter as well." "I see." Lu Zhou glanced at the letter inside the parcel. Zhao Yu dared not stay for a moment longer. She left the room respectfully. Lu Zhou picked up the letter, opened it, and scanned through it. It read, "Dear Master, your disciple Yi Tianxin delivered these items to the Evil Sky Pavilion as requested by 2nd Senior Brother. 2nd Senior Brother is afflicted by a curse and has severed his golden lotus. He's now trapped inside the Melilot graveyard and is recuperating there while sprouting his leaves again. 2nd Senior Brother wants to tell you that everything's fine. Regards, the unfilial rascal, Yi Tianxin." After reading the letter, Lu Zhou frowned. Primal chi surged in his hand, and he burned the letter into ashes. So, severing one's golden lotus and surviving is possible? Lu Zhou sat down slowly. He remembered the rumors he heard before this. He shook his head and mumbled to himself, "Stubborn." His unyielding attitude was reminiscent of a young Yushangrom. He would always solve and carry the problem he encountered on his own. At the moment, the Noble Path was forming an alliance to attack Golden Court Mountain. Lu Zhou initially wanted to summon the Old Age Pavilion to discuss the matter of severing golden lotuses. Then, he thought it would only be detrimental to the Evil Sky Pavilion if word of it got out. Besides, the success cases were too few and could hardly serve as references. Since the theory was already widespread, all he had to do was wait for the results. At this moment, Zhu Honggong appeared outside the pavilion. He bowed and said, "Greetings, master. Come in." Lu Zhou stood with his hands on his back and walked to the window before looking out. Zhu Honggong opened the doors and entered. He bowed again as he said, "Master, I have good news. Let's hear it. I've learned much about the memory crystal from 7th Senior Brother." Based on Zhu Honggong's current expression, he was clearly waiting to be praised. Lu Zhou turned to look at Zhu Honggong and said again, "Let's hear it." Zhu Honggong relied on Si Wuya the most when he was on Tiger Ridge Mountain. Si Wuya had secretly helped Zhu Honggong on more than one occasion as well. The two of them were closer than most. It was normal for Zhu Honggong to be able to glean information from him. He said that he has no idea about the whereabouts of the crystal. It might be in Rongxi or Rongbei. He has no way of knowing since you were the one who sealed it, Zhu Honggong said. Lu Zhou stroked his beard and nodded. Continue. He said that there are many things that aren't what we think them to be. He's not afraid of being misunderstood or carrying the blame since he's used to it. Zhu Honggong said, "Master, why do I have the feeling that 7th Senior Brother is treating us all like fools?" With his hands behind his back, Lu Zhou said, He thinks too highly of himself. That's right. He acts as if he's the smartest man in the world and everyone else is stupid, Zhu Honggong said. Lu Zhou turned around and stared at Zhu Honggong before he said, gossiping behind another person's back. Go out and receive your punishment. He had to educate Old Eighth since Old Eighth had this two-faced behavior. When Zhu Honggong heard this, he instantly shuddered. He initially wanted to ask for forgiveness, but when he remembered what his fourth senior brother told him, he hastily said, I've made a mistake. Ding! Punished Zhu Honggong. Reward, 200 merit points. In the afternoon, Lu Zhou appeared in the Cave of Reflection. There was a small crowd gathered outside the cave. The 3 elders of the Old Age Pavilion and his disciples were there as well. Pan Lydian stood up and cupped his fists at Si Wuya as he said, I've lost this match. My chess skills have always been lacking. Thank you for letting me win. Si Wuya's expression remained unchanged. The matters of the world are like a game of chess. There are times where life experience doesn't translate into superior chess skills. I'm enlightened. The female disciples around were filled with awe. Mr. Seventh, you're truly intelligent. You're skilled in music, chess, writing, and drawing. Elder Hua has lost. Elder Lung has lost. Even Elder Pan has lost. The game of chess is over. What's the next match going to be? I want to continue watching. As he listened to the female cultivator's discussion, Si Wuya shook his head and said, There's no need. The others regarded Si Wuya in confusion. Si Wuya said with a calm expression, Having an intense match with a competent opponent is something to be excited about. Forgive me for being blunt, but our exchanges have been slightly boring. The others were embarrassed. If they had won even a single match against Si Wuya, they could have refuted his words. However, he had won from morning until now. The others were thoroughly defeated. The victor would always be in the right. No matter what the loser said, it would only sound like excuses. Just when Si Wuya was about to return to the Cave of Reflection, Lu Zhou's voice reached his ears. Feeling satisfied with yourself? The others turned around immediately in the direction of his voice. Greetings, Pavilion Master. Greetings, Master. Lu Zhou walked with his hands on his back. The crowd parted for him. Si Wuya did not expect his master to suddenly show up. He humbled his attitude at once. The look of pride on his face faded away as he bowed and said, Master. Lu Zhou walked toward Si Wuya and stood before him. He stared at Si Wuya. Do you think that you're very smart just because you've won against them? I dare not. Lu Zhou glanced at the items around him. There was a mind game that resembled Huarong Road, a die that would normally be seen on a gambling table, and a set of Go. How could the people of the Evil Sky Pavilion win against Si Wuya in these games? When Lu Zhou recruited him, Si Wuya was already a regular at various gambling dens. When he was 10, he was a prodigy whom the gambling dens respected and feared. Lu Zhou kept his eyes on Si Wuya. Si Wuya's pride was different from Yu Shangrong's. Yu Shangrong's pride originated from his bones. It was born out of confidence in and respect for his own sword skills. On the other hand, Si Wuya's pride was not only built upon a sense of self-acclaimed superiority, but it was also built upon tearing others down. This disciple had to be educated and disciplined. Lu Zhou looked at Si Wuya and said, You're adept in solving riddles. I just so happen to have a few that I'd like to consult you about. When he heard the word consult, Si Wuya fell to his knees in a haste. I've made a mistake. Lu Zhou stroked his beard as he looked at Si Wuya, who had just fallen to his knees, and said, If you can answer me, I'll regard you as my teacher. Si Wuya trembled inwardly. He felt a chill ran up his spine. If his master was anything like his old self, he would have rained down punches and kicks upon him. His master would not have bothered to ask him questions. He could wrap his mind around his master's change in attitude. The others who were watching were also shocked by Lu Zhou's words. Lu Zhou must be confident to say these words to Si Wuya. Si Wuya did not dare to say anything. He did not even dare to look up. Lu Zhou stroked his beard and considered it. As a transmigrator, he could ask questions about calculus, world-class mathematical problems, or conjectures of the school of names, but he felt that it would be meaningless. Apart from thoroughly putting Wuxia in his place, it was not a good way of educating Wuxia. It was the duty of a teacher to resolve his students' confusions. After muttering to himself for a while, he finally said, "The people in power shouldn't fear a scarcity of resources, but rather its unequal distribution. If I only have 8 weapons, how should I distribute them among my disciples?" Wuxia was taken aback. He was at a loss over how to answer the question. The others exchanged glances as well. How were 8 weapons supposed to be divided among 9 disciples? How could the distribution be equal? Would a weapon still be a weapon if it was split? If he killed one of his disciples, would it be even? "Answer me," Lu Zhou said commandingly in a deep voice as he looked down at Wuxia. Lu Zhou seemed to be intentionally putting Wuxia in a tight spot, but the others thought there was more meaning to this than meets the eye. Would Wuxia be bold enough to answer? Would he revolt and attempt to become his master's teacher? Everything in the world has a source. In that case, what's the origin of the world? Lu Zhou asked again. Upon hearing this question, Wuxia shuddered. Lu Zhou said in a deep voice again, "Answer me. Were there answers to these questions?" The elders of the old age pavilion kept shaking their heads. Let alone them, even Wuxia could not answer this question. Many years ago, someone had asked this question in the cultivation world. However, the explanation proposed was so vague that it could be applied in any situation. Since the advent of cultivation theories of the Buddhist, Confucian, and Taoist sects, there had already been heated debates about similar matters. If there had been an answer, there would not have been such a wide gap in understanding. "Can't you answer it?" Lu Zhou looked down at Wuxia. Wuxia shook his head. He would never dare to claim that he was a great scholar. He had the pride, but he did not have the guts. "If it's something vague, the others might think that I'm bullying you." Lu Zhou stroked his beard as he pondered on it. He suddenly remembered about the issue of severing the golden lotus. Was the truth valid just because everyone believed it? Galileo experimented with 2 iron balls by allowing them to fall at the same time in his quest to challenge the truth. In a similar way of thinking, was it a must for the golden lotus to exist? Which came first, the chicken or the egg? With these thoughts in mind, Lu Zhou asked again. Cultivators formed golden lotuses to enter the nascent divinity realm and sprout leaves to improve their cultivation bases. Let me ask you this, which came first, the golden lotus or the leaf? Wuxia was slightly taken aback. Was this question difficult? It sounded simple enough. When a cultivator formed the 100 Tribulations Insight Avatar, it was a given for them to form a golden lotus before sprouting leaves. However, he only dared to answer the question in his heart and not out loud. The others found this strange as well. How can there be leaves without a golden lotus? It's only natural for the golden lotus to exist first, Hua Wudao said. If the method of severing the golden lotus is real, it's also possible for one to sprout leaves before forming a golden lotus, Pan Lydian said. The problem is nobody has succeeded yet. The others began discussing this matter in earnest. When they returned to the topic of severing the golden lotus, they wondered if it was possible that the method was flawed to begin with. Throughout these few days, the Evil Sky Pavilion had also obtained some information from the outside world. So far, those who severed their golden lotuses had died. Wuxia did not need to answer the question because the answer was obvious. Lu Zhou had expected everyone to have these thoughts. If his second disciple, Yu Shangrong, had not successfully severed his golden lotus, he would not have asked this question. He looked at Wuxia calmly. All he had to do was throw questions at him. When Yu Shangrong returned, the answer would be obvious. Think carefully before you answer my question. Lu Zhou was about to turn around and return to the Eastern Pavilion when Zhao Yu walked over with a letter in hand. Master, a letter from Zhang Aijian. Read it. Zhao Yu unfolded the letter and read aloud. Old Senior, the method of severing the golden lotus has reached the palace. The palace gathered 100 men to experiment on. During the day, 10 of them severed their golden lotuses, and only 1 person survived. Old Senior, I have a feeling that I'll be witnessing history. Ha ha ha. Zhao Yu did not want to read the letter. She had always been annoyed by the ha-ha-ha at the end of the letter. When she looked up, she discovered everyone was looking at her with a stunned expression. She was annoyed by the ha-ha-ha, so she was distracted. The end of the letter stated that one person survived. Everyone fell silent. Finally, Pan Lydian asked, "This means that it's truly possible to survive after severing one's golden lotus. So, the leaf came before the golden lotus?" Perhaps the young cultivators did not understand the question. However, Lung Luo, Pan Lydian, and Hua Wudao realized that the problem lay with the golden lotus. Si Wuya frowned. An incredulous expression could be seen on his face. Just a second ago, he was convinced he had the right answer. However, now, his answer was proven wrong like a slap to his face. This was much more hurtful to him than if he were to be physically beaten. Lu Zhou glanced at Si Wuya. He remained silent and left for the eastern pavilion. "Safe journey, master." "Safe journey, pavilion master." The others merely glanced at Si Wuya before leaving the back of the mountain. Zhu Honggong was the only one who remained. He walked up to Si Wuya's side and said, "Seventh senior brother, you're finally back. Can't you just lay low for a while?" With his master gone, Si Wuya returned to normal. "How am I supposed to lay low?" Si Wuya asked. "These people are outsiders after all. As an evil sky pavilion disciple, I must never bring shame to the pavilion." Zhu Honggong scratched his head. "You seem to have a point. Are you truly unable to answer master's questions?" Si Wuya replied with a disapproving tone. "It's only a vague question. It's normal for someone to not be able to answer the question. Seventh senior brother, have a good rest. I'll be taking my leave." When he returned to the eastern pavilion, Lu Zhou walked up to the table, picked up his brush, and drew a golden lotus on the paper. After scrutinizing it for a moment, Lu Zhou stroked his beard and nodded. It was proven that severing one's golden lotus was a feasible feat. The next step was to improve the survival rate. Surely, the collective wisdom of the people under the heavens could find a better way to achieve this. Relying on the strength of a group was better than fighting alone. Just when he was about to meditate on the heavenly writing scrolls, he heard a voice from outside. "Greetings, master. May you live forever and ever. Come in." Lu Zhou naturally knew it was Zhu Honggong, his eighth disciple. Zhu Honggong entered the room and kneeled on the ground before he said, "Master, I have a feeling that seventh senior brother isn't quite willing to accept the outcome." "Unwilling?" Lu Zhou regarded Zhu Honggong in confusion. Even he himself could not answer those questions, let alone Si Wuya. What was there to be unwilling to accept? "He says your questions are vague, and that it's normal for anyone to be unable to answer them," Zhu Honggong said tentatively. Lu Zhou frowned. As expected, Si Wuya, this rascal, was a tougher nut to crack than Yushangron. "I'll see what I can do about it." He suddenly remembered the fear he felt from being dominated by mathematics. His wizened face twitched despite himself. There was no need to pose the 7 greatest mathematical problems of the world or ask any questions related to high-end technical fields. After all, Lu Zhou could not even prove or answer them himself. At the end of the day, Si Wuya would still be unconvinced. Lu Zhou waved his hand, and a paper flew toward him. He raised his brush and wrote a mathematical problem in this world's language. The paper rustled as the brush flew across the surface. After he finished writing, he put down his brush and said, "Take this to him." "Yes, master." Zhu Honggong left the room with his master's mathematical problem in his hand. When Zhu Honggong said that he managed to obtain information from Si Wuya, Lu Zhou was skeptical. Si Wuya would never let slip any information to Zhu Honggong if he did not wish to. Rongxi and Rongbei were huge. How was he supposed to look for the memory crystal? Lu Zhou returned to the hall and sat cross-legged on a rush cushion. He went through Ji Tiandao's memories again in a bid to find something related to the memory crystal. Unfortunately, his effort was fruitless. What was sealed in it? Is it Ji Tiandao's secret of attempting the 9-leaf stage? Or is it something else? When Lu Zhou had free time, he recalled what he knew about the lost memories. Firstly, it was about Ji Tiandao's system, which could be inferred from the seamless connection he experienced with the merit point system when he first transmigrated here. Secondly, it was about the memories of the heavenly writing scrolls. This was hinted by the Empress Dowager's use of the heavenly writing scrolls to treat her illness. Thirdly, it was about Ji Tiandao's intention to kill Yu Shangrong. This was told by Yu Shangrong himself at Cloudshine Nunnery. Fourthly, it was about Ji Tiandao's memories before his death. The final point might be up for debate. After all, it was possible for a person to lose the ability to think on the brink of death, resulting in loss of memories. Perhaps Ji Tiandao had also become senile, which was just as likely. If Lu Zhou wanted to locate the memory crystal, he would have to discipline Si Wuya well. When he thought about this, he shook his head. After a while, Lu Zhou cleared his mind of distracting thoughts and lifted the final open heavenly writing scroll. Combine. Ding. Combined into a new open heavenly writing scroll. Will you meditate on it? Meditate. With just a thought from Lu Zhou, the fourth completed open heavenly writing scroll dissolved into specks of starlight and entered his body. A faint blue light entered his mind. He instantly felt refreshed in his mind. Extraordinary 8 meridians, sensory organs. Lu Zhou was puzzled. The sensation of meditating on this open heavenly writing scroll was different from what he experienced when he meditated on the previous 3 scrolls. He clearly felt that his body's extraordinary 8 meridians and functions were better. He called up the system dashboard and took a look at it. Remaining life, 12,754 days. It increased by 3,000 days? It was equivalent to the number days of provided by 10 reversal cards. This is a good reward. This was Lu Zhou's first time obtaining life via an avenue aside from an item card. It also provided him with a valuable clue. Even individuals whose great limit was approaching could prolong their lives. In other words, it was possible to overcome the 1,000-year limit. Lu Zhou closed the system dashboard and began meditating on the new open heavenly writing scroll. Based on his previous experiences, he would obtain a new heavenly writing power with every open heavenly writing scroll. He looked forward to the power he would obtain this time. Zhu Honggong ran to the back of the mountain smugly with the writing paper in his hand. It did not take him long to arrive at the Cave of Reflection. 7th Senior Brother. Si Wuya was resting his spirits with his eyes closed as he sat with his back straight in the cave. He did not even bother to ponder on the questions his master left him with. He asked, "What is it?" "This is from Master." Zhu Honggong entered the cave and passed the fine writing paper to Si Wuya. Si Wuya received it and scanned the words written on it. "There is a pen of ringed pheasants and rabbits. There are 350 heads and 940 feet. How many ringed pheasants and rabbits are there?" Zhu Honggong scratched his head and asked, "7th Senior Brother, what does it say?" Si Wuya ignored him. His attention had already been captured by this question. He quickly became absorbed in the question, and his mind quickly went to work. Zhu Honggong saw that Si Wuya was lost in thought and did not dare to disturb him. Hence, he waited quietly at the side. What seemed like hours passed, and he dozed off. When he finally opened his eyes, it was already dark. Si Wuya regained his senses as well at this moment. 8th Junior Brother. 8th Junior Brother. "Here, I'm here." Zhu Honggong stretched as he yawned. "You should go back and rest. I'll give you the answer in the morning." "Oh." Zhu Honggong nodded before he left the Cave of Reflection. When he was outside, he turned back to have a look. 7th Senior Brother must have lost his mind. It's just a stupid question. Why is he so worked up about it? Early the next morning, Lu Zhou opened his eyes slowly. He felt rejuvenated and a sense of comfort that he could not find the words for. Perhaps it was due to the new open heavenly writing scroll. Lu Zhou had a slight physical transformation as well. He looked at his own silver mane. There were more dark strands now. If he compared his current appearance to when he had just transmigrated, the change was extremely huge. However, compared to yesterday, not much had changed. "Ding!" instructed Si Wuya. "Reward, 200 merit points." "HM? It worked." Lu Zhou rose to his feet and walked to the table. He picked up his brush again and wrote, The sound of paper rustling rang in the air. When he finished writing, he called for someone to summon Zhu Honggong over. "Greetings, master," Zhu Honggong said enthusiastically. "Come in." Zhu Honggong walked into the room. He saw his master placing the brush on the table. Then, he chuckled and said, "Master, seventh senior brother, couldn't solve your riddle even when he worked throughout the day. I saw dark circles around his eyes when I left him." Lu Zhou was slightly taken aback. From what he gathered from Ji Tiandao's memories, the mathematical level in this world was not advanced at all. The people here would not know how to solve this question like people in the modern world. However, such a riddle should not pose a great difficulty to Si Wuya. Why did he have trouble solving it? "Take the paper on the table to him." "Yes, master." The answer to the previous question and a new question are on the paper. "Understood." Zhu Honggong left the Eastern Pavilion with the answer and new question in hand. He arrived at the Cave of Reflection after a while. When he entered the Cave of Reflection, he saw Si Wuya, who did not seem to be in good spirits, nodding to himself. "This is an intriguing question indeed," Si Wuya said. "Greetings, seventh senior brother." Zhu Honggong greeted Si Wuya. Si Wuya turned around and grabbed Zhu Honggong as he asked, "Did master truly come up with this question?" "Of course. I saw him writing it down with my own eyes," Zhu Honggong said confidently. Si Wuya was slightly shocked. He was puzzled as well. "Master doesn't strike me as the intellectual type." Zhu Honggong coughed drily. Si Wuya realized what he had just said. He quickly added, "Fortunately, I managed to solve the riddle overnight." "That's amazing, seventh senior brother." Zhu Honggong gave him a thumbs up. "It's nothing." If Si Wuya was honest, he was not completely satisfied with his own solution to the problem. After all, the problem seemed simple enough, and yet, it took him an entire night to solve the problem. He had thought even the dumbest the method, to literally round up the animals and count them, would have been faster. "This is from master." Zhu Honggong handed Si Wuya a fine piece of paper. Si Wuya had been feeling slightly dispirited before this. However, when he saw there was a new problem to be solved, he instantly became invigorated. He read the first words aloud: 120 rabbits and 230 ringed pheasants. Si Wuya was shocked. Master knows the answer as well? He had gotten the same answer as well. Although he managed to solve it, he was not happy at all. Zhu Honggong said like it was a matter of course. Master came up with the question. It's only natural that he knows the answer to it. Si Wuya read further down the paper. There is currently an unknown number of objects. If counted in threes, 2 will be left. If counted in fives, 3 will be left. If counted in sevens, 2 will be left. How many objects are there? Si Wuya frowned deeply after he read the question. This riddle was on par with the previous one. After Si Wuya read the problem, his exhaustion was swept away. He felt invigorated. It was not difficult for young people to stay up all night, let alone a young cultivator. However, his cultivation base had been sealed, so he felt the strain of working through the night. After a night, there were clearly dark circles around his eyes. However, when he read the new question, he felt as though he was injected with an energy booster and immediately began to work on the problem. He would not bother with it if it were someone else. However, his master had come up with this problem. He felt extremely motivated. Zhu Honggong was speechless when he saw Si Wuya's reactions. He mused inwardly, "This is bad. Seventh senior brother is obsessed. What is he going to do after he solves this question?" After a while, he waved his hand, trying to catch Si Wuya's attention. Seventh senior brother? However, Si Wuya behaved as though Zhu Honggong was invisible. Zhu Honggong sighed softly before he carried his jiggly belly and left the Cave of Reflection with his hands on his back. He felt great being given the opportunity to walk like a boss. As soon as he emerged from the Cave of Reflection, he saw Pan Zhong and Zhou Jifeng walking toward him. "Greetings, Mr. Eighth," both of them said in unison. Zhu Honggong immediately put on air. He cleared his throat and sternly asked, "What is it?" "Nothing much. We're just here to have a look." I heard that Mr. Seventh has been working on a question the entire night. We're interested to see it for ourselves, Pan Zhong replied. If you have free time, you should cultivate. Zhu Honggong rolled his eyes at them before he tossed the paper he brought with him to Pan Zhong and Zhou Jifeng. Thank you, Mr. Eighth. It did not take long before the question spread in the Evil Sky Pavilion. The people lacked entertainment on the mountain. Aside from cultivating, their time was spent on meals, the toilet, and sleeping. Indeed, they needed some fun. When they were suddenly given such a question, everyone began to earnestly study it. Lu Zhou had been meditating on the heavenly writing scrolls in his room. He was unaware that his casual question had attracted so much attention. It was early in the morning. The sky had not even brightened, when Lu Zhou heard 2 notifications. Ding! Instructed Si Wuya. Reward, 200 merit points. Ding! Instructed Si Wuya. Reward, 200 merit points. Lu Zhou was surprised to receive 2 notifications. He was intrigued. Looks like I'll have to come up with more questions to instruct this rascal. I'll show him that there's always something or someone greater. At this moment, Zhu Honggong's voice rang from outside. Greetings, master. Come in. After spending time with Lu Zhou again, Zhu Honggong no longer behaved stiffly in front of Lu Zhou. He appeared more relaxed. When he entered the room, he saw Lu Zhou sitting cross-legged. He bowed and said, Master, 7th senior brother has solved the problem you gave him yesterday. His answer is the same as yours. Lu Zhou's expression remained unchanged. That question was just like an appetizer, after all. He was surprised to be awarded with merit points. What about the second question? Lu Zhou asked. I think 7th senior brother has solved it. I'm sure it was difficult for him, though. Seeing how he scratches his head can work it out. Zhu Honggong replied. Take that paper on the table and give it to him. Yes, master. Zhu Honggong brought the answer to the second question and the third question to the Cave of Reflection. 7th senior brother. Here's the answer and the third question. Si Wuya immediately took the paper from Zhu Honggong. Then, he said with a sigh after comparing the answer with his own. Interesting, truly interesting. Zhu Honggong looked at the stone table inside the Cave of Reflection. He was surprised to see there were 2 holes. 7th senior brother. You did that? I couldn't help myself, Si Wuya said, his eyes still fixed on the paper's contents. 7th senior brother, you should stop working on these questions. It's boring. Get out. Si Wuya's voice sounded cold. Ha! Zhu Honggong was taken aback. I'll take my leave then. After Zhu Honggong left, Si Wuya calmed down and mumbled to himself. 23, 128, 233. I've only calculated 1. I've never seen Master's way of solving the question. My horizons have been widened. The solution written on the paper not only contained the answer, but it contained hypothetical variables as well. For an intelligent person like Si Wuya, any inspiration to the solution of a problem was akin to anointing his head with the purest oil. How could he not feel shocked when he saw the content of the paper? As for the third question, Si Wuya was stunned for a very long time after reading it. It was only now that he realized the first 2 questions were only appetizers. On the third paper, there was a triangle, a circle, and symbols that Si Wuya did not recognize. He did not understand them. It was only natural since the question was advanced geometry and algebra. Even Lu Zhou had a headache when he encountered these questions before he transmigrated. Let alone Si Wuya, who has never been exposed to such things in his life. This was the fear of being dominated that countless students experienced. Ding! Instructed Si Wuya. Reward, 200 merit points. When he heard the third notification, Lu Zhou nodded in satisfaction. Even I'm troubled by that question, let alone you. The third question involved advanced algebra and geometry. For a world that lacked mathematical concepts, any ordinary man would feel like he was reading the heavenly writing when he saw this. Si Wuya was not an ordinary man. Surely, given time, he would be able to understand this. After a moment, Lu Zhou closed his eyes and continued meditating on the heavenly writing scroll. In the afternoon, the others in the Evil Sky Pavilion had given up on finding a solution to the question. The lack of solution after such a long time was an excruciating experience. At dusk, Wuxia stared blankly at the question on the table. It was as if he had turned stupid. This was a normal reaction when someone encountered a difficult situation. One's confidence would definitely suffer a blow, and it would lead one to self-doubt. Wuxia was no exception to this. He was unaware the others had long given up on solving the problem. The third day, the fourth day, and the fifth day passed. Wuxia was still studying the question on the paper. The more he studied it, the more he realized how complex it was. Lu Zhou's meditation of the heaven writing scroll went smoothly. He had already replenished the heavenly writing's extraordinary power earlier on. He still did not know what the fourth heavenly writing's power was. Since he had been meditating, he was certain the prices of the item cards must have gone up as well. As expected, when he tapped on the item column, he found that all the cards' prices had increased by 500 points or more. He was still cursing at the system inwardly when a voice rang from outside. "Master, seventh senior brother would like to meet you." Lu Zhou's expression did not change when he heard these words. After all, he did not think it was possible for that rascal to solve this problem. "Why?" "Seventh senior brother would like to ask for your opinion on the solution to the question." He's asking for someone else's opinion? Zhu Honggong could discern the annoyance in his master's tone. He hastily said, "I'll convey your message to him immediately." After Zhu Honggong left, Lu Zhou looked out the window. He was sure that he could handle Wuxia. Throughout the next few days, Lu Zhou took the incremental approach. He slowly raised the difficulty of his questions. He did not expect Wuxia to actually solve them. He wanted Wuxia to understand the meaning behind the questions. There was no end to learning. The more he understood mathematics, the more he would understand the mysteries within. Inside the cave of reflection, Wuxia was behaving in a manner that Lu Zhou had expected him to. As he gained a deeper understanding of the questions, he realized that they were much more complicated than he had expected. His appearance had changed drastically. He was so tormented by the question that he seemed like a lunatic with disheveled hair as he focused on the question. "I can't bear to see Mr. Seventh becoming like this." Pan Zhong merely glanced at Wuxia before he turned around to leave. "Those questions are demented. They make my hair stand on end." "Ha! You can't even understand them." Just when Pan Zhong and Zhou Jifeng were about to leave the area, a female cultivator came running toward them. Pan Zhong asked with a frown, "What's the matter?" "Princess Yongning's condition has worsened. Someone has gone to report this to the pavilion master." "I'm here to inform Mr. Seventh," the female cultivator hastily said. At this moment, Wuxia, who had ignored the disturbances outside so far, appeared at the mouth of the cave of reflection. A hint of weariness could be seen on his face as he frowned and asked, "What happened to Yongning?" No matter how cold or heartless Wuxia was, he could stay idle if Yongning was dying. After all, she had been a great help to him. Even if he was without affection for her, he was undoubtedly indebted to her. Wuxia furrowed his brows as he listened to the female cultivator describing Yongning's condition. After a moment of silence, he said, "Let me out." Pan Zhong and Zhou Jifeng were taken aback. They were not bold enough to release Wuxia from the cave of reflection. They could only look at him helplessly. "Mr. Seventh, it's not that I don't want to let you out. It's, let me out," Wuxia repeated himself. Based on Wuxia's expression, Pan Zhong and Zhou Jifeng knew he was determined to leave the cave. The problem was, even if they had the courage of 10 lions, they would never release him. Wuxia did not have his cultivation base and weapon. It was only natural that he was unable to disregard the barrier like Yu Shangrong did. The atmosphere had grown unbearably tense when a stiff and loud voice rang in the air. "Release him." Wuxia and Zhou Jifeng looked over and saw Duanmushang hovering above the cave of reflection with his overlord spear in hand. "Yes, Mr. Third." Pan Zhong bowed. Shortly after, Wuxia emerged from the cave of reflection. He looked up Duanmushang. What shocked Wuxia was that Duanmushang seemed to have a much stronger presence than before. His cultivation base was improving quickly. "Thank you, third senior brother," Wuxia said. Duanmu Shang shook his head and said, "Forgive me for saying this, but what good would come out of poring over that mess of a question? If you have the time, you should be studying the cultivation theory of severing one's golden lotus. If you can contribute to the evil sky pavilion, the others will, naturally, respect you. You wouldn't be where you are right now, powerless to save the woman you love." Wuxia. He was rendered speechless for a moment. He wanted to retort, but he dismissed that idea when he recalled his third senior brother's fiery temper. In the end, he only said, "I'll remember your advice, third senior brother. Go and pay your last respect then." Duanmu Shang left through the air after he finished speaking. Last respect? Wuxia's heart sank. He knew what those words meant, but he did not dare to dwell on it. He hastened toward the southern pavilion. Pan Zhong, Zhou Jifeng, and the others followed closely behind him. Soon after, Wuxia soon reached the southern pavilion. When little Yuaner saw Wuxia approaching, she went up to meet him. "Seventh senior brother, big sister Yongning is dying." Zhao Yu pulled little Yuaner to the side and said, "Don't be too anxious, the three elders are here." Zhu Honggong looked at little Yuaner and said, "Little junior sister, watch your words." The others did not dare to recklessly speak up. Wuxia looked at the closed doors. He was about to enter when the door opened with a creak. Hua Wudao walked out. Hua Yuesheng walked up to him and asked, "What's the situation?" Hua Wudao sighed and shook his head. "She has been stabbed by an energy blade, and it destroyed her internal organs. We should make preparations for her funeral." Upon hearing these words, everyone present there shook their heads and sighed. Wuxia did not grow agitated, contrary to everyone's expectations. He remained calm as he recalled the scene where Yongning had tried to commit suicide with an energy blade during the battle in Liang Province's city. Yongning was smart. She knew that Lu Bing or Xiang Lai would have used her as a hostage. She had willingly stepped forward to stall Xiang Lai so Wuxia would have time to think of a countermeasure. It was due to this that Wuxia successfully snuck up on Xiang Lai. She had chosen to end her life so she would not be a burden to Wuxia. Sometimes, Wuxia felt that she was foolish to a fault. She could have enjoyed a peaceful life in the palace if she chose to. Why did she insist on getting involved in the affairs of the world? Creak. The door opened again. This time, Pan Lydian walked out. He did not look optimistic as well. He raised the wine gourd in his hand and took a great swig from it. Zhao Yu walked up to him and asked, "Elder Pan, what's her condition like?" Zhao Yu was Yongning's elder sister, after all. She could not help but worry. Pan Lydian shook his head and sighed. "I've used half of my primal chi, and yet I couldn't heal her internal injuries. Judging from the angle of the injury, I think she planned it beforehand. She did not want to die immediately, but she did not want to be rescued either. Was she so willing to endure the pain for an extended time just to have a last look at this world?" "Old Pan, please don't scare us. Is there nothing else you can do?" Pan Zhong asked. "Do I look like a liar?" Pan Lydian asked. Little Yuaner pulled on the edge of Wuxia's clothes and said in a hushed voice, "Seventh senior brother, let's beg Master for help. I'm sure he's able to save he can sister Yongning." Pan Lydian had a keen hearing. He looked at little Yuaner and said, "Even an 8-leaf Buddhist elite can't save her now, let alone the pavilion master." "What makes you say that?" Lung Luo, who had just exited the room, asked. Without waiting for a reply from Pan Lydian, he continued to say, "Well, in any case, Elder Pan and Elder Hua have a point." Everyone looked at Lung Luo. This was the person who was at the top of the blacklist 3 centuries ago. Naturally, his words bore weight. Lung Luo continued to say, "This little girl's energy blade is slightly unique. I think it was poisoned, and the toxin corroded her internal organs. It's difficult to detect, and it'd be difficult to treat once the poison sets in. There are 3 Buddhist healing techniques: the merciful arc of salvation, the bright mirror, and the Buddha's shine. None of them can heal this little girl." Wuxia walked up to Lung Luo and asked, "Is there no other way?" Lung Luo shook his head. You're the Evil Sky Pavilion's 7th disciple and are smarter than most. A smart person should be able to understand our words. If you don't believe us, you can go in and take a look. Lung Luo stepped aside. Who would have doubts when the 3 elders of the Old Age Pavilion were so certain? The others shook their heads helplessly. The Evil Sky Pavilion disciples had a good impression of Yongning. They could not remain unfeeling as they watched Yongning die. Si Wuya's eyelid twitched. Little Yuaner said again, "Well, I'm sure Master has a way. Come, let's beg Master for help." When Hua Wudao saw how insistent little Yuaner was, he nodded. "Let's request the Pavilion Master to come over. Although the chances are slim, we still have to try." You have a point. The Pavilion Master is skilled in the merciful arc of salvation. Even if he can't save her, he should be able to stabilize her condition for a while. Pan Lydian said, "Do you think the Pavilion Master has so much free time? We'd better not disturb him. After all, why would the Pavilion Master, in his old age, waste his primal chi to save a young lady whom he barely knew? There was a chance he would have to drain his life by healing Yongning. Every bit of primal chi was very precious to someone whose great limit was approaching." The others were engrossed in their discussions when a stern and thunderously loud voice rang from behind. "What's all this commotion about? How unbecoming!" The others turned to look and saw Lu Zhou walking over with his hands on his back. His expression was calm. "Greetings, Pavilion Master." "Greetings, Master." Everyone fell silent after they greeted Lu Zhou. Lu Zhou stood in front of everyone and scanned their expression. He frowned slightly when he saw Si Wuya was present as well. The Southern Pavilion is an important place. Traitors should not set foot here. Si Wuya kneeled in fear and trepidation as he pleaded, "I beg you to save her, Master. I'm willing to accept any punishment you mete out." When Si Wuya fell to his knees, everyone remained silent. They knew they could intervene even if they wanted to. They could only watch like bystanders. Duan Mushang walked over and fell to one knee before he said, "Master, I'm the one who released him. He's indebted to Princess Yongning. I didn't think much about it. All I wanted was to give him a chance to say goodbye." Lu Zhou stroked his beard and nodded as he swept his gaze across everyone. He was inwardly shocked when he saw how exhausted Si Wuya looked. He did not expect a mathematical question would torment Si Wuya to this extent. Based on this, he could see how tenacious Si Wuya was. After a moment, Lu Zhou looked at the 3 elders of the Old Age Pavilion and asked, "What's her condition?" Hua Wudao, Lung Luo, and Pan Litian gave their diagnoses to Lu Zhou. After getting a grasp of the current situation, Lu Zhou was certain he knew what was happening. Currently, he had 2 critical heal cards and 2 strengthened critical heal cards. It should not be a problem if he wanted to save her. However, he would not easily save her. He asked, "Are you begging me?" Si Wuya prostrated himself and said, "I beg that you help her, Master. Even if there's only a slim chance, please save her life." "Give me one reason why I should save her," Lu Zhou said. Lu Zhou's words stunned Si Wuya and the others. "Considering that I'm your master, I think I've fulfilled all my moral obligations by helping you survive that mess in Liang Province. Moreover, you're a traitor, and yet you dare to treat me in such a manner. If I don't preserve my own dignity, I'd be too ashamed to show myself in public." Si Wuya was not stupid. Naturally, he understood his master's words. How could he say his master should help Yongning because he was his master? Was that not akin to slapping his own face? It seemed like there was no reason for his master to save Yongning, nor was his master obligated to save her. After thinking about it, he finally said, "What are your conditions, Master?" Lu Zhou did not answer Si Wuya's question directly. Instead, he walked to the room. The others made way for him. "It's too early for that. All 3 elders have said that she's beyond help. If that's the case, it'll be meaningless for you to beg me." When he finished speaking, he opened the door and entered the room. Si Wuya rose to his feet immediately and respectfully followed Lu Zhou into the room. The others waited outside. After walking past the screen inside the room, Lu Zhou and Si Wuya saw Princess Yongning lying on the bed with her eyes closed. She looked frail, and her lips had cracked from dryness. Si Wuya frowned when he saw this. His thoughts were complicated and difficult to put into words. Lu Zhou stroked his beard and lightly shook his head. What does this little girl see in you? Why is she willing to go to such lengths? As he looked at Yongning lying on the bed, unconscious, Si Wuya felt that it was getting increasingly hard to breathe. It felt as though a heavy weight was pressing down on his chest. He kept recalling scenes from the past. They had watched the moon and snow together, finished each other's poems, discussed events of the past and present. Perhaps it was due to his lack of experience when he was growing up. He was a blank slate and rather obtuse when it came to women. However, when realization dawned on him, it was already too late. Things never turned out the way one expected them to. One could rarely act according to one's wish inside the palace. Si Wuya did not think he was romantically invested in Yongning. However, when he recalled how Yongning had disregarded everything, including her own life, for him, he could not act as though he was unaware. His master was right. What did he do to deserve someone giving up their life for him? Lu Zhou walked up to the bed and checked Yongning's pulse. In just a moment, he completed his examination. Indeed, it was as the three elders had said. The energy blade had damaged her internal organs. According to his initial judgment, if the injury had been dealt by an ordinary energy blade, all she needed was to rest and recuperate. However, it seemed like her energy blade had corrosive properties as well, resulting in her current condition. Her injury and the poison had taken a toll on her. Lu Zhou straightened his back and stroked his beard as he said, "She can still be saved." Si Wuya was ecstatic. He was about to kneel and plead again when Lu Zhou asked, "Do you really have no idea where the memory crystal is?" "Rongxi or Rongbei. Since the day I returned to the Evil Sky Pavilion, every word I have spoken is the truth. If there's any lie, I will be struck by lightning," Si Wuya said. After all, Ji Tiandao was the one who sealed the memory crystal. It was indeed improbable for the others to know where it was. Your plan for the battle at Liang province was meticulous. If Yu Zhenghai was there, the Nether sect would have won. I'm curious why Yu Zhenghai wasn't there, Lu Zhou asked. According to the original plan, eldest senior brother was supposed to show up. Then, I thought of the variables and decided to take precautionary measures. Xianxia can be considered one of the greatest variables. So long as nothing happens to eldest senior brother, the Nether sect will win sooner or later, Si Wuya said. Do you think that Yu Zhenghai has the means to take down the divine capital? Lu Zhou asked. There's no need to take down the divine capital. Are you that confident? Si Wuya was slightly taken aback. However, he said, Lu Gu is an incompetent ruler. It's only fitting for us to march against him. Incompetent ruler? Lu Zhou had never concerned himself with the palace. Back then, when he came acquainted with Emperor Yongshou, he found Emperor Yongshou to be capable enough even if he was not the best emperor. Why did Lu Gu turn out to be an incompetent ruler? After Lu Gu ascended the throne, he never attended any of the court sessions and never cared to govern the empire. He has been researching the secrets of life and the nine-leaf stage all this while. He's the true mastermind behind the disappearance of the fair folks, Si Wuya said. Lu Zhou frowned. Si Wuya continued to say, there are records stating that riding on Cheng Huang can allow one to live to 2,000 years old. To search for Cheng Huang, Lu Gulu massacred the people of Fish Dragon Village and drowned the village in blood. After that, he fished the corpses from the bottom of the river for a decade in search of Cheng Huang. To find the secret of the nine-leaf stage, he went as far as laying down 10 terminal formations in many cities and experimented on cultivators alive, killing them in the process. He was the one who ordered the Black Knights to attack Upper Prime City. Lung Luo was with the Black Knight once, and he can verify this. Also, the 30,000 floating corpses of civilians in Nine Tune River. That's enough. Lu Zhou interjected. He knew what Si Wuya was trying to say. Si Wuya was trying to emphasize how cruel, brutal, and incompetent Lu Gu was. He could tell as much from the battle at the Obedient Villa the other day. There was no need to convince him further. Lu Gu was not affected in the least by the death of the second prince, Lu Huan. It was clear how cruel and heartless Lu Gu was. "Are you trying to be the great hero who brings about a great change in the world?" Lu Zhou asked. "I don't have such grand ambitions. That's what eldest senior brother has in mind. I merely wish to understand one thing," Si Wuya said. "And what is that?" Lu Zhou looked at Si Wuya indifferently. Si Wuya looked up and said at a moderate speed, "I want to know why the Great Yan's imperial family remains in power for so long. Also, I want to know the secrets of the Great Yan's imperial family as well." Lu Zhou frowned again. He thought Si Wuya would mention Yu Zhenghai somewhere in his answer, or perhaps something about the memory crystal. He did not expect Si Wuya to be focused on the imperial family. Was that the reason why Si Wuya entered the palace as a grand tutor? Why would Si Wuya have such strange thoughts? Si Wuya seemed to know Lu Zhou would be baffled by this as he said, "The 8-leaf stage and 10 terminal formations aren't enough." He paused before saying, "If you don't believe me, I can have someone from the darknet deliver the core information here." Lu Zhou said, "Even if you find your answer, what then?" At this moment, Yong Ning suddenly launched into a coughing fit. Upon seeing this, Si Wuya kowtowed and urgently said, "Please save her, master." Lu Zhou stroked his beard and said, "I'm the only one under the heavens who can save her." He raised a palm. A critical heal card appeared in his palm. He turned his palm down, and a tidal wave of power entered Yong Ning's body like willow strands. A critical heal card had a 30% healing effect. Merciful Ark of Salvation. Si Wuya observed this scene, slightly shocked. However, when he recalled his master had summoned a 100-foot golden Buddha body in Liang Province's city, he felt it was natural that his master was skilled in this healing method as well. At this moment, he recalled his eldest senior brother's words from some time ago. At that time, he was skeptical and uncertain. However, at this moment, he was growing increasingly certain that his master might have found a way to overcome the great limit. Otherwise, how could his master, whose great limit is near, be able to unleash abandoned wisdom with one hand and defeat Xianglai with a single strike? How could his master kill Kong Xian with a single slash on Runan's holy altar? As he looked at the power that continued to heal Yong Ning, his eyes were brimming with shock. After a moment, Lu Zhou retracted his palm when he was done with the treatment. According to his calculations, this card should be enough to preserve her life. All she had to do was to rest and recuperate. Yong Ning coughed, still unconscious. Blood began to trickle from the edge of her lips. Lu Zhou found this strange. He stooped and checked her pulse again. He sent some primal qi into Yong Ning's internal organs. Meanwhile, the others waited outside the room in the southern pavilion. Zhao Yu was pacing restlessly. "Fifth senior sister, you should stop and rest. It won't do if you overexert yourself," Zhu Honggong said. "Shut up," Zhao Yu snapped. "Shutting up now." At this moment, the quiet Hua Yuesheng said, "I remember seeing Princess Yong Ning inside the palace before. She has a good temper and is a humble person who loves peace. Why would she be used as someone else's pawn?" She shook her head and sighed. Hua Wudao said, "It's impossible for a person to be free from such things within the palace walls. You've stayed there for a year. Weren't you nearly dragged into Mo Li's fight as well?" "You're right, Elder Hua. All I can say is that the heavens are cruel to her." Hua Wudao sighed. "Is there nothing else we can do? The outcome is too bleak. Once the poison permeates her internal organs, it's not something that can be overcome with a profound cultivation base alone," Hua Wudao said. At this moment, Pan Lydian, who had been drinking by the side, said, "Perhaps a cultivator with godly healing skills could keep her alive for some time." Lung Luo glanced at Pan Lydian and said, "Old Pan, it's rare that I find myself agreeing with you." When the three elders of the old age pavilion were so certain, the others definitely did not doubt them. It seemed like Yong Ning was destined to die. It was a hard pill to swallow. Little Yuaner looked at the three of them and said contemptuously, "Sister Yong Ning is pretty. She won't die, I'm sure of it." The three elders did not argue with the little girl. If looks determine one's life, I would have been invincible when I was young. Can't master do something? Zhao Yu found it difficult to accept the reality. Healing and killing are two completely different acts. Just like this brick. Hua Wudao raised a hand. A brick nearby flew into his palm. He wrapped his energy around it. Bam! The brick exploded into pieces. Hua Wudao kept them afloat with his energy and drew them toward his palm. This display fascinated his audience. This was a great test of a cultivator's control over his own power. Hua Wudao pieced the pieces together into the shape of a brick, displaying his precise control. The others seemed to understand what Hua Wudao was trying to say. Once the brick was shattered, even if a cultivator had a profound cultivation base, it was virtually impossible to restore the brick to its original form. A brick was a crude example. Even with precise control, he could only maintain its shape. Hua Wudao suddenly clenched his hand. Crack! The pieces of the brick fell to the ground. Do you understand now? Understood. Thank you for the lesson, Zhao Yu said. Lung Luo and Pan Litian did not even watch Hua Wudao showing off. They were looking at the door instead. After the explanations given by the three elders, the others seemed defeated. Their heads hung low, and they seemed dispirited. Lu Zhou injected some of his primal qi into Yong Ning's body again. He was sure the critical heal card he used moments ago had healed 30% of her injuries. However, the strange thing was the energy scattered in her body again and began to eat away at the healed organs. What a peculiar energy. No way. I bragged about my own abilities earlier. Is it turning back to bite me now? Lu Zhou remembered his strengthened critical heal cards. Would the energy spread and corrode Yong Ning's organs if they were not treated in one go? This meant the strengthened critical heal card would be useless as well. Where was he supposed to look for a critical heal card with a 100% heal rate? He was frustrated. Master! Si Wuya called out in confusion when he saw his master lost in thoughts. This pulled Lu Zhou back to the present. He stroked his beard and said, Stay outside. Yes, master. Si Wuya turned around and obediently left the room. Lu Zhou flipped his palm. Yong Ning sat up straight. Lu Zhou's cultivation base was only in the divine court realm. He used all of his primal qi to suppress her injuries and tried to think of a way. After a while, he sent his primal qi into her body again through his palm. His primal qi flowed into her meridian vessels like a stream of water. With the supply of primal qi, Yong Ning seemed to feel better. Lu Zhou increased the flow of primal qi. At this moment, he suddenly felt the unique power in Yong Ning's internal organs rushing toward his primal qi. It was as though it was blocking his primal qi from entering her body. The power of a talisman seal? The Celestial Masters sect. Lu Zhou murmured. He tapped her with his finger. The battle in Liang Province's city had been too chaotic. He did not even see how Yong Ning used her energy blade. He did not expect Yong Ning to use the Celestial Masters sect's talisman seal. He would be hard-pressed to deal with a talisman seal with his divine court realm cultivation base. Moreover, he had almost depleted his supply of primal qi. Just when he was about to remove his palm, the power of the talisman seal ate away at his primal qi in the opposite direction of her meridian vessels. Lu Zhou instinctively circulated the heavenly writing scroll's power. The golden radiance immediately turned blue as it swirled in his palm. This time, unfamiliar scripts appeared in Lu Zhou's mind. Visiting many places without having to move, and reaping many benefits in return. This was the power of incorporeal existence. A heavenly writing power? Lu Zhou instinctively moved his palm. He merely wanted to fight the power of the talisman seal. Hence, he did not use much of his extraordinary power. He merely used 1/10 of his full capacity. Blue lotuses appeared in his palms. The blue lotuses shone brilliantly. His palm brimmed with life. The power of the talisman seal was instantly crushed by the blue lotuses. Shortly after, the blue lotuses sunk into Yong Ning's body before they suddenly expanded. The blue lotuses grew. 1 meter, 2 meters, 3 meters, 10 meters. They radiated into the surroundings. It seemed as though they had taken root in the southern pavilion before spreading out. Swoosh! At this moment, some of the withered plants in pots around the southern pavilion's hall began to sprout leaves and flowers, surprising everyone. What happened? Look at the potted plants. The people at the southern pavilion fell silent. The younger disciples had less experience and merely found this fresh and exciting. They thought that anyone with a profound cultivation base could achieve this. On the contrary, the three elders of the old age pavilion looked at the growing plants that sprouted leaves and flowers in confusion and awe. The Buddhist merciful arc of salvation, the bright mirror, the Buddha's shine, or the Taoist forgetful maintenance could not have made a plant grow leaves and flowers this quickly. The plants were growing too fast. It was as though they were witnessing a blooming queen of the night cactus. At this moment, everyone turned to look at the room where Yongning was staying in. They felt a gentle life force washed over them like a tidal wave. It was as refreshing as a spring breeze. This was especially true for Wuxia, who had just recently stepped out of the cave of reflection. He had been exhausted, but now he felt his exhaustion being washed away by this lethargic, unique power. He frowned, still in shock. He had suspected, on several occasions, that his master had already overcome the great limit. Whether it was from his master's actions or the information he obtained after his return to the Evil Sky Pavilion, all of the signs showed that it was highly possible that his master had overcome the great limit. The truth was so close that he could almost touch it. Yet nobody was bold enough to admit it. This was because admitting such things usually meant they were refuting the truth. Wuxia was in a dilemma. He was in a complicated cycle of self-doubt. The spring breeze-like power subsided. Everyone looked at the thriving plants in the pots. The flowers faced the sun that showed off their vibrant colors. Everyone had a fleeting feeling as though spring had arrived early. Did anyone see a faint blue lotus leaf floating out of the room before vanishing? Pan Zhong rubbed his eyes as he tried to confirm what he saw as he asked with a trembling voice. I thought that I was seeing things. Now that you mention it, there really was a blue lotus leaf. Zhou Jifeng chimed in. It felt really nice. I feel like I've just woken up from a dream. I'm flying. I'm flying. Somebody pinch me. Oh, I didn't mean literally. Keep this up, and I'll smash your mouths. Little Yuaner glared at them. Pan Zhong and Zhou Jifeng fell silent immediately. Everyone continued looking at the door that was tightly shut. Everything inside the room returned to normal as well. Lu Zhou's divine court realm's primal qi was completely depleted. However, he merely used a quarter of the heavenly writing's extraordinary power. He noticed that Yongning looked much better now. Her cheeks now had a healthy tinge of color to them. It worked. Even if the talisman seal's power was destroyed, she should not have recovered so soon. Lu Zhou looked at his own palms. He saw everything that happened just now. A huge, light blue lotus appeared. It enlarged before it vanished. The fourth heavenly writing power? Healing. Lu Zhou laid Yongning down and examined her pulse again. He confirmed that the talisman seal power inside her was gone. The corroding poison was purged as well. She was healed? Lu Zhou had trouble believing this. He stood up slowly. After making sure that there was no major problem, he walked out of the room with his hands on his back. When the door opened, Lu Zhou saw the variety of expressions on everyone's faces. He saw confusion and shock in their eyes. Why do they look like this? Have they gone bonkers because of my mathematical questions? He entertained these thoughts in his mind but did not say them out loud. He crossed the threshold with his hands on his back as he said, "She'll recover after resting." Then he walked out of the southern pavilion. Something stirred inside of Wuxia when he heard that. He ran into the room. The others were still stunned. The three elders of the old age pavilion had been convinced that it was impossible for Yongning to be saved. Her life could only be prolonged at most. What did the pavilion master mean when he said that she would recover after resting? Did it not mean she was healed and only needed to recuperate? After Lu Zhou left, all of them swarmed into the room. Wuxia was the first to reach the bed. He ran like the wind and stood beside Yongning. When saw the healthy color of her complexion, Joy welled up in his heart. He stooped to check her pulse. His fingers had just found her pulse when he remembered that his cultivation base was sealed, and he could not examine her. "Allow me." Pan Lydian tossed his wine-gourd bottle to Pan Zhong and walked over. He rolled up his sleeves and examined her qi. His primal qi entered Yong Ning. The others looked at Pan Lydian as they waited for the results of his examination. Pan Lydian's expression gradually changed to one of confusion. He frowned before his eyes suddenly widened. Awe and shock brimmed in his eyes. "How? Impossible! Old Pan, how's she?" Pan Zhong walked up to him and asked. "Impossible, impossible. How can this be?" Pan Lydian mumbled incessantly. Everyone shook their heads. What did he mean by it was not possible? Lung Luo stepped forward. He raised his palm and extended his qi as well. His primal qi descended. His movements were much more fluid than Pan Lydian. However, halfway through his examination, it could be seen he was clearly slower. Yet, with the silver mask on his face, nobody could see his expression. He took a step backward and hoarsely said, "That's strange." Hua Wudao could no longer restrain himself. He examined her as well. There was no doubting the standing of the three elders in the Evil Sky Pavilion. Their words bore weight. The others looked at the three elders and waited for an answer. "Elders, how is she?" Just when Hua Wudao was about to reply, Pan Lydian rose to his feet and stretched before he said, "Well, something came up." He hurried out of the room, covering 300 feet in a single stride. He vanished in just a blink of an eye. The others were baffled. Was this how an elder should behave? How shameless! Lung Luo shook his head. He placed his hands on his back and walked out of the room. He had always been eccentric and seldom associated himself with the group. The others did not dare stop him. They merely looked as Lung Luo walked out of the room without a word. He soon vanished as well. They could only turn to look at Hua Wudao. Learning from their collective mistake, they stood in a row and blocked the way just when Hua Wudao was turning to leave. "Elder Hua, how's she?" Hua Wudao coughed a few times. He had an unnatural expression on his wizened face as he said, "She's all right now." Upon hearing this, Si Wuya felt a sense of relief coursing through his body. "Elder Hua, didn't you say it's impossible to save her?" Zhu Honggong asked. "Did I? Didn't you?" "I don't think so." Hua Wudao emboldened himself and walked out of the room. This time, nobody stopped him. After the three elders have left, the others rolled their eyes. "Told you Master can do it," Little Yuaner said. Zhao Yu nodded and said, "That's enough. Let's give her some peace and quiet." The others left the room. Meanwhile, Lu Zhou did not return to the Eastern Pavilion. He went into the forest behind the mountain. He found a withered tree and remembered his latest experience. He raised his palm. The scripts of the heavenly writing's power surfaced in his mind again. Visiting many places without having to move, reaping many benefits as a result. A miniature blue lotus emerged from his palm and glowed with faint blue light. Lu Zhou deliberately suppressed the burst of extraordinary power. He made it surge out slowly before he pushed his palm forward. A blue lotus shot out from his palm and landed on the withered tree. Then the withered tree visibly came to life. It sprouted leaves and grew. Perhaps it was due to him only using a small amount of extraordinary power. The tree had only grown slightly before stopping. This confirmed Lu Zhou's thoughts. In other words, the fourth heavenly writing power was like a healing technique. However, it was much more effective and rejuvenating compared to ordinary healing techniques. Lu Zhou nodded in satisfaction after confirming his guess. "Well then, are there any more heaven writing powers?" Lu Zhou thought to himself as he returned to the Eastern Pavilion to look at the old parchment drawing. When he finally saw the old parchment drawing, he was shocked to find 9 provinces shown on the map. Yi province in the southwest, Qing and Yang provinces in the east, Ji and Yen provinces in the north, Yong province in the northwest, Liang province in the west, and Yu and Jing provinces in the central area. The map of Great Yan's 9 provinces now laid before him. Is this a hint that the next open heavenly writing scroll is scattered across the 9 provinces? The area the 9 provinces covered were vast. If Lu Zhou did not have a good flying chariot or a mount like Baiyan, it would have been much easier to ascend the heavens than to traverse the 9 provinces. Lu Zhou would not encounter much of a problem if he stuck to the human settlements. However, it would be exceptionally dangerous once he set foot in uninhabited areas such as the forest and the desert. Even with Yu Shangrong's cultivation base, it took him a long time to reach Wuxian Mountain on his sword. The other parts of the parchment were still blank. However, judging by the layout of the land, Lu Zhou could tell that Rongxi was to the west while Rongbei was to the north. Those were the lands of the other tribes. The old parchment drawing hovered in front of Lu Zhou as he continued to study it. It was much larger than he had expected. The table could barely support it. He could not help but frown when he saw that there were still many blank parts. What are these places? Even Ji Tiandao had only gone as far as Rongxi and Rongbei. Most of the time he was in Great Yen. Ji Tiandao did not know much about places beyond Rongxi and Rongbei. After a while, Lu Zhou lowered the old parchment drawing and no longer looked at it. He recalled Si Wuya's words and muttered to himself, "That man is temperamental and cannot be trusted. Is anyone outside?" Swoosh! A figure appeared outside of the eastern pavilion. "Your orders, master?" It was little Yuaner. "Send a letter to Ming Shirin. Have him investigate the darknet," Lu Zhou said. "Oh, but how are we supposed to find members of the darknet?" Little Yuaner asked as she scratched her head. "The Cave of Reflection." "Understood." Little Yuaner turned around and left. Meanwhile, in front of the Scholar Cave in Duanlin Branch, many Duanlin Branch disciples were bowing at the cave's entrance. They said in unison in a thunderously loud voice, "Congratulations on coming out of your secluded cultivation, Patriarch." Whiz! The stone door slid open, and an old man with white hair emerged from the Scholar Cave. He did not seem energetic. In fact, he looked downright exhausted. However, his gaze was sharp. Nobody doubted his status and glory. This old man was none other than the old patriarch of the Duanlin branch, Chang Yen. "I know about Chang Jian." At this moment, the first disciple, Xiao Jinhan, stepped forward and gloomily said, "Patriarch, the evil sky pavilion is too much. The sword devil, Yu Shangrong, crossed the heavenly moat and killed the sect master. Apart from that, the Celestial Master Sect's Grand Elder, Henku Branch's Grand Elder, the Good Fortune Temple's Abbot, and many others were also killed by Yu Shangrong. So long as the evil sky pavilion isn't destroyed, we'll never have peace in the cultivation world. We had no choice but to implore you to come out of your secluded cultivation, Patriarch." Chang Yen looked at the others and asked, "The evil sky pavilion? Old villain Ji isn't dead yet." Xiao Jinhan recounted everything that happened recently to Chang Yen. He made sure to mention the rumors of Yu Shangrong being heavily injured by Zhang Yuanshan and the withering of plants across half of Golden Court Mountain. Upon hearing Xiao Jinhan's words, Chang Yen frowned slightly as he said, "Old villain Ji's great limit is near. How is he maintaining his peak cultivation base?" In reply to your question, Patriarch, old villain Ji has absorbed the Golden Court Mountains barrier to maintain his strength. Currently, the barrier is gone. The 7 major sects of the Noble Path have formed a fiend extermination alliance. So long as we make ample preparation, we stand a good chance of taking down the Golden Court Mountain, Xiao Jinhan said. Chang Yen shook his head and said, "I heard that the 10 great sects laid siege on Golden Court Mountain twice and failed. Patriarch, they had miscalculated during their first 2 attempts. This time, the Noble Path's alliance took their time preparing. This is a good opportunity for us to try and gain a firmer footing in the cultivation world," Xiao Jinhan said. When he saw the Patriarch seemed unmoved, he added, "Otherwise, are we supposed to let the sect master's death go unavenged?" The latter part of Xiao Jinhan's words was similar to Chang Yan's thoughts. A life for a life. This had been the way of the world since time immemorial. Chang Yen could disregard the happenings in the past. However, the cultivation world had its own rules to function. It was the survival of the fittest as it always had been. However, what could he do? Chang Yen sighed softly and said, My cultivation base has already deteriorated to the two-leaf nascent divinity realm. The disciples of the evil sky pavilion are highly talented. How are we supposed to stand up to them? Patriarch, if you would look at this. Xiao Jinhan gestured with his hand. Two disciples carried something between them from the back of the crowd. It was covered by a red cloth. Xiao Jinhan removed the cover. Vials of liquid were presented to the Patriarch. What are these? Chang Yen frowned. Primal fiend potions. Chang Yen was the only one who was shocked. The others seemed calm. Primal fiend potion was a banned substance in the cultivation world. Consuming this potion would boost one's cultivation base to its peak. But the consequences were dire as well. Those with weak minds would be bewitched by the potion and lose all sense of reason before they turn mad and go on a frenzied killing spree. When the potion wore off, the user would experience extreme exhaustion. There was also the possibility of the user's cultivation base declining greatly. The side effects were too great to ignore. Chang Yen regarded the primal fiend potions with a complicated gaze. He said in a deep voice, "How dare you?" Was this not clearly asking him to give up his life? Xiao Jinhan fell to his knees immediately. The other members prostrated themselves on the ground. Patriarch, we have no other choice. I'm willing to accept any kind of punishment. For all your disciples in the branch, please think about it. Xiao Jinhan knocked his head thrice on the ground. 3 loud thuds rang in the air. The others kowtowed as well. The sight of hundreds of disciples kowtowing in unison was rather impressive. Loud thuds rang in the air. Chang Yan's wizened face twitched. His thoughts were complicated. Indeed, his great limit was fast approaching. By right, he should spend the rest of his days in the Scholar Cave while tending to his own health until the day came where he would be buried with a grand ritual. He would then return to dust and be free from the shackles of this life. However, he could not be at peace with Chang Jian's death. Chang Yen understood Xiao Jinhan's meaning. Everybody would die. His great limit was nearing, after all. Why not use this opportunity to grant them a blessing before his death? In truth, when he learned of Chang Jian's death, this thought had crossed his mind as well. However, he did not have the energy to make a decision. He found himself in a dilemma as he looked at his kneeling and kowtowing disciples. He finally said in a deep voice that resounded in the area, "That's enough." Everyone stopped moving immediately. Chang Yen waved his hand. A vial flew into his hand as he said, "I'll consider this proposal, but..." He paused before continuing to say, "We must be careful in exterminating the evil sky pavilion. After all, the Duanlin branch is no match for the major sections." Xiao Jinhan was overjoyed. He said, "Don't worry, Patriarch. The Fiend Extermination Alliance has already formulated a plan that would ensure our success. All we have to do is cooperate with them. When the time comes, you might not even need the Primal Fiend Potion, Patriarch." Chang Yen glanced at Xiao Jinhan. Without saying another word, he waved his sleeve and returned to the cave. "Take care, Patriarch." Chang Yen returned to the cave. The Duanlin branch disciples rose to their feet. As the first disciple, Xiao Jinhan was now in charge of overseeing the management of the branch. While the elders remained in secluded cultivation, he had no choice but to shoulder the responsibility. "Eldest senior brother, should we inform the Patriarch about the theory of severing the Golden Lotus?" someone asked. Xiao Jinhan shook his head and said, "Even if we were to tell him about it, we should only do so after the evil sky pavilion is dealt with. The Patriarch's great limit is near. Severing his Golden Lotus would only expedite his death. Having survived until now, the Duanlin branch has to take drastic measures." The core disciples who stood in front of Xiao Jinhan nodded. Xiao Jinhan continued to say, "Also, none of the Duanlin branch disciples are allowed to sever their golden lotuses. This is our chance to see if we can establish ourselves in the cultivation world." At night, all was quiet in the evil sky pavilion. Below the northern pavilion, on a rock on the cliff face halfway up the mountain, the 3 elders were staring at the moon. "I don't understand how the pavilion master managed that," The energy blade contained a talisman curse. Even an elite from the Celestial Master sect would have a hard time nullifying the curse, Panlydian said as he leaned against a rock. Hua Wudao said, "If you don't understand it, Elder Pan, how could I understand it? I've repeatedly examined Princess Yongning's extraordinary 8 meridians. Her damaged meridian vessels seem magically healed." The two of them looked at Lung Luo, who wore a silver mask. Lung Luo looked at the moon as he stood with his hands on his back and said, "I'm not as old as the Pavilion Master, but I think that I'm knowledgeable enough. Yet, I've never seen such a unique healing method before. Old Lung, didn't you survive after self-destructing with heavy injuries back then?" Panlydian asked. Lung Luo glanced at him. Panlydian no longer tried to joke with Lung Luo. He said, "How much of his strength do you think the Pavilion Master is keeping from us?" Hua Wudao shook his head. On the surface, the Pavilion Master's cultivation base is only at the Dao transforming stage of the Divine Court realm. However, I think he's still at the peak of the 8-leaf stage. Indeed, the Pavilion Master's strength is unfathomable. However, I can't help but think that the Pavilion Master is already at the 9-leaf stage, Panlydian said with a chuckle. Lung Luo and Hua Wudao looked at Panlydian in unison. In fact, both of them had this thought for a long time now. However, they were confused. Why would the Pavilion Master go so far to pretend he was only in the Divine Court realm instead of dealing with all the forces who opposed the Evil Sky Pavilion? He allowed these forces to grow, and now these forces had formed the Fiend Extermination Alliance. 9-leaf, that's rather impossible. Moreover, since the Pavilion Master shared the method of severing the golden lotuses, it means he's also seeking ways to attain the 9-leaf stage. You have a point. However, how would you explain what happened with Princess Yongning? Panlydian asked. Lung Luo glanced at Panlydian before he pushed away from the ground swiftly. He flew to the Evil Sky Pavilion with his hands on his back, leaving these words in his wake. "Even if I know the reason, I wouldn't tell you. Elder Hua, what about you?" Panlydian looked at Hua Wudao amiably. "Don't worry. Although I'm older than you, you're the only one I can comfortably talk to in the Evil Sky Pavilion." Hua Wudao was slightly taken aback. Why did this sound like a threat? He rose to his feet immediately and said, "I have something to attend to. Hua Yuexing is trying to attain the 3-leaf stage recently. I should watch over her." "Old Hua, don't tell me this is a folly of your youth." Panlydian laughed. Hua Wudao appeared embarrassed. He activated the 8-trigram circle under his feet and left with blinding speed. Panlydian was alone now. He lay on the rock and looked at the bright moon. As though in a daze, he muttered to himself, "If only I were 200 years younger." He had barely finished speaking when he heard a sound from below. Rustle. Panlydian's ears twitched. He smacked the rock with a palm. Bam! He spun upward and allowed gravity to run its course. He said sternly, "Who dares trespass upon this land?" Then he launched a hand seal toward the forest nearby. Bam! The hand seal sailed into the forest and vanished from sight. The rustling noise stopped. What an incredible speed! Panlydian dove and flew above the treetops. He vanished from sight. Although he had yet to completely recover his cultivation base and was heavily injured from the battle with Ba Ma, it did not mean cultivators could easily escape under his nose. Russell. Found you. Panlydian tossed his gourd bottle out. He dove toward the foot of the mountain at lightning speed. However, when he arrived at the foot of the mountain, he stopped giving chase. He was an experienced man after all. Trying to lure the tiger off the mountain? Fat chance of that happening. After Panlydian finished speaking, he did not hesitate and turn around to leave. At this moment, a voice rang in the air. "Why don't we have a chat, senior?" Panlydian frowned. He turned around to look at the dark forest. "Who are you?" "I'm Feng Lu of the Jinsong branch." Feng Lu emerged from behind a tree. Feng Lu. Panlydian had never heard of this minor character. He racked his memories and confirmed he really did not know nor heard of this person. He scoffed and said, "This is Golden Court Mountain, the territory of the Evil Sky Pavilion. I advise you to leave as quickly as you can. If you're caught by the evil sect pavilion disciples, I won't be responsible for whatever fate befalls you. Feng Lu bowed and said, My master, Zhensong Branch's master, Feng Qinghe, has met you several times, old senior. You're Feng Qinghe's disciple? I am. Zhensong Branch was once one of the 10 great sections. During the Clarity sect's golden days, they naturally had good relations with the branch. Panlitian descended on the ground. He studied Feng Lu for a brief moment before he asked, What business do you have with me? Feng Lu was about to start a lengthy speech when Panlitian said in a deep voice, Make it short. My time is precious. Feng Lu was slightly taken aback. He was prepared to make a speech about the Noble Path's principles and talk about the Clarity sect's destruction by Yu Zhenghai's hands. Yu Zhenghai was the Evil Sky Pavilion's disciple. Panlitian was living with his enemies, after all. He really did not expect that Panlitian did not give him a chance at all. When he regained his composure, he said, Old Senior, the Noble Path's Fiend Extermination Alliance has been formed. The Evil Sky Pavilion will be destroyed sooner or later. Swoosh! Panlitian suddenly tossed his gourd bottle out. It shone with a golden light. Feng Lu defended himself with his arms. Bam! Feng Lu stumbled 3 steps backward before he regained his footing. You're as powerful as ever, old senior. As expected, your cultivation base is being restored. Alas, your internal wounds are serious. Panlitian was slightly shocked. He did not expect Feng Qinghe's disciple to possess such a profound cultivation base. However, his expression remained unchanged as he said, Did you come here to try and drive a wedge between me and the Evil Sky Pavilion? The Fiend Path is cruel and vicious. It deserves to be persecuted. Yu Zhenghai has ravaged the 9 provinces, and the people are living in misery. Old senior. Shut your pie hole, Panlitian said in a deep voice. Very well. In that case, all I ask of you is that you fulfill your promise, old senior. I'm sure you remember how my master helped you leave the Clarity sect all those years ago. Feng Lu said. Panlitian remained silent. Feng Lu bowed and said, Truth be told, Feng Ping is my younger twin brother. He ran into Old Villain Ji in Liang province and has lost his cultivation base. He's now a good-for-nothing. My demand isn't excessive. Of the 9 Evil Sky Pavilion disciples, pick one and destroy his or her cultivation base. With that, the debt between you and my master will be considered paid. What do you say? Panlitian said. What does my personal affair with Feng Qinghe have to do with the Evil Sky Pavilion? Are you going to disregard your debt of favor with my master? Feng Lu asked. He was genuinely worried that Panlitian would respond in the positive. After all, Panlitian had joined the Fiend Path. However, Panlitian was from the Clarity sect after all. He was once the greatest elite of the sect. It was not in his nature to leave his debts unpaid. When he was saved by the 4th prince, he spent many years at the borders just to repay the life-saving debt. In the end, Panlitian said, A junior such as yourself has no right to talk to me. I want to meet Feng Qinghe. That can be arranged. Old senior, this way please. The 2 of them traveled southeast through the air. For hours later, the night grew even darker. While they were flying, Feng Lu asked, Old senior, with your identity and standing, you could have easily joined any of the 7 great sections. You'd be an elder, at least. Why must you join the Evil Sky Pavilion? Because I like it. Although Old Villain Ji's cultivation base is terrifyingly profound, he still can't defy the will of the heavens. Moreover, at his age, he can't sever his golden lotus to cultivate, Feng Lu said. Panlitian glanced at him and asked, You know about that method as well? The method of severing the lotus has spread in the entire cultivation world. Everybody knows about it, Feng Lu replied. Panlitian sneered and said, If I were you, I'd live in seclusion and study the method of severing the lotus. When I'm at the 9-leaf stage, nobody will be able to stop me from taking out the Evil Sky Pavilion. Time waits for no man. Takes too long to reach the 9-leaf stage. There are many treasures and cultivation methods in the Evil Sky Pavilion. Almost every sect covets them. It seemed like Feng Lu was finally honest about his intention. At the end of the day, their motivation was the benefits they would gain from taking down the evil sky pavilion. It had nothing to do with being on the noble or fiend paths. If their true goal was to take down Ji Tiandao, they could have just patiently waited out 10 years. Why were they so insistent on taking down the evil sky pavilion when it would lead to heavy casualties? The quarrels and disputes in the world were fundamentally caused by greed. Feng Lu suddenly stopped flying. As he hovered in the air, he said, "Old senior. Why don't you join Xianxia branch? Our master has said that if you're willing to join us, the seat of the first elder will be yours," Feng Lu said. Panlitian suddenly found this young man's impudence grating. He said, "Don't you understand what I've said to you?" "I don't." "You will once I meet Feng Qinghe," Panlitian said. "I'm afraid you won't be meeting my master." Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 100 cultivators suddenly appeared on the treetops. Several of them knocked their bows, and some of them circled the air above their heads. "A trap," Panlitian scowled. He did not expect the Xianxia branch's Feng Lu to resort to such lowly methods. Feng Lu retreated in the air. With a smile, he said, "I had no choice. I wanted to persuade you to return, but since you refuse, you'll be buried here." Panlitian wielded his wine-gourd bottle, and he descended. He was at the center, surrounded by cultivators on all sides. "I thought Feng Qinghe is a man who knew how to differentiate between right and wrong. It seems like I'm wrong." Panlitian raised the wine-gourd bottle in his hand and took huge swigs from it. In just a brief moment, he emptied the wine gourd. His clothes were wet from the wine that spilled from the edges of his mouth. Feng Lu said, "It's useless to talk about morality with those on the fiend path. I've said everything I wanted to say. You're no longer at your peak. If you quietly surrender, you might be left with an intact corpse." Panlitian tossed the bottle out. The wine gourd turned golden as it circled him. "You're right. I'm heavily injured, and I'm no longer at my peak. Even so," he paused for a moment. His voice deepened as he said in a deafeningly loud voice, "I am not so weak so as to be pushed around by the likes of you." Boom! Panlitian stomped his feet on the ground and shot into the air like a fired arrow. He attacked without warning as his wine gourd shone with a blindingly bright golden light. The light grew larger and shrouded him. Boom! 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 A dozen cultivators reeled back as they were hit by the golden gourd bottle. They spat out mouthfuls of blood in the sky. "Intoxicated world! How do you like that?" Feng Lu shouted. "What a wonderful cultivation base! Shoot him down!" Several archers in the distance fired their energy arrows at Panlitian. Arrows sailed across the sky like meteors toward Panlitian. Whoosh! 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 Panlitian tossed his golden gourd bottle out again. He dove. Boom! 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 The wine gourd circled around Panlitian and parried all the energy arrows. "Continue," Feng Lu ordered. Drunk on the mountain, Panlitian descended and suddenly shot to the side. He left the range of the energy arrows at lightning speed, and his gourd bottle immediately crashed on 2 nearby cultivators. Boom! Boom! The 2 of them were sent flying back. Their 10 worlds avatar flashed briefly before vanishing. Panlitian laughed and said, "It's been a long time since I've behaved this freely. If this is all Feng Qinghe has, I'm afraid you'll be disappointed. This is only the beginning." Feng Lu waved his hand. More than 10 cultivators lunged at Panlitian from all directions. Since he was in the middle, he felt the pressure from all sides. He fought hard to keep the lump in his chest down and to stabilize his old wounds as best he could. Then he said, "Drunk on the battlefield." Swoosh! Panlitian suddenly descended like a huge rock. When his feet touched the ground, a loud boom resonated in the air. After he evaded the attacks, he threw his golden gourd bottle out again. Bam! 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 The golden gourd bottle was moving extremely fast and formed a golden circle in the air. A dozen or so cultivators retreated immediately. "He's powerful. Isn't he injured? Why is he so powerful?" As the cultivators retreated, they regarded Panlitian with a shocked expression. This shows the Fiend Extermination Alliance's plan is right. In any case, he must die. Feng Lu commanded the cultivators again. Archers, don't stop firing. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Feng Lu's voice had barely faded when dozens of energy arrows shot toward Panlitian. Panlitian looked at Feng Lu as a burst of energy surged out of his body. Bam, bam, bam. The energy arrows dispersed. Panlitian flew toward Feng Lu. Eldest senior brother, stand back. The cultivators in the surroundings joined their palms and formed script seals. The air was suddenly filled with script seals. Panlitian had no choice but to call off his assault. He descended again and looked up. The Confucian Sex Expansive Energy Seal? The Confucian Sex Expansive Energy Seal was a kind of expansive heavenly energy. All they did was condense the energy into seals and shape them into scripts. It was fundamentally similar to the Taoist Talisman Seal, although the Taoist Seal required more brushstrokes. The scripts danced in the skies. They consolidated rhythmically and dove toward Panlitian. Block! The golden gourd bottle hovered before him and spun rapidly. The script seals kept attacking while the gourd bottle parried them. Bam! 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 The sounds of collision seemed never-ending, and ripples of colliding energies could be seen everywhere. Panlitian's arms were growing numb from the impact. At this moment, Feng Lu shot toward Panlitian with a sword in his hand. At the same time, he summoned his six-leaf avatar. Whiz! Expansive Energy Sword. A great surge of energy wrapped around the sword in Feng Lu's hand, turning it into a shining golden sword. The sword shot toward Panlitian like a bullet. Panlitian waved his arm. The gourd bottle rose slightly. He clapped his hands together. Bam! Panlitian caught the sword between his hands. However, he was pushed backward by the force of the sword. He wrapped his feet in energy as he slid backward, leaving two shallow indents. When he finally stopped moving, the energy sword was barely half a foot away from him. His golden gourd bottle still circled him, deflecting the incoming energy arrows. Trying to sneak up on me? You're old. Just like old villain G old. The first elite of the Clarity sect can't even hold his own against a six-leaf cultivator like myself. Why do you have to throw your life away for that old villain? You're still too green, child. Panlitian's palms shone with a golden light before it quickly turned red like molten iron. He held the tip of Feng Lu's sword tightly between his palms. Their primal chis and energies battled it out and buzzed loudly. The golden gourd bottle continued to parry the incoming energy arrows above their heads as loud crashes rang in their ears. Panlitian stomped his feet to stabilize himself. He stopped moving backward as primal chi erupted from his body. Bam! Feng Lu was pushed backward by the sudden blast of energy. His sword flew into the air. He somersaulted a few times before he landed on his feet again. At this moment, he looked at Panlitian fearfully. His arms had gone numb from this exchange, and he felt a pain in his chest as his blood essence roiled in his body. As the saying went, a starving and emaciated camel is still larger than a horse. At the same time, the wine gourd bottle fell into Panlitian's palm. Whiz! Shining golden energy wrapped around Panlitian, completely keeping the incoming energy arrows at bay. Since he possessed a heaven-grade weapon, the sword path elites around him did not dare to recklessly make a move. They only circled in the air, looking for an opening. Your cultivation base hasn't recovered yet, and you're heavily wounded. However, you're able to hold for so long. I'm impressed. Feng Lu's gaze was lively. Panlitian shook his wine gourd bottle. Unfortunately, it was empty. He had no more wine to drink. Boring. It'll get interesting in a moment. Feng Lu waved his arm again. The dozen or so sword path cultivators dove with their swords. Really? Panlitian hurled his wine gourd bottle out again. The gourd bottle shone even more blindingly than before. Bam! 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 The cultivators were sent flying back. However, the energy arrows did not relent. In any case, you won't be able to last long. Script seals sailed in the air again like fluttering butterflies. The cultivators from Xianxia branch disciples surrounded Panlitian on all sides. They kept making hand signs and condensing their cheese. Script seals and energy seals began to cordon off the area around Panlitian. Script seal formation. Script seals more powerful than the previous ones flew toward Panlitian. Panlitian's gourd bottle kept the script seals at bay. It flew at a greater speed. At this moment he began to cough. Upon seeing this, an expression of joy appeared on the Xianxia branch disciples' faces. This was their chance. Go! A circle of cultivators advanced with their script seals. Panlitian shouted, thoroughly drunk. When the script seal descended, the wine gourd bottle suddenly unleashed dozens of energy seals. Every energy seal was shaped like the wine gourd bottle as they shot in all directions. Bam! 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 Wine gourd bottle seals? Feng Lu frowned slightly. He looked at Panlitian, who was at the center of the pincer attack, with a grave expression. At this moment, Panlitian vanished from sight. He ricocheted through the surroundings like a flitting phantom. Swoosh! 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 Bam! 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 Two cultivators reeled back. They spat out mouthfuls of blood and died on the spot. The script seals kept flying toward Panlitian and landed on the wine gourd bottle energy seals. The collision of energies made the air in the surroundings violently turbulent. Panlitian moved as though he was drunk. He tottered and crashed onto someone or something. A wine gourd bottle energy seal would attack in coordination. For a time, both sides were engaged in an intense battle. Feng Lu rose into the air and shouted, "Hold him down!" He knew Panlitian had internal injuries. There would be no problem so long as they could hold him down. Bam! 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 The script seals were attacking with a much higher frequency. Feng Lu kept his eyes on the flitting Panlitian. Avatar! Whiz! 100 Tribulations insight with 6 leaves appeared in the air. The others summoned their avatars as well. It seemed as though the entire forest was on fire. The instant Feng Lu summoned his avatar, he looked at Panlitian's moving figure and said, "Now!" His sword sailed through the air. With his avatar in tow, he made a beeline for Panlitian with his sword before him. Panlitian instantly felt a chill on his back and turned around. "Break!" Feng Lu yelled. Panlitian instinctively moved his wine gourd bottle energy seal in front of him. Bam! This time, Panlitian was sent flying back. However, he did not fly too far back, and the altitude was not too high. He landed on the ground with a thud. The script seals and wine gourd bottle energy seals vanished. The entire place fell silent. The disciples of the Xianxia branch looked down from the skies at Panlitian, who fell on the ground. Feng Lu's attack had successfully landed. Panlitian lay on the ground as he looked up into the sky. He felt the lump in his chest threatening to escape. He gave a strange, guttural laugh. It was not as if he could not block Feng Lu's attack. His reflexes merely could not keep up. He had sufficient experience, knowledge, and skills to counter it. Alas, he still could not keep up. "Accept your fate, old senior." Feng Lu landed. His sword was in his right hand as he walked toward Panlitian. Panlitian chuckled. He supported his weight with his hands and sat up with great difficulty. "To think that Feng Qinghe taught a disciple like you." Feng Lu did not miss the barb in Panlitian's words. He raised his hand and sent a hand seal toward Panlitian. The hand seal landed on Panlitian. Bam! Panlitian defended himself by crossing his arms. He slid backward. Feng Lu smiled. "The first elite of the Clarity sect, Panlitian? You're nothing." Panlitian launched into another coughing fit. Blood trickled down the edge of his lips. Someone from the side said, "Eldest senior brother, let's not waste words with him. The branch master has told us to finish this as quickly as possible. There's no need to rush. I've never fought an elite such as him before. He's an 8-leaf cultivator." Feng Lu smiled, clearly feeling pleased with himself. Everyone desired to be respected, to be an elite feared and revered by all. When Feng Lu saw Panlitian make no attempt to get up, he raised his hand again and launched another hand seal. Bam! Panlitian slid backward again. Senior, please don't hold back. I've always wanted to witness your glorious strength, Feng Lu said mockingly as he launched another hand seal. Bam! Panlitian flew backward again. Feng Lu continued moving forward in this manner while pushing Panlitian back with his hand seals. See? This is the so-called eight-leaf expert. Feng Lu reveled in this feeling of trampling on an expert. Perhaps Feng Lu was taking too long. One of the disciples called out again. Eldest senior brother, we can't afford to dally any longer. Feng Lu nodded. His gaze grew colder. At this moment, the Xianxia branch disciples surrounded Feng Lu in the air. They looked down at Panlitian, who was lying on the ground. Feng Lu said, Old senior, if you have to blame someone, blame yourself for picking the wrong side. He raised his sword and wrapped his energy around it, causing the sword to vibrate. Panlitian suddenly launched into another violent coughing fit. His chest rose and fell heavily. This released the lump in his chest as he spat out blood. After that, he laughed as he looked at the Xianxia branch disciples who were looking down at him. He looked at the starry sky, and many glorious scenes from days of old flashed before him. He saw himself as a young man full of mettle. He continued to laugh. His laughter rang deafeningly in the air. All of a sudden, he slammed his palms on the ground. If I could turn back time and become a young man again, I'd wipe those smirks off your faces. All of a sudden, primal chi surged from his Dantian sea of chi and condensed into energy swords that shot in all directions. The energy swords charged toward the cultivators like a storm. This is bad. Retreat. Feng Lu's eyes widened as he summoned his avatar and retreated as quickly as he could. The Xianxia branch disciples retreated as well. Panlitian's gaze was sharp. He summoned his avatar as his energy swords surrounded him. Eight-leaf golden lotus, the 100 tribulations insight. With one hand tightly gripping the golden gourd bottle, his eyes were fixed on the retreating Feng Lu. Feng Lu's expression changed drastically. He was shaken and flustered. He wanted to leave as quickly as he could. But Panlitian was on him. He nearly forgot that his opponent was once the greatest elite of the Clarity sect. It was unthinkable for such a Taoist elite to not be skilled with the sword. Such an elite would never allow himself to be powerless or defenseless. Panlitian flew at Feng Lu with his avatar and energy swords. Whoosh! 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 The cultivators within the range of the energy swords were dismembered by the energy swords easily, as though the swords were slicing fruits. Their severed limbs rained down on the forest below. The cultivators who were further away fled as quickly as they could. Panlitian only had eyes for Feng Lu. He followed Feng Lu. An 8-leaf avatar pursuing a 6-leaf avatar was like an adult chasing after a child. Feng Lu felt more desperate as time went by. His eyes were brimming with fear. The energy swords left the earth flattened in its wake. Trees fell as though they were made of dominoes. Impossible! Feng Lu's voice cracked. The 8-leaf golden lotus avatar was looking down on him just like how he was looking down at Panlitian just moments ago. Panlitian said, It's been a long time since I've unsealed my golden gourd bottle. I'll unseal it for you today. Whiz! The golden gourd bottle shone brightly and shot toward Feng Lu. Boom! Feng Lu did not even have the chance to cry out when the golden gourd bottle landed around him. A round pit appeared before Panlitian. The red glow on Panlitian's face gradually disappeared at this moment. His 8-leaf avatar paused slightly in midair before fading away. Thud! Panlitian fell into the round crater. Everything was plunged into silence and darkness. The Xianxia disciples who had gone through much trouble to escape looked at the vanishing avatar incredulously. Nobody dared to get closer. They were already heavily wounded. Most of their number had been killed by Panlitian's sudden attack with his energy swords. Those who survived were just a handful of their initial force. Head back and report this to the branch master. Eldest senior brother died in battle against Panlitian. Panlitian burned his Dantian sea of chi. Let's go! The remaining members were not bold enough to move forward. They turned around and vanished into the darkness. Meanwhile, Panlitian lay in the crater for quite some time. He spent most of his life living a nomadic lifestyle, moving from one place to another. The skies were his blanket, and the earth was his bed. He was already used to resting in such uncomfortable environments. Although he had burned his Dantian Sea of Qi, he did not regret it. Inside the meeting hall of Jinsong Branch, Feng Qinghe listened to his disciples' reports and frowned. Feng Lu is dead? He had difficulty believing this. Eldest senior brother and Pan Litian had a bloody battle. Who knew the old fart would burn his own Sea of Qi? Feng Qinghe's eyelids twitched uncontrollably. He was so frustrated that his fists trembled when he clenched them in frustration. An elder at the side bowed and said, "Branch Master, we should prioritize the bigger picture. Pan Litian has burned his Sea of Qi. This means he has lost the ability to fight. Hua Wudao is a cowardly tortoise. The men of the Seven Stars Villa can easily deal with him." It's said that Lung Luo was heavily wounded in Tongzi Town. The Celestial Masters sect can deal with him. With their talisman seals working against his Dao invisibility, he won't be able to get away. The Henke Branch, Duanlin Branch, Good Fortune Temple, and Core Heart Sect will work with us to deal with old villain Ji. Upon hearing this, Feng Qinghe's rage subsided somewhat. He said, "We can't underestimate the Evil Sky Pavilion disciples. That Duanmushang and Mingshi are being restricted by old villain Ji, but they're not to be taken lightly. Moreover, now that Si Wuya is with them, we have to be careful. Si Wuya is a traitor of the Evil Sky Pavilion. Knowing old villain Ji's temper, Si Wuya won't be treated kindly. Yu Shangrong's fate is unknown, but I doubt he'll appear. The other disciples aren't powerful enough to turn things around. What about Yu Zhenghai?" Feng Qinghe was worried about Yu Zhenghai the most. After all, Yu Zhenghai was the Evil Sky Pavilion's first disciple. On the surface, he was the greatest traitor of the Evil Sky Pavilion. However, anyone with keen eyes could tell that even though the Nether sect was powerful, it remained respectful to the Evil Sky Pavilion. It was no longer considered news in the cultivation world that the four great protectors would turn tail and run whenever they saw the Evil Sky Pavilion's master. "Don't worry, Branch Master. Yu Zhenghai is fighting with the imperial family right now. To make things more difficult for him, the people of the Core Heart sect have gone to Roli." Roli. The Nether sect won the battle in Liang province, killed the 4th prince and 2,000 elites from Roli and Lulan. The royals of Roli want nothing more than to tear Yu Zhenghai apart, the elder said. Upon hearing this, Feng Qinghe frowned again. He said, "The Core Heart sect is colluding with Roli? The other tribesmen are other tribesmen, after all. I'm sure their goal is to plunge Great Yen into chaos, right?" Then he stopped to sigh before he said, "The 7 great sects can't stop now." The Henke branch went as far as summoning their Patriarch out of his seclusion. Although Feng Lu is dead, it's not in vain. If they did not contribute more, what reason would they have to claim a bigger share of the loot when the Evil Sky Pavilion was destroyed? Feng Qinghe sighed again. "Send someone to the site of the battle. Find Feng Lu's body and give him a proper burial." Understood. Inside the Evil Sky Pavilion's eastern pavilion, Lu Zhou studied the old parchment drawing for some time before he finally stopped. He crossed his legs and sat down to study the heavenly writing power. Currently, he had mastered 4 heavenly writing powers. The first being the power of speech, a sound technique, the second was the power of muting, an aerial attack, the third was the power of past lives, a sort of mimicry technique, and the fourth was the power of immaterial existence, a sort of healing technique. He had used the first 3 powers many times and had basically understood them. However, he was not familiar with the 4th power. It seemed like a healing skill, but it was able to restore vitality as well. If that was the case, could he use it on the members of the Old Age Pavilion to help them recover their cultivation bases more quickly? Lu Zhou was still mulling over this matter when Zhao Yu's voice rang from outside. "Master, a letter from 4th senior brother." "Read it." Zhao Yu read aloud. "Master, I've spread the information about the severing the Golden Lotus everywhere I went. Apart from that, I found out the Fiend Extermination Alliance is moving now, and we should be wary of rats on the mountain. Also, The Duanlin branch's Patriarch has emerged from the mountain. We'll have to guard against the patriarchs of the other sects as well. Lastly, I've located a darknet branch. I'll consult Yi Zhixing about this and will report back once I know more. Regards, Ming Shirin. After reading, Zhao Yu asked, Master, what should we do now? Lu Zhou spoke calmly. It's about time we bring the enmity between the evil Sky Pavilion and the 10 great sects to an end. At this moment, a female disciple walked into the Eastern Pavilion, looking shaken. Pavilion Master, Miss Fifth. This is bad. Elder Pan. He's grievously injured. Zhao Yu was shocked. She asked, grievously injured? How come? I don't know. At this moment, Lu Zhou walked out of the Eastern Pavilion with his hands on his back. Although his expression was calm, he was inwardly confused and suspicious. The timing of this incident is too suspicious. When he recalled the content of Ming Shiyin's letter, he could not help but think this had something to do with the 7 great sects. Zhao Yu and the female disciple bowed at once when they saw Lu Zhou. Where's he? Mr. Third and Mr. Eighth have gone down the mountain. Lu Zhou waved his sleeve. His wizened face seemed calm, but a slight hint of fury could be seen between his brows. Lu Zhou only recalled being under pressure when he faced the 10 great sects when he had just transmigrated over here. At that time, he had lost his cultivation base and the rascals all had agendas of their own. It had been a trying time for him. After he fended off the 10 great sects, Lu Zhou had gained item cards and never thought much about the noble path ever since. Unfortunately, the evil Sky Pavilion was too eye-catching a target. It was inevitable that there would always be people who covet what they perceived contained troves of treasures. As it turned out, those people had come together and formed an alliance. Under the pretext of upholding justice, they fooled the world and gained a good reputation. At this moment, Lu Zhou stood outside the evil Sky Pavilion and waited with his hands on his back. Shortly after, he saw Duan Mushang and Zhu Honggong carrying a stretcher up the mountain. They stopped when they saw their master outside the evil Sky Pavilion. Then they carefully lowered Pan Litian onto the ground. Master! Lung Luo and Pan Zhong, who had hurried over when they heard the news, frowned when they saw the state Pan Litian was in. Although Lung Luo frequently bickered with Pan Litian and was often at odds with Pan Litian, they had forged a camaraderie. How could he not feel shocked when he saw Pan Litian now? Pan Zhong was even more shocked. Since the two of them met, Pan Litian had been guiding him in his cultivation. Pan Litian did not hold back anything and patiently taught him. Even his father did not treat him so kindly. It was impossible for him to be unaffected by this sight. On the other hand, Duan Mushang and Zhu Honggong were not as emotional. Old Pan! Pan Zhong cried out before he checked Pan Litian's breathing. Lung Luo said, Let me. Pan Zhong stepped to the side. Lung Luo placed a palm on Pan Litian's body. After examining Pan Litian's body, he said, These are signs of him burning his sea of qi. He's injured to begin with and now he has burned his sea of qi. Old Pan, are you out of your mind? Duan Mushang said, When I found him, he was lying at the foot of the mountain. I think he was fighting someone. Zhu Honggong said furiously, Who dares to sneak into the evil Sky Pavilion? How despicable and shameless. If I ever run into them, I'll tear them to 1,000,000 pieces. Lung Luo pushed his palm forward and injected some primal qi into Pan Litian's sea of qi. He seemed to have forgotten he was injured as well as he tried to heal Duanling Tian without a care for himself. Upon seeing this, the others had a hard time believing this was the same man who was at the top of the blacklist 300 years ago. Lung Luo had a reputation for killing, not healing. A short while later, Lung Luo lifted his palm. He took a deep breath and said, Nearly half of his sea of qi has been burned. His outlook isn't optimistic. He suddenly remembered how Lu Zhou pulled Yongning back from the brink of death, and he hastily added, I think the pavilion master is the only one who can heal him. Everyone instinctively turned to look at Lu Zhou. Lu Zhou gauged Pan Litian's injuries. At the same time, he was also inwardly wondering if the fourth heavenly writing power would be able to treat someone who had burned his or her sea of qi. Although he was not sure, There was nothing left to do but to try using the Heavenly Writings healing technique. Even the critical heal card would only relieve Pan Litian's pain. It would be able to restore his Sea of Qi. Once a person's Sea of Qi was destroyed, that person would cease to be a cultivator. Moreover, this was not Pan Litian's first time destroying his Sea of Qi. This was his second time. His old wounds had yet to heal, and he was injured again. One could only imagine how difficult it would be to heal him. "Stand back," Lu Zhou said. Lung Luo, Pan Zhong, Duan Mushang, and Zhu Honggong hastily stepped back and made way for Lu Zhou. Lu Zhou walked up to Pan Litian and raised his right hand. The moment his sleeve fell, a faint blue lotus appeared in his palm. The others held their breaths. They were witnessing a familiar scene. They felt the powerful vitality from the blue lotus in Lu Zhou's palm and the terrifying force in the blue lotus. Under his silver mask, Lung Luo's eyes gleamed. He looked at the blue lotus in shock. They had not seen what happened inside the room when Lu Zhou treated Yongning, since the doors and windows were closed. In a way, this was their first time witnessing this. The blue lotus swirled and rippled like the tide. When the blue lotus was about the right size, Lu Zhou pushed it down. The blue lotus fell on Pan Litian's chest and spun before it laid down its roots. A bluish energy rippled into the surroundings. The strong vitality and healing power of the blue lotus healed Pan Litian's Sea of Qi and the wounds that were already present. After 15 minutes, the blue lotus disappeared into thin air. At this moment, Pan Litian began to cough. The others were overjoyed. "He's awake." Pan Zhong hastily helped him Pan Litian up. When Pan Litian opened his eyes, he felt as though he had emerged from a world of darkness into a world of light. He blinked a few times before confirming he was, indeed, alive. He looked around himself. He saw the happy and relieved expressions on everyone's faces. "Old Pan, you gave us quite a scare. Are you all right? Who did this to you? You're lucky the pavilion master was here, otherwise you'd be dead. At that time, all I can do is watch over your grave." Pan Zhong nudged Pan Litian's shoulder, causing Pan Litian to cough again. Pan Litian's mind was clearer now. When he heard Pan Zhong's words, he said contemptuously, "Oh, shut up, I won't die yet. Acting tough, huh?" Pan Zhong was rendered speechless by Pan Litian's behavior. Pan Litian cupped his fists at Lu Zhou and said, "Thank you, Pavilion Master." Lu Zhou stroked his beard and nodded before he said, "Who did this to you? You can tell us without fear." Pan Litian sighed softly and recounted the sequence of events to Lu Zhou. When he finished recounting what happened, he added, "I wanted to meet Feng Qinghe and get to the bottom of the matter. However, Feng Lu tried to kill halfway through our journey. Feng Qinghe's first disciple, Feng Lu, is a shady character. When I was attacked, I had no choice but to burn my Sea of Qi, just as well. From this day onward, my debt toward Feng Qinghe can be considered paid." As Lu Zhou expected, Pan Litian had been assaulted after he left the Evil Sky Pavilion. "Your debt is paid?" Duanmu Sheng frowned slightly. To the others, Pan Litian seemed to have received the short end of the stick. "Feng Qinghe had secretly helped me when I wanted to leave the Clarity sect back then. No matter, my life isn't something valuable. I'm glad to have lived until today," Pan Litian said before he chuckled wryly. "They think I'm a dead. I'd crawl back up from hell to the Evil Sky Pavilion if I had to." The others felt shocked as they looked at Pan Litian. At this moment, Pan Litian felt someone looking at him. He turned and saw Lu Zhou looking at him. Lu Zhou's expression was the same as usual, making it difficult for him to discern Lu Zhou's thoughts. "You think that it can be repaid? What do you mean, Pavilion Master?" "Elder Pan, seems like you've lived in vain all these years. Why don't you understand this simple concept?" Lu Zhou shook his head and sighed. "Do you know how many out there are waiting for me to kick the bucket? Do you know how many are waiting to trample on the Evil Sky Pavilion?" Pan Litian was speechless. Lu Zhou's words were right. Even if he considered the debt paid, would Xinchang branch share the same sentiment? Lu Zhou turned around with his hands on his back. He looked at the foot of Golden Court Mountain and said, I'll remember this transgression from Jinsong branch. I can't be blamed for holding a grudge or being heartless. If there was to be any order in the world, the evil sky pavilion could not endure the numerous provocations by these people. Zhu Honggong said at once, "You're right, master." The others looked at Zhu Honggong. He tried to imitate his master's manner but only looked like a fool instead. Unlike little Yuaner, it sounded unnatural when these words were said by him. Pan Litian nodded and said nothing else. Lu Zhou said, "Your sea of qi isn't completely healed yet. You should recuperate." "Thank you." Pan Litian stood up and bowed deeply at Lu Zhou. Lu Zhou felt it was worthwhile to use his heavenly writing power this time around even though he had depleted 1/3 of the power. With this, he confirmed the heavenly writing power could heal these injuries. However, if he wanted to heal his target completely, he would at least need 2 or 3 times the amount of his extraordinary power. That was too much. It was true that it was easier to break than to mend. A person's body had thousands upon thousands of vessels. The sea of qi was the most precious part of the cultivator. It was never an easy task to heal it. If he did not have the heaven writing power, Pan Litian would have been as good as dead with the injuries he had suffered. "Escort him back," Lu Zhou ordered. "Understood." Pan Zhong brought Pan Litian back to his quarters. At this moment, little Yuaner came running from the eastern pavilion. When she saw Pan Zhong supporting Pan Litian, she curiously asked, "Master, what happened to Elder Pan?" "He sustained internal injuries due to his own stupidity. There's no need to bother about him," Lu Zhou replied. Upon hearing this, Pan Litian staggered and nearly fell over. He could not retort since it was the pavilion master who called him stupid. All he could do was lean on Pan Zhong's shoulder and said, "Walk faster." "Can you walk faster in this state?" "Just do as I say," Pan Litian said through a fit of coughs. The two of them hastened and vanished from sight. Duan Mushang and Zhu Honggong were slightly stunned by how Pan Litian did not seem injured at all. Zhu Honggong asked, "Master, is old Pan putting up an act?" "Blabbermouth." Lu Zhou glanced at him pointedly. "I'll slap myself right away." Smack. Zhu Honggong slapped himself. Lu Zhou ignored Zhu Honggong. He noticed little Yuaner holding a letter in her hand. He asked, "There's a letter?" "It's from the shameless Jiang Aijian. I'll read it." Little Yuaner opened the letter and read aloud, "Old Senior, there are 2 things I want to report. Firstly, there's a report from Liang province that the people of Roli have suddenly crossed the heavenly moat and attacked them. With Si Wuya out of the picture, the Nether sect has weakened considerably. The Nether sect is currently engaged in a battle with Roli's forces. In my opinion, they'll be at it for some time. Secondly, be careful of the Fiend Extermination Alliance. You must survive. I can only hide and watch from a distance, okay? K. You. What a vile and disgusting way to end his letter. Little Yuaner tore the letter to shreds and threw it onto the ground before she gritted her teeth and stepped on the shredded paper. Zhu Honggong was speechless and depressed when he looked at little Yuaner. It seemed like he would be bullied his entire life. Lu Zhou stroked his beard and nodded. "I see." Then, he made his way back to the eastern pavilion. "Rest well, master." The 3 disciples bowed in unison. Zhu Honggong said, "Those sects from the noble path are too despicable. No, we must find a way to deal with them." "You?" Duan Mushang looked at Zhu Honggong disdainfully before he turned around and left. "You're right." Zhu Honggong scratched his head. "I'll speak to 7th senior brother about this. He'll think of something. I can wear my boxing gloves and kill all of them." Zhu Honggong did not waste any time. It was not long before he arrived at the Cave of Reflection. He was in no hurry to enter. Instead, he poked his head into the cave and inspected the situation inside. "Get out." Si Wuya's tone sounded hostile. "Huh? 7th senior brother. Why are you still studying that? Didn't you hear me? I said, get out." Zhu Honggong chuckled sheepishly. "I'm not inside the cave. How am I supposed to get out?" "No, wait. I'm here because of an urgent matter. 7th senior brother, The Noble Path has formed a fiend extermination alliance. They're planning to lay siege on Golden Court Mountain again. Quickly think of a countermeasure, Zhu Honggong said. Fiend extermination alliance? Si Wuya placed the papers in his hand on the table. He looked up with dark circles around his eyes as he asked, "Who told you this?" "Some guy called Zhang Xiaojian." Zhang Aijian. Si Wuya frowned slightly. Zhang Aijian was a dependable source. "That's right. That Zhang Xiaojian," Zhu Honggong exclaimed. Si Wuya frowned and said, "Only 7 of the 10 great sects remain. After failing twice, I'm sure they've made all the necessary preparations this time." "How's Master faring recently?" "He seems normal. I can't help but have a feeling that Master's idling away in his room." "Nobody knows what he's doing there," Zhu Honggong replied. Si Wuya looked at Zhu Honggong. "Is that what you think of Master?" Zhu Honggong immediately covered his mouth. "How are the 3 old men's cultivation bases?" Si Wuya asked. "Don't get me started. That fellow Panlydian was duped by a bunch of people and was ganged up on. If Master didn't do something, he would have died by now. Elder Hua is skilled in tortoise defense skills, but he's not much use in offense. Elder Lung has great mobility and is as slick as a loach. However, in a direct fight, none of them is a match for Panlydian." It was the truth. After all, Panlydian possessed the heaven-grade weapon, the wine-gourd bottle. He was a true Taoist elite. In that case, the Evil Sky Pavilion might be in danger. That Hua Yueshing isn't too bad. She's almost a 3-leaf godly archer, Zhu Honggong said. If this were in the past, a cultivator with 5 leaves or less might have been a great help. However, it's different now. It's not enough to serve as a deterrent. With the rumors of severing one's golden lotus and masters approaching great limit running rampant, it's likely that the 7 great sects might decide to take a gamble, Si Wuya said. "Huh? What should we do then?" Zhu Honggong asked, slightly worried. "Inform eldest senior brother about this." Yu Zhenghai appeared in Si Wuya's mind immediately. They could only turn this situation around if Yu Zhenghai and the 4 great protectors showed up. What a terrible coincidence! The people of Roli have attacked Liang province and are engaged in a battle with eldest senior brother, Zhu Honggong said. Si Wuya frowned again. Was this truly a coincidence? "Any word from second senior brother?" Si Wuya asked. "Well, no." Si Wuya's calm expression turned slightly grim. "I think eldest senior brother is being plotted against. With second senior brother missing, it seems like the Evil Sky Pavilion can only count on me." Zhu Honggong was speechless. "Aren't you worried that you'd be clobbered by Master for talking like that? Old 8th, in 2 days, by hook or by crook, you must convince Master to unseal my cultivation base. Remember that, no matter what." "Oh yeah, you're a 6-leaf cultivator as well, 7th senior brother." Zhu Honggong smacked his own thigh. "Ow!" A pig-like squeal resounded in the cave of reflection. He forgot that he was wearing his boxing gloves again. Meanwhile, on Wuxian Mountain, the nobleman country was a nation that never knew spring. It was perpetually stuck in winter, and the landscape was always white with snow. Today, however, Wuxian Mountain welcomed the rare sunshine. The golden globe shone its rays through the canopy of leaves onto the clean and white snow. It seemed like something out of a painting. Outside the Melilot grave, a small group of cultivators was furtively digging and picking at the stone door. "It's fucking freezing here. Put your backs to it. The mark on the map should be correct. This is the Melilot graveyard that vanished from the world more than 300 years ago. Boss, this is our first time digging a grave of the other tribes. I'm so excited. Technically, the nobleman country isn't part of the other tribes. The victor becomes the king while the loser is outlawed. It has been branded into the annals of history. It'll be almost impossible to rewrite it. Who cares about the tribe? It'd better not be empty or I'd be worked up for nothing." Click, clack. With the collective effort of the 5 men, the stone door buzzed and slid open. The 5 of them hurried into the Melilot graveyard. "Boss, what's that?" One of them pulled their leader. He pointed at the pack of wolves that appeared on a mound before the Melilot graveyard. Wild wolves. This is a bad sign. We should get out of here. I heard that a graveyard guarded by wolves isn't an auspicious place. You're scared? You can leave if you are. Don't count on us to give you a share of the loot though. The others had no qualms about venturing forth. They walked deeper into the Melilot graveyard. They were finally here and would not call it quits before achieving their goals. They passed through a walkway and entered a dim tunnel. Then they arrived at a huge and wide area. The piles of bones made them click their tongues in wonder. They searched for valuable items while guarding against any possible traps. After searching for some time, they merely found some valuables on 2 skeletons and nothing else. Boss, look. One of them pointed at another door. Light was shining down from above. Shoo! The leader's eyes brightened as he caught a glimpse of a sword on the floor beyond the door. He had an eye for treasure. The moment he set eyes on it, he was instantly attracted by the scarlet glow of the sword. His heart skipped a beat as he exclaimed excitedly, "Heaven grade! Heaven grade!" The others looked elated. Jackpot! We're rich! With a heaven-grade weapon, they could feast like kings for the rest of their lives. The 5 of them were now attracted by the sword on the floor. They moved closer and closer. They saw the scattered projectiles on the floor when they reached the stone door. The leader frowned. Be careful of hidden weapons. Perhaps some of our colleagues were here before us. Colleagues? Is that sword theirs? The leader of this gang of 5 was a cultivator with an acceptable cultivation base. He could easily move an item remotely. He was worried there might be hidden contraptions beyond the stone door. Hence, he smiled as he raised a hand and said, "Who cares who it belongs to? Come to Papa." Whiz! The sword shook. It merely vibrated on the ground. I can't seem to move it with my Brahman Sea realm cultivation base. The 5 of them began to discover something was amiss. Well, let's see about that. He raised his palm, condensed a huge amount of primal chi into energy, and sent it toward the sword. He gritted his teeth from the effort and of unleashing all his primal chi. Whiz! 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 The longevity sword shook violently. Go, boss! Just a little more. Almost there. Almost. The cultivation bases of the other 4 were weak. They could only cheer him on. They looked at the shaking sword that would not even move even though their leader was in the Brahman Sea realm. They were even more convinced that the sword was an extraordinary heaven-grade weapon. When they thought about this, they almost drooled. Whiz! It moved! The blade of the sword suddenly shone with a scarlet light as it hovered in the air and shot toward them. Swoosh! The sword glinted briefly as it slashed across 4 men's throats. With a bang, the Brahman Sea realm cultivator flipped backward and fell to his knees. He regarded the sword in extreme shock. He turned around to look and saw his 4 comrades were looking at him with wide eyes. Their hands were holding their necks while their other hands pointed at him. Boss! You! It wasn't me! Before he could explain himself, thud! The 4 men fell to the ground, no longer breathing. The sword hovered beyond the stone door. It was hovering horizontally before it flipped and plunged its tip to the ground. Bam! The cover of the well instantly cracked in half. The instant the cover of the well broke, the sword's blade shone even more brightly with a scarlet glow. The leader of grave diggers felt a chill run up his spine. His face was drenched in sweat as he rubbed his eyes. Down his spine, there seemed to be a phantom before his eyes. When his eyes adjusted, the phantom had taken on substance. A green-robed swordsman with long hair that fell to his shoulders, a chiseled face, and a gaze that was both gentle and cold at the same time appeared before him. You. The grave-digger leader felt a warm trickle down his legs. He could not stop it. Felt scalding in this cold place. His legs trembled violently. The green-robed swordsman said emotionlessly, "Trespassers of the Melilot graveyard shall die." The gravedigger was in the Brahman Sea realm cultivator, after all. Before Yu Shangrong, he could not find it in himself to resist. He had only heard about the sword devil whose name shocked the heavens. However, He had no idea the person before him now was the sword devil himself. He was paralyzed with fear. He had thought a monster had appeared to take their lives. Humans would lose the ability to move their limbs under extreme fear. This was what the gravedigger was currently experiencing. He wanted to open his mouth to beg for mercy, but under the pressure of Yu Shangrong's cold expression and aura, he could not speak at all. When he looked up, he noticed Yu Shangrong was not looking at him at all. Instead, Yu Shangrong was looking outside. He wondered what was going through Yu Shangrong's mind. At this moment, he realized the person before him was no ghost. It was a person hiding in the Melilot graveyard. At this moment, the howl of wolves traveled through the forest and across the pure white landscape. The sound of the wild wolves pulled the gravedigger's thoughts back to the present. Yu Shangrong finally turned to look at the gravedigger. He remained silent as he walked toward the gravedigger. The gravedigger finally managed to stammer out, You, who are you? Yu Shangrong glanced at the 4 corpses on the ground as he made his way to the exit. His attention was focused on the sunlight outside. It was a scenic view. The sun was as warm as spring. 3 loud kowtows, Yu Shangrong said. His voice was as sharp as a knife. It was starkly different from his cultured and refined character in the past. The gravedigger dared not dally. He kowtowed loudly thrice at the piles of bones inside the Melilot graveyard. He felt his forehead turned numb after kowtowing. When he finally straightened his back, the longevity sword that was hovering inside the graveyard flashed. Swish! The longevity sword slashed the gravedigger's throat before it returned to Yu Shangrong's scabbard. The gravedigger's body was riveted to the spot. His eyes widened as a scarlet line bloomed across his neck. Blood oozed down and joined the pool of blood from his comrades. The pool of blood resembled a blooming Melilot. When he fell to the ground, the stone door of the Melilot graveyard slid shut. Everything was plunged into darkness. Yu Shangrong looked up at the pack of wolves that sat atop the mound. The pack of wolves howled. Their voices shook the branches nearby, and snow was dislodged. Facing the sunlight, Yu Shangrong smiled and said, It's you guys again. Or, I'm fine. Or, I'll leave the rest to you guys. Or, I'll take that as an okay. Yu Shangrong turned around slowly and walked in the southeastern direction. Perhaps Yu Shangrong had not enjoyed the feeling of walking in the snow for a long time. He did not fly. He continued walking across the snowy field through the forest before he arrived in front of a mountain. Yu Shangrong raised his right hand and held it up. His avatar appeared. 100 Tribulations Insight avatar hovered above his palm. There was no golden lotus, merely 3 plump leaves spinning around it. A sword devil with a 3-leaf nascent divinity tribulation realm cultivation base. For the longest time, he would not even deign to look at cultivators at this level. They were weak, very weak, so weak that he did not think them worthy of his attention. Was he the weakest sword devil in history now? He recalled his avatar. Then, he flew into the skies and looked down at the area around Wuxia Mountain. The sea of snow extended in all directions. It seemed to stretch on forever. Yu Shangrong looked toward the southeast. He flew at top speed from the green jade altar, and it took him 5 days to reach here. If he wanted to return with his 3-leaf cultivation base, he would need 10 days at least. This was the same path Yu Shangrong took in his youth. He was without a cultivation base back. However, he managed to pull through with just his willpower and physical strength alone. It took him several months to reach his destination. A faint smile flashed on his face as he looked down at the lands. Then he flew in the southeastern direction. The sun set and night came. Inside the cave of reflection, Wuxia tossed the question paper to the side. Then, he rubbed his eyes without an air of pretense. He sighed and shook his head. There are all kinds of strange things in the world. Where did Master find these peculiar questions? Up until today, the first 2 questions were the only ones he managed to solve. He could not seem to work out the answers for the other questions. This made him dejected and irritable. The moonlight shone into the cave of reflection. A rustling noise rang in the air, alerting Wuxia. Who's there? Wuxia walked toward the cave's entrance and searched with his gaze. The sound was greatly muffled, but it did not escape Si Wuya's detection. Inner breath technique? Many cultivators would cultivate methods similar to the inner breath technique to facilitate their espionage missions. As the name suggested, the cultivator would breathe into his internal organs and pull back his energy. In all appearances, he would appear dead. However, this state could not be maintained for too long, for it was possible to suffer internal injuries. The main objective was to avoid detection from elites. Hence, the major sects formulated their own formations and barriers to guard against spies. A cultivator who cast an inner breath technique activated would be like Immortal. Firstly, they would not be able to pass through barriers. If they encountered any formation, they would also be captured. Golden Court Mountain's barrier was long gone. However, due to its reputation, the average cultivator would not dare come close to the evil sky pavilion. Who was this bold? A figure leaped out from the forest to the right of the cave of reflection. The moment the figure revealed itself, it fell to one knee in front of the cave and cried out, "Sect Master!" Si Wuya exclaimed in shock when he saw the person before him. "Yi Zhixing, what are you doing here?" "Shoo!" Yi Zhixing looked around himself. He hurried toward the cave of reflection and took out a dagger. "I'm bailing you out." "Wait!" Si Wuya raised a hand. "Who sent you?" "Sect Master. Time is of the essence. The 7 great sects have formed an alliance. When the time comes, there will be a bloodbath on Golden Court Mountain. It's dangerous for you to remain here." Yi Zhixing surveyed his surroundings. When he discovered that Si Wuya's cultivation base had been sealed, he grew even more determined to rescue Si Wuya. Si Wuya shook his head and said, "You've arrived just in time. Tell me about the 7 great sections." "Sect Master." Yi Zhixing raised his dagger anxiously. Si Wuya frowned slightly. His voice was low and imposing as he said, "Yi Zhixing." Yi Zhixing was stunned. Si Wuya continued to say, "Heed my command." "Understood." Yi Zhixing shuddered. He did not dare to oppose Si Wuya's command. "When you leave, contact our sources in the 7 great sections. Find out about their trump cards," Si Wuya said. "Understood. However, how should I keep you updated?" "Sect Master." Yi Zhixing turned to look at the cliff against the night sky. He shuddered at the thought of having to overcome this hurdle every single time. "Just send a letter to the Evil Sky Pavilion," Si Wuya replied. "Sect Master." Yi Zhixing was baffled. "I've made up my mind," Si Wuya said. "Go and do as you're told." When he saw how serious Si Wuya was, Yi Zhixing dared not spend a moment longer here. He turned around and ventured into the darkness. Meanwhile, Duanmushang stood atop a huge tree outside the northern pavilion. He swept his gaze across the cave of reflection and mumbled to himself, "I'll spare you this once out of consideration for Old Fourth and Old Eighth. I hope that you can be of help." After that, he dove toward a boulder halfway up the mountain. He stabbed his overlord's spear into a crack and stood there like a mountain deity. Daybreak. As usual, Lu Zhou stretched his limbs and did some simple exercises. Then, he checked his remaining life out of habit. It was reduced by 1 day, no surprises there. Then, he opened the door and walked out. Lu Zhou had barely walked out of the room when he saw Zhu Honggong sprawled on the floor outside. "Peace to you, Master. May you live forever and ever." "Top of the morning, Master." "What is it?" Lu Zhou asked. "Master, the Fiend Extermination Alliance has gone too far. I've been thinking the entire night and thought of a good plan," Zhu Honggong said. "Let's hear it." 7th senior brother has a 6-leaf cultivation base. If he has his peacock plume, even a 7-leaf cultivator would deem him formidable. Hence, I propose that we unseal his cultivation base, Zhu Honggong replied. "Are you begging on his behalf?" Lu Zhou had expected this. After all, Zhu Honggong had a good relationship with Si Wuya. They had always been on good terms. "I dare not, but I just feel it's necessary for 7th senior brother to step up when the Evil Sky Pavilion's in trouble," Zhu Honggong said. "Do you think I can't deal with these sects on the noble path?" "Ha!" Zhu Honggong started. He shuddered as he hastily said, That's not what I meant. I would never. Lu Zhou glanced at him and said, You have the protection of your Zen tunic and the boxing gloves as your weapon. Although you have the 100 Tribulations Insight Avatar, you've not managed to sprout a single leaf. If you have the time to plead for that rascal, you should use it to cultivate. Zhu Honggong kowtowed and said, Yes, master. Zhu Honggong felt like crying. Why was this not going the way he had imagined? His master's reply dismissed his ideas and destroyed his backbone in just an instant. He was not fit to plead on anyone's behalf. Tell that rascal that he has to stay in the cave of reflection until the memory crystal is found. Yes, master. Si Wuxia was soon informed of this decision. He sat on the stone bench, perplexed. How is master going to defend the evil sky pavilion if he's being this stubborn? Zhu Honggong shook his head with a sigh and said, I have no choice as well. If I said any more, I'd be sent into this cave as well. You're not to blame for this. By the way, have you heard from fourth senior brother? Si Wuxia asked. No, Zhu Honggong shrugged. He suddenly felt that none of them were dependable enough in this time of need. Si Wuxia paced around the cave with his hands on his back. Even he felt that this was a difficult situation to solve. In the end, he waved his hand and said, You should head back for now. I'll try to think of something. Zhu Honggong nodded and left. Night came as the breeze blew gently. Lu Zhou gauged the heavenly writing's extraordinary power. He had used 1/3 of it to heal Panlitian. He would need at least 5 days to restore it. Without thinking too much, he closed his eyes and continued to meditate on the heavenly writing scrolls. When he was in his meditative state, he would feel an extremely comfortable sensation and lose himself in the feeling. The unique scripts of the heaven writing scroll moved. This reminded Lu Zhou of the Sutra of the Heavenly Writing Powers. Before this, he could not read these scripts at all. However, the open heavenly writing scroll would group the scripts together to form the basic sutras. The open heavenly writing scroll seemed to have picked scripts from a sea of scripts to form sentences. Before he knew it, he fell into the immersive meditation state again. Like the previous day, Duanmushang was shooting around the waist of the mountain with his overlord spear in his hands. He had thought today would be just as peaceful as any other day when he saw a flash of fire at the foot of Golden Court Mountain. Duanmushang frowned. He activated his 100 Tribulations Insight Avatar. The resonance of the avatar was enough to attract the attention of the Evil Sky Pavilion. It was the equivalent of him alerting the others about this. Figures shot out of the southern pavilion and hovered in midair. Lung Luo's cultivation base was the most profound. He was also the first to arrive. He hovered at a high altitude and looked down at the foot of the mountain. The moonlight shone on his silver mask as he looked at Duanmushang's 100 Tribulations Insight Avatar and asked, The 7 great sects are here? I'm not sure, but there's something fishy about that fire. Duanmushang recalled his avatar and turned to look at it again. He manifested his avatar at the foot of the mountain to warn the people there away. At this moment, Hua Wudao appeared beside them in the air. He said, Don't fall for their ploy to lure us away. MHM. Duanmushang nodded. With Panlitian's experience serving as their reference, they were more cautious now. Meanwhile, Hua Yueshing appeared outside the Evil Sky Pavilion's great hall. With a tap of her feet, she landed on the highest point of the pavilion with movements as graceful as a swallow. She wielded her falling moon bow tightly. It resembled a slender and tough sculpture. Hua Wudao glanced at her and projected his voice. Yueshing. Elder Hua. You'll keep watch tonight. Understood. Hua Yueshing was a 3-leaf godly archer now. With her abilities, so long as she had a high vantage point, she could hit anything in view. She was the best choice to keep watch throughout the night. At this moment, fire flashed in the distance again. Unlike before, the fire was forming a horizontal line as it traveled at a terrifying speed toward Golden Court Mountain like a red carpet. With the help of the wind, it shot toward Golden Court Mountain like the tide. A fire attack? Duanmushang raised his overlord spear and shouted, How dare you? Duanmushang, don't do anything rash. Hua Wudao called out after Duanmushang, who was about to leap into action to stop him. Are we supposed to let the fire rage on? Withered trees, and we dominated the foot of the mountain to begin with. The fire would soon spread to Golden Court Mountain in no time. Hua Wudao shook his head. Yueshing. I see them. At the top of the Evil Sky Pavilion, Hua Yueshing wielded her falling moon bow that was now wrapped in golden energy. Whiz, whiz, whiz. The energy that wrapped around the falling moon bow was soon as tall as herself. She pulled on the bowstring with her right hand. A thick energy arrow appeared. The instant the energy arrow appeared, bam! The energy arrow was fired. At a distance away from Golden Court Mountain, it was nearly impossible to see the top of the Evil Sky Pavilion. The moon shone behind it. Some of the cultivators who were setting fire to the forest heard a strange buzzing sound. Did someone activate their avatar on the mountain to try and scare us off again? Whoosh! They looked up and saw an energy arrow sailing toward them. Pooh! It penetrated the chest of one of the cultivators. The man widened his eyes. He looked incredulously in the direction of the Evil Sky Pavilion. Then he fell backward with a loud thud. God! Godly archer! When the others saw this, they were shocked. Quickly now. The fire is already going strong. Let's retreat. Fall back. Just when they turned around, several energy arrows flew toward them from the Evil Sky Pavilion with the moon behind their backs. Pooh! 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 3 early-stage Brahmin Sea realm cultivators were struck. They fell to the ground, powerless to put up any resistance. The other cultivators scattered and fled. Yet, the fire was still spreading toward Golden Court Mountain. The wind was feeding the fire with much-needed oxygen. At the top of the Evil Sky Pavilion, Hua Yueshing said, I've taken down 4 of them. I can't see the rest. They're well hidden and I can't get a clean shot. Most of them have fled. I see. Hua Wudao nodded. Scoundrels will be scoundrels. Is this all they can do to the Evil Sky Pavilion? Leng Luo shook his head. Duanmushang looked at the incoming flames and said, Don't forget about the fire. Hua Wudao said in a booming voice, Allow me. He stepped forward in the air. Radiant circles spread out with every step he took as he descended. The shining golden scripts appeared in the air and circled Hua Wudao. Then they dropped down in a radiant circle. Leng Luo, Hua Yueshing, and Duanmushang looked down from above. When Hua Wudao landed, the fire had already spread out in a line. It was picking up speed as it progressed toward Golden Court Mountain. However, he was in no hurry. He merely observed the direction and position of the fire with a slight frown. Clearly, the fire was a pre-planned opening to their assault. The fire was getting closer. After Hua Wudao was done with his observations, he calmly walked into the fire. When he took a step forward, the 8 trigram seal appeared under his feet and moved with him. The scripts surfaced from his body again. Heaven, earth, life, death, water, fire, being, non-being, and separation. The 9 golden, shining scripts circled around Hua Wudao. As he walked into the flames, the scripts released a protective layer of energy that kept the fire at bay. The sea of flames finally engulfed Hua Wudao. He placed both hands on his dantian and felt his primal chi surged. With the 8 trigrams at the center, his 9-script 6 compatible seal expanded. Whiz! It resembled a shining golden bubble as it expanded. As he witnessed this grand display, Leng Luo nodded and offered his praise. He's replicating the Pavilion Master's 10 scripts 6 compatible seal. It would most definitely cover almost all of Golden Court Mountain. A 9-script seal might just do the trick to put out the flames. Admittedly, the scene was slightly laughable. Indeed, it was somewhat a waste to task a grand 7-leaf elite to extinguish a fire. The glow and movements of the flames alerted the others in the Evil Sky Pavilion as well. They rose into the air and looked at the fire from afar. Zhu Honggong appeared within sight and said, That's a big fire. I'll have to report this to Master. Before he could even turn around, he was stopped by Zhao Yu, who had hurried over. She said, There's no need for that. I've gone to the Eastern Pavilion. Master is resting, and we shouldn't disturb him. Oh, Zhu Honggong nodded. The others saw the flames at the base of the mountain being pushed away by the huge radiant circle. Nearly half of the fire was covered by the radiant circle and was extinguished immediately. Hua Wudao did not stop there. He unleashed his grand technique and moved to a different spot. He extinguished the fire there with the same method. After using his 6 compatible seal a couple of times, the fire around Golden Court Mountain was completely put out. Everything was dark once more. Hua Wudao vanished from sight as well. Darkness enveloped them. The dim moonlight was insufficient to illuminate much. Leng Luo looked at Hua Yueshing. He noticed that her eyes were glinting with a faint golden hue. He nodded and praised her. You display remarkable talent at your young age. I'm looking forward to seeing what you can achieve in the future. Duan Mushang noticed the peculiar display by Hua Yueshing as well. He asked, "What cultivation method is this?" Godly archers usually engage in long-range attacks. They need great visual strength and the ability to fire rapidly. Most godly archers would focus on raising their cultivation bases, thereby improving their rapid-fire ability. However, focal strength is a secret art of the Luo sect. With this, the user's vision at night will be greatly enhanced, Leng Luo explained. I see. Leng Luo sighed and said, the younger generation is catching up, it seems. Hua Yueshing stopped using her secret art. Her eyes returned to normal as she said, Elder Hua is still at the foot of the mountain. The fire was blazing earlier, and it can easily rekindle. He's planning to wait. The others nodded. Zhu Honggong quickly grew bored. Here I was hoping for a show. If I'd known this was going to happen, I would have continued sleeping. Hua Wudao was indeed keeping an eye on the situation. He intended to prevent the people from rekindling the fire. He flew low above the ground. After completely extinguishing the flames, he landed. Satisfied that there were no more issues, Hua Wudao shook his head and felt sorry to see the scenery before himself. For a few hundred meters, everything had turned to ash. Just when he was about to turn around and leave, more than 10 people flew toward him. They did not make much noise, but Hua Wudao could just pick up the sounds of their movements. He frowned slightly. It was better for him to return to the mountain as fast as he could. The dozen or so men were flying toward him at top speed. Hua Wudao was slightly shocked. He looked ahead. When the newcomers were finally in sight, he saw their faces that were illuminated by the moonlight. Yun Sect's Grand Elder Fang Wenxian? Hua Wudao was confused. He did not think the Yun sect was part of the Fiend Extermination Alliance. Moreover, the Evil Sky Pavilion had visited the Luo sect's first holy land. The Evil Sky Pavilion had also decided to not hold onto past grudges with the Yun sect. What were they doing here? They were showing themselves after the Great Fire. This was too much of a coincidence. This was definitely suspicious. Fang Wenxian brought with him more than 10 men. They stopped and hovered in the air near Hua Wudao. Hua Wudao, on the orders of the Patriarch, we are to take you back with us. If you'd kindly cooperate. Fang Wenxian raised a hand and made an inviting gesture. Hua Wudao frowned and said, the Patriarch has stopped caring about the affairs of the world a long time ago. Why would he give such an order? You'll have to take my word for it, Fang Wenxian said. Then, he drew a golden arc across the moonlit night sky. Whoosh! Fang Wenxian's expression darkened. He saw the energy arrow sailing toward him. He retreated and launched hand seals into the air to repel the attack. Hua Yueshing? This energy arrow was shot by the 3-leaf godly archer atop the Evil Sky Pavilion, Hua Yueshing. When Hua Yueshing saw what was happening, she had mercilessly fired the shot. The fierce energy arrow shocked Fang Wenxian. Hua Wudao chuckled and said, considering the fact that we're once from the same sect, you should get lost. If the rest of them are here, you won't be able to leave even if you want to. Fang Wenxian's expression remained unchanged as he chuckled and said, we're already here, aren't we? We won't be leaving so easily. He waved his hand. The men he brought with him removed their hats, exposing their faces. Hua Wudao's eyes widened as he said in shock, The 10 elders of the Yun sect? You... He pointed a finger at Fang Wuxian, furious. However, when he recalled that he was no longer one of the 10 elders of the Yun sect and that his own position had been taken up by another, he realized there was no need for him to care. He suppressed his anger, waved his hand and said, "Get lost now. Otherwise, don't blame me for being merciless." Fang Wuxian smiled and said, "That won't do, unless the Evil Sky Pavilion's Patriarch is willing to surrender the Patriarch's chessboard." The item stored by the Patriarch within the chessboard is a treasure of the 3 sects. How can we hand it over to the Evil Sky Pavilion for nothing? Fang Wuxian smiled and gestured with his hand. At this moment, behind the 10 elders who were hovering in the air, a younger cultivator appeared. The young cultivator bowed in midair and said, "Master!" Hua Wudao scowled and said, "Zhang Fifan." It was Zhang Fifan who accompanied him during his first visit to the Evil Sky Pavilion. At that time, he had no idea that he would be staying in the Evil Sky Pavilion. He had kicked Zhang Fifan away because he had no choice and because he wanted to save his life. A long time had passed since then. Things seemed to have taken quite an unexpected turn. Zhang Fifan said, "This will be my last time addressing you as my master. Please repent before it's too late." "Is that how you talk to your master?" Hua Wudao seethed with anger. "If you repent, I'll continue to be your disciple." Zhang Fifan bowed. "Get lost." His sound wave rolled toward them. Just when the sound wave was about to reach Zhang Fifan, the 10 elders gathered and blocked it. The sound wave dissipated into nothingness. "Hua Wudao, you're a senior, aren't you? I feel ashamed on your behalf to see you pushing a junior around." One of the elders said mockingly. The 8 trigrams appeared under Hua Wudao's feet. A radiant circle appeared. "Seems like you're here to look for trouble?" Fang Wuxian spread his arms. With the same tone, he said, "Looks like you have no intention of repenting." The 10 elders flew up. The scripts emerged from Hua Wudao's body again. 10 energy arrows shot down from the direction of the Evil Sky Pavilion at the 10 elders. Bam! 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 The 10 elders launched hand seals at the arrows. Hua Wudao's 6 compatible seal burst forth with radiance. He did not move forward. Instead, he was retreating at top speed. At this moment, in the skies behind Hua Wudao, a black silhouette appeared. The moonlight glinted off his silver mask. His voice was deep and hoarse as he said, "Yun sect's 10 elders? How bold of you. Lang Luo." Lang Luo's appearance stopped the Yun sect's 10 elders in their tracks. Back at the Luo sect's holy land, they had witnessed firsthand Lang Luo's methods. This was the man whose name once shocked the heavens. Not only was his name on the top of the blacklist 300 years ago, but he was also a rare 8-leaf elite. Fang Wuxian cupped his fists and said, "This is a matter of the Yun sect. I humbly ask that you stay out of this, senior." "Nonsense," Lang Luo said harshly. "Hua Wudao is an elder of the Evil Sky Pavilion. What does he have to do with the Yun sect? I do not like to waste my breath. You're to get out of my sight in 10 breaths." After he said this, he moved rapidly to the front of Hua Wudao. With the display of this Dao invisibility technique, the 10 elders did not dare to take Lang Luo lightly. They exchanged a look among themselves. Fang Wuxian said lightly, "I heard that you detonated your Sea of Qi when you fought the Grand Shaman, Mo Li, and your cultivation base isn't restored yet. Once the head of the Black Knights, Fan Shouwen, look at nothing but a lackey of the Evil Sky Pavilion." The irony. Not many knew about these things. How did Fang Wuxian find out about this? Die! Lang Luo would not let anyone slight him. With lightning speed, he was upon the 10 elders. He did not waste time and summoned his 8-leaf avatar. Boom! It shrunk before it expanded. The 10 elders were sent flying in the air. Their blood essences surged. Lang Luo hovered in the air with his hands on his back. He swept his cold gaze across the 10 elders. Fang Wuxian and Zhang Fifan were standing nearby. They were watching this scene with shocked expressions on their faces. Meanwhile, among the charred forest in the distance, something rustled in the ashes. There were many cultivators lying in wait among the trees. When they saw this, they were shocked as well. We've underestimated the evil sky pavilion. That's an 8-leaf avatar. With Panlitian out, that person must be Lung Luo. They were some ways away and could not get a clear look. Let's continue watching. Russell. The crowd remained hidden in the dark forest as they watched the battle at the foot of Golden Court Mountain from a distance. Lung Luo's attack connected with his targets. He stood with his hands on his back and said, "Wine sacks and food bags." The 10 elders stabilized themselves and regarded Lung Luo in fear. Fong Wuxian said after he clicked his tongue, "Lung Luo, are you the only one keeping the evil sky pavilion afloat? 300 years ago, you've committed every atrocity imaginable. Why are you trying to be a guardian deity all of a sudden? Why don't you defect? When the evil sky pavilion is destroyed, you'll be hailed as one of the greatest contributors. How about that?" This time, Lung Luo did not reply. He vanished from where he stood. Fong Wuxian felt his heart sink. The 10 elders were caught off guard as well. Was Lung Luo not hurt? Boom! Lung Luo's avatar appeared again. This time it appeared beside Fong Wuxian. At the same time, Lung Luo struck with his palm. Fong Wuxian frowned. He blocked with his arms. Bam! The others were sent flying again. Shadow Strata. Lung Luo folded his palms and moved them back and forth. His primal chi surged as he once again vanished from sight. In the next second, the skies were covered in dark shadows. They charged toward the reeling Fong Wuxian. Bam! 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 Densely packed hand seals shone with golden radiance. The butterflies flying in the air landed on Fong Wuxian's body. Grand Elder! The others were frightened. Lung Luo was too powerful. An 8-leaf elite was too terrifying. Hua Wudao was overwhelmed with emotions when he saw this. The evil sky pavilion disciples were excited as well. Bam! 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 From the moment Fong Wuxian reeled back to the moment he fell, only a few breaths had passed. They lost count of the number of hand seals Lung Luo launched in this short span of time. Boom! Fong Wuxian crashed onto the ground. Lung Luo hovered in midair. He placed his hands on his back and looked down at them. Is that all? The scene was as silent as a graveyard. The 10 elders did not expect Lung Luo to be this powerful. Hua Wudao was also stunned by Lung Luo's combat strength. The evil sky pavilion disciples thought Lung Luo was skilled in fleeing and that his combat strength was not as powerful as Panlitian's. They did not expect him to be this terrifying when he was in a frenzy. Fong Wuxian launched into a coughing fit. He sat up with difficulty and spat out a mouthful of blood. He looked up at the skies and laughed before he said, "Well, there's no doubt you're injured. If Lung Luo was uninjured, he would have died with this strike." Grand Elder. The 10 elders approached Fong Wuxian and stood before him. Their eyes were firmly trained on Lung Luo in the air. They said in unison, "Combine strength." The 10 of them arranged themselves in a triangular formation. The elder in front extended his hands while the others placed their hands on the back of the person before them. Their primal chi flowed along their arms and quickly entered the elder standing in the lead. A huge hand seal sailed toward Lung Luo. Lung Luo struck at the air and moved backward. Combine strength again. Another huge hand seal sailed toward Lung Luo. This time its speed was clearly much faster. Boom! Suddenly, Hua Wudao's 6 compatible seal burst forth with a golden radiance and shrouded Lung Luo. The huge hand seal collided with the 6 compatible seal. A huge radiant circle expanded as energy scattered into the surroundings. "Master, listen to me. Leave the evil sky pavilion at once." Zhang Fifan called out from the back. Hua Wudao would not have been irritated if this had been said by someone else. However, Zhang Fifan was once his disciple whom he had invested much of his time and energy in teaching. And yet, his disciple was here mocking him. How could he not feel angry? With the 8 trigrams under his feet, he stepped forward. He pushed forward with his 6 compatible seal. The 10 elders combined their strength and pushed forward as well. Boom! 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 The huge hand seal pushed against the 6 compatible seal. but it could not break it. 7-leaf? You're at the 7-leaf stage now. Fang Wenxian got up with difficulty. An incredulous expression could be seen on his face. Hua Wudao's trauma was common knowledge among the members of the Yun sect. He did not show any signs of a breakthrough for 20 years. Fang Wenxian did not expect him to reach the 7-leaf stage after joining the Evil Sky Pavilion. A 7-leaf cultivator and an injured 8-leaf cultivator. The 10 elders had varying cultivation bases, but the greatest of them all was only at the 5-leaf stage. How were they supposed to fight these two? The formation, Fang Wenxian ordered. Roger. The 10 elders stopped launching hand seals and adjusted their positions. At this very moment, Lung Luo's body vanished from sight again. Too late. After images shot toward them, Lung Luo appeared among them and unleashed his 8-leaf avatar again. When there was a difference in realms, the crushing force of an avatar was even more apparent. Before one's opponent, one's avatar's height, toughness, width, and the force of expansion could crush a weaker avatar. There was no other way to deal with such an attack aside from dodging it. However, Lung Luo was known for his speed. He would never give them the opportunity to evade him. Boom! They reeled back. Hua Wudao stepped into the air at this moment. He struck with his palm. Bam! One of them reeled and collided with the inner wall of the 6th compatible seal. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Hua Wudao has learned how to attack? Duanmu Sheng Dove with his overlord spear in hand. When Zhu Honggong saw this, he laughed and said, "All hail the Evil Sky Pavilion! All hail the old ones!" Zhao Yu looked at Zhu Honggong in disgust. Meanwhile, Lung Luo erupted with his power again and lunged at Fang Wenxian. Hua Wudao trapped the 10 elders with his 6th compatible seal. They had nowhere to run. Who said the 6th compatible seal could only be used as a defensive move? This was an effective and wonderful mobile prison. It was like a giant net. At this moment, they suddenly realized that the powerful one here was not Lung Luo but Hua Wudao. Hua Wudao shrunk his 6th compatible seal, so the 10 elders were drawn closer together. Avatars! The 10 elders shouted simultaneously. 10 avatars pushed against each other in that cramped space. The golden radiances overlapped, and the avatars overlapped. The glare was almost blinding. Boom! Die, Hua Wudao! The 10 elders came to a tacit agreement. They were well versed in coordinated attacks. Was this explosion within the confines of the 6th compatible seal not placing himself at the mouth of the tiger? The tides of the battle were effervescent. Nobody could know who would emerge victorious until the very end. The numerous cultivators in the forest who were watching the battle felt nervous. This is bad. Elder Hua's in trouble. Whoosh! Whoosh! Energy arrows sailed from the Evil Sky Pavilion. Hua Yueshing pulled on her bow with a furious expression. She applied all that she had learned. The pace at which she formed energy arrows was reaching the extremes as well. Bam! 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 The energy arrows hit the nearest elder. Very good. Hua Wudao retreated through the air. He retracted his 6th compatible seal briefly before unleashing it again. It was enough to hit one of them. The elders' concerted efforts had been thrown off. Boom! The others were pushed away by Hua Wudao's 6th compatible seal. Nice one. You're doing great, old man. This was the strength of the Old Age Pavilion. The 10 elders fell to the ground. Meanwhile, Lung Luo's tidal wave of hand seals landed on Fang Wenxian. Isolated and without help, Fang Wenxian took the brunt of the attacks. His face was bruised and swollen now. Bam! 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 Fang Wenxian was being hung up and beaten by Lung Luo. Lung Luo's body flitted about his target. Eventually, he hovered in midair and brought his foot down. Although Fang Wenxian had activated his protective energy and was doing his best to desperately defend himself and resist Lung Luo's advances, in front of a person with high agility, his defenses were full of holes that were completely exploited. Boom! Fang Wenxian crashed to the ground again. Zhang Fifan, Hua Wudao's former disciple, was stunned as he watched the battle nearby. He thought this move would force Hua Wudao and Leng Luo into desperate straits even if they could not kill those two. At that time, the Evil Sky Pavilion disciples would be drawn out. He did not expect Fang Wenxian to suffer a crushing defeat by Leng Luo's hand before he could even do anything. Zhang Fifen's lips trembled. He looked at Fang Wenxian, who was lying in the pit, and ran over. Grand Elder! It was as though he had forgotten about Leng Luo, who was standing above Fang Wenxian. Leng Luo looked down coldly from his perch in midair with his hands on his back. Technically speaking, nobody in the Evil Sky Pavilion could be as merciless as Leng Luo. The Yun Sect's Grand Elder, Fang Wenxian, could not even retaliate under the barrage of attacks before he was defeated. It was unclear if he would be able to survive this. Zhang Fifen propped him up as best he could. Fang Weixian spat out a mouthful of blood. Under the moonlight, his blood stained the ground a dazzling red. His lips trembled as he grabbed Zhang Fifen's right arm. His hand that was stained with blood left a bloody imprint on Zhang Fifen's arms. Zhang Fifen's sleeve was forcibly torn away. At this moment, his head lolled to the side after he breathed his last breath. He's dead. Zhang Fifen widened his eyes. The Grand Elder is dead. Grand Elder! The other 10 elders did not expect Leng Luo to be this powerful. They struggled to sit up straight, fearfully looking at Leng Luo. Leng Luo was pressing on his chest to subdue the pain. He seemed strained from the effort. The 10 elders were not in much better shapes themselves. At the moment they were sent flying by Hua Wudao's 6 compatible seal, they all sustained varying degrees of injuries. When Fang Wenxian died, the 10 of them were flustered. They gathered toward the center with their backs against each other as they formed an outward-facing circle. They looked up at Leng Luo and Hua Wudao. Whoosh! At the point where the moon shone the brightest, a thick and powerful arrow whistled loudly as it sailed in the air. The energy arrow penetrated one of the elders who merely possessed a 3-leaf cultivation base, pierced his body and his heart. He glared and instinctively made to catch the energy arrow. As he clenched his fist, the energy arrow dispersed. 5th Elder! The other 9 elders exclaimed in shock. A bloody hole the size of a duck's egg could be seen on the 5th Elder's chest. With a wound like that on his vital organ, he was beyond help. The 5th Elder's eyes widened in shock as he looked in the direction of the Evil Sky Pavilion and fell on his back. The 9 elders wanted to catch him, but Hua Wudao was walking toward them. Hua Wudao sighed and shook his head. I've warned you before. With your abilities, you can't even take me down. How can you even think about destroying the Evil Sky Pavilion? You? Why you? Zhang Fifen! Hua Wudao barked. Zhang Fifen shuddered. He sprinted toward the forest. Rascal! Running away! Hua Wudao leaped. He jumped over the heads of the 9 injured elders and flew toward his former disciple, Zhang Fifen. The 9 elders wanted to stop him, but Leng Luo turned around and faced them. The 9 of them instinctively took a step forward as though they were facing a fierce monster. Hua Wudao flew at top speed. Zhang Fifen used everything in his arsenal to escape. It was as though his life depended on this. When he saw his rascal of a disciple running this quickly, Hua Wudao was enraged. He shouted, "I'll clear the sect of you today." Swoosh! When Hua Wudao was almost on Zhang Fifen, shining golden talismans with dense and rich energy flew toward him. Bam! The instant Hua Wudao activated his 6 compatible seal, the scripts were kept at bay. A huge flying chariot emerged slowly from the forest before him. A black mass of cultivators was escorting the huge flying chariot. Under the moonlight, the aura of this group seemed peculiar. The Celestial Masters sect? Hua Wudao stopped chasing after Zhang Fifen. He looked at the huge flying chariot as he hovered in midair. A quiet voice rang from the flying chariot. According to the agreement of the Fiend Extermination Alliance, the Celestial Masters sect should jump in when Leng Luo appears. Hua Wudao, your opponents are the Yun sect's 10 elders. Hua Wudao understood what this meant. The Fiend Extermination Alliance had allotted their targets to the different factions. It was no wonder only the 10 elders of the Yun sect showed up when he appeared. He said, "Taoist Master Zhu Yuan? Since the Celestial Master sect is here, where are the remaining 6 great sects? As he spoke, he cast his gaze into the distance in an attempt to locate the other sects. Within the huge flying chariot, Zhu Yuan did not answer Hua Wudao. Instead, he looked at Lung Luo who was hovering nearby. With a deep voice, he said, "Lung Luo, I've always treasured my friendship with the Yun sect. Now that you killed Fang Wenxian, I can no longer sit back and not do anything." A piece of paper flew out of the flying chariot. Strange symbols were written on the paper. Against the moonlight, they ignited without warning. With a blinding golden light, they formed an energy seal. Hua Wudao would never allow this energy seal to get past him. He turned at once, folded his palms, and allowed his primal chi to surge. Boom! The script energy seal struck Hua Wudao's 6 compatible seal. The intense collision of energies made Hua Wudao take several steps backward. Shortly after, scripts of energy seals flew at him in rapid succession. When Lung Luo saw this, he said, "Stand back." There was a flurry of movement. In truth, Lung Luo's method of crushing Fang Wenxian with all his strength was not sustainable. From the beginning until the end, Fang Wenxian was eliminated before he could unleash his skills. He could not maintain this level of power forever. The appearance of the Celestial Masters sect left them no choice but to retreat. "You won't be going anywhere." Someone emerged from the top of the flying chariot with his hands on his back. His gaze was sharp and cold. It complemented the sneer on his face. He shot into the air. Behind his back, he flipped his hands several times, and talismans appeared between his fingers. The talismans shot toward Hua Wudao's 6 compatible seal like bullets. Hua Wudao could sense how formidable this opponent was. This was sect master of the Celestial Masters sect, Zhu Yuan. His cultivation base was unfathomable. He immediately activated his primal chi and raised the 6 compatible seal to its highest level. The 9 scripts spun and merged as one. Taoist master Zhu Yuan scoffed and struck with both his palms. Several talismans burst forth with power and formed a cone-shaped attack. Bam! With the point of collision as the center, a vertical ripple spread out. Boom! A ravine appeared on the ground. Hua Wudao was sent reeling from the impact. His 6 compatible seal had been shattered. Both opponents faced each other from afar. Taoist master Zhu Yuan placed his hands on his back and said in a deep voice as he hovered in the air, "The 6 compatible seal originated from the Taoist sect to begin with. Indeed, it took me some time to break this seal, but it's not unbreakable." "You came prepared?" There seemed to be flames in Hua Wudao's eyes. Since he could come up with such a powerful defense, the others could naturally think of a way to counter his skills. The 6 compatible seal had Taoist roots to begin with, and so did the Celestial Masters sect. Talisman seals were their specialty. It could attach to shield-type Taoist seals and corrode them. "Yes, I've come prepared." At this juncture, there was no need to beat around the bush. Hua Wudao shook his head. "Zhu Yuan, you've grown much more shameless now. I'm merely meting out justice on behalf of the heavens." The Celestial Masters sect's Grand Elder, Zhang Daoran, lost his life to Yu Shangrong. Zhang Yunshan died under by Yu Qing's hands. He's one of Yu Zhenghai's protectors. It's the law of nature to repay a life with a life. Moreover, the fiend path is getting out of hand, and everyone has a responsibility to persecute it, Zhu Yuan said self-righteously. "Shouldn't a man who's supposed to die be killed? Hua Wudao, you've fallen into the fiend path. You're beyond help," Zhu Yuan said as he shot out. Whoosh! At this moment, energy arrows were fired from the top of the Evil Sky Pavilion again. Alongside the energy arrows, there were also the disciples of the Evil Sky Pavilion, Zhu Honggong, Zhao Yu, Duan Mushang, and Little Yuan. Lung Luo glanced at the forest in the distance and said in a deep voice, "Zhu Yuan, you rejoiced too soon." Lung Luo's body began to fade out of focus. A 100-foot avatar advanced. A glaring light flashed in the forest in the distance. Figures were hovering under a huge tree. When he saw this, Lung Luo recalled his avatar and shouted, "Begone!" Lung Luo was everywhere. He was an 8-leaf cultivator after all. He was not someone whom seven-leaf cultivators could hope to compare to. With a terrifying speed, he brought Hua Wudao away. Bam! 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 The energy arrows collided with the rapidly launched script energy seals. It was as if fireworks were being launched into the air. What a skilled, godly archer! Zhu Yuan was slightly annoyed. Hua Yuexing's energy arrows seemed to be shot in a frenzy. It rained down on Zhu Yuan ceaselessly, cutting off his attacks. Zhu Yuan turned and said, "What are you waiting for?" From among the trees, a brighter and more powerful energy arrow shot toward the evil sky pavilion. Hua Yuexing, look out! There was a more powerful godly archer in the forest. Hua Yuexing stood atop the evil sky pavilion. When she saw the incoming energy arrow, she was momentarily stunned. She had been focusing on Hua Wudao and did all she could to ensure his safety. She did not expect there to be such a powerful godly archer here. Who was it? Her heart sank. This is bad. The energy arrow was too powerful and fast. Hua Yuexing closed her eyes. Bam! Just when Hua Yuexing thought she would die, she suddenly felt herself being picked up by someone else. She opened her eyes at once. What she saw was a faint bluish shield before herself. The evil sky pavilion's master, Lu Zhou, wielded the shield in his right hand. His left hand was holding her shoulder as they descended slowly. Pavilion Master? Lu Zhou flipped his hand. The shield disappeared. The two of them were standing before the great hall in darkness. Their enemies could no longer see them. Lu Zhou placed Hua Yuexing down. He said, "There's no need to be afraid." Hua Yuexing was certain she would lose her life to that shockingly powerful and fast arrow. Many thoughts flashed in her mind during the brief moment between her breaths. She had many unresolved regrets and many things that she had yet to accomplish. She did not expect the pavilion master to show up at that moment. Lu Zhou's appearance gave her a great sense of security. It was as though she had found her mainstay and a dependable backer. She fell to her knees immediately. Hua Yuexing thanks the pavilion master for his life-saving act. Lu Zhou waved his hand. A surge of energy brought her back up to her feet as he said, "This isn't the time for that." Understood. Hua Yuexing immediately adjusted her posture. She wielded her falling moon bow and said, "There should be a godly archer who's at least at the five-leaf stage at the southwestern corner." "He's not merely at the five-leaf stage," Lu Zhou said as he stroked his beard. "Ha!" Lu Zhou stepped forward. Outside the great hall, he looked down at the battlefield. Hua Wudao had seen the shocking arrow shot as well. Hua Yuexing could no longer be seen at the point where the moonlight was the brightest. His widened eyes turned red. He felt his old and tired heart break. He moved his arms and broke free of Leng Luo's grasp. "Hua Yuexing." "Elder Hua, what are you doing?" Leng Luo frowned. Compared to him, Leng Luo was much calmer and more rational. Hua Wudao broke free and advanced instead of retreating. The evil sky pavilion disciples hovered before the mountain with a shocked expression on their faces. "Elder Hua, are you out of your mind?" Yet, Hua Wudao did not seem to hear them. His eyes were aflame as he unleashed his 9-script 6-compatible seal. Primal chi surged wildly from his body. He cried out, "You'll pay with your life." The most powerful 6-compatible C in history appeared. The sect master of the Celestial Masters sect, Taoist Master Zhu Yuan, who was charging forward, was taken aback by this development. Perhaps, Hua Wudao's fighting style had been one that was passively defending all of his life. Over the past 20 years, he struggled against his trauma with the sole purpose of proving that a cultivator could pursue a simple aspect of cultivation to its extremes. That was how determined and tenacious he was. He was willing to spend 20 years just to overcome a trauma. He would spend 100 years to make up for a regret. He would avenge his kin with his life. The 9 scripts of the 6-compatible seal were spinning at an unprecedented speed. Hua Wudao stood among his Taoist seals and joined his palms. There was only one person left in his sight, Zhu Yuan, the sect master of the Celestial Masters sect. The vast 6-compatible seal shot past the heads of the Yun sect's 9 elders. Energy scattered, and the 9 of them reeled back. Blood rained down onto the surroundings. The gap between their strengths was clearly displayed. On the other hand, Zhu Yuan looked excited. He rose into the air as well. Dozens of talismans flew out and ignited. They merged and formed a round energy seal shield that resembled an 8-trigram. The shield appeared in front of him. This was a slightly comical sight to behold. Hua Wudao, the skilled defender, was attacking while Zhu Yuan, the skilled attacker, was defending. One of them was throwing his life away while the other was trying to preserve his own life. Just when the 6-compatible seal was before Zhu Yuan, Hua Wudao's reddened eyes gleamed coldly. He shouted, "Die!" He joined his palms perpendicularly and pushed forward. The 9 scripts of his 6-compatible seal converged between his palms and formed an energy sword. He thrust it forward. The energy sword pierced Zhu Yuan's chest. Sect Master! The disciples and elders of the Celestial Master sect were shocked by this sight. It was as though time and space had frozen. Hua Wudao was indeed skilled in defense. However, this did not mean that he did not know how to attack. He was merely not skilled in attacks. Since he came from a Taoist sect and had lived to such an old age, it was impossible for him to be completely unfamiliar with the sword path. However, the public was under the assumption that he did not know how to attack as well. At this moment, the 6-compatible seal was converted into an attack. This was probably Hua Wudao's final trump card and final struggle. The used sword remained sharp, and the old man remained firm. It did not feel good to have a sword pierce through one's chest. Only when his mind registered the pain did Zhu Yan realize he had been stabbed. His blood gushed out and dripped to the ground. He looked murderous. He scattered all his talismans with his dissipating primal qi. The talismans utilized the primal qi within 100 meters and formed energy swords. The talismans continued to burn as primal qi gathered around them. Hua Wudao chuckled. If Hua Yuexing's dead, there's no reason for me to continue living. The talisman sword formation Zhu Yuan unleashed at the moment before his death was almost complete. What a madman! Leng Luo shook his head. Both of them were fighting with their lives. At the Evil Sky Pavilion, Lu Zhou saw this scene as well. He shook his head. Hua Wudao thinks you're dead. When Hua Yuexing heard this, she was worried. She knew Hua Wudao treated her differently. For a time, she had difficulty voicing her thoughts and emotions. Finally, she cried out, "Pavilion Master, please do something." Lu Zhou looked around their surroundings. The 7 great sects were still in hiding. If he could not take them out in one fell swoop, it would be a shame. However, if he did not save Hua Wudao would most definitely die. At this moment, 2 figures seemed to be pulled by Leng Luo over to Hua Wudao. Lu Zhou focused his gaze. Was that not Duanmushang and little Yuaner? Leng Luo said with a deep voice, "Little girl, your Nirvana sash." Oh! Little Yuaner had been honing her control over her weapon for a long time now. She finally had the chance to put it into practice. Her Nirvana sash danced in the air and flew toward Hua Wudao at a terrifying speed. Duanmushang pushed Leng Luo from the back. He was supporting Leng Luo with his vigorous primal qi. Leng Luo kept sending out hand seals as he worked with little Yuaner, who sent the Nirvana sash toward Hua Wudao to protect him. The remaining Evil Sky Pavilion disciples stared with their mouths agape. Zhu Honggong said excitedly, "You can do that? Awesome. Little junior sister, you're amazing." The sword formation in the air advanced on Hua Wudao. The 7 great sects communicated among themselves within the forest. Get ready. The Evil Sky Pavilion disciples are making a move. Get ready. Tell the 2 of them to sneak up on Old Villain G from the back of the mountain. This time, up to 1,000 cultivators from the 7 great sects swarmed out. There were huge chariots on land, huge chariots in the air, and mounts of varying grades. Leng Luo glanced at them and said, "Little girl, retract your Nirvana sash. Focus." Oh! Little Yuaner held her breath and sharpened her focus. Her Nirvana sash responded to her. It wrapped around Hua Wudao and pulled him back swiftly. She exclaimed in joy and excitement, "This is handy!" In her excitement, the Nirvana sash slowed for a second. Lung Luo struck with his palm. His vigorous primal chi flowed along the Nirvana sash and boosted its speed. Like a web, it caught Hua Wudao and kept him out of the range of the energy swords. The talisman's energy swords were truly terrifying. However, their weakness was obvious as well. When they erupted, they could not travel too far away from Zhu Yuan. Zhu Yuan was already heavily wounded and would not last long. He could not possibly travel with the sword formation in tow. Bam! 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 The energy swords struck the Nirvana sash. Hua Wudao thought that he was a dead man. However, when he saw the Evil Sky Pavilion disciples and Lung Luo trying to save him so desperately, he cried out in fury and unleashed every bit of primal chi from his Dantian's sea of chi. He brought the Nirvana sash with him as he flew out of the range of the sword formation. At this moment, the 1,000-strong cultivators from the 7 great sects finally appeared under the moonlight. Zhu Yuan placed a hand on the gaping wound on his chest. His eyes gleamed coldly. Curses! As soon as Zhu Yan spoke, from the Evil Sky Pavilion's great hall, an energy arrow that seemed slimmer than the ones before but shone with a blue light shot toward him. Hua Yueshing is still alive? The others looked up at the energy arrow from the Evil Sky Pavilion under the moonlight. This target was Zhu Yuan, the sect master of the Celestial Masters sect. Block it! 5 cultivators raised their weapons to form a shield. Strangely, the energy arrow flew through the shield as though the shield was made of tofu. It flew and pierced the 5 cultivators' hearts before it finally pierced Zhu Yuan. The arrow that shot through the clouds stunned everyone present on the scene, especially the people from the 7 great sects. Since when did Hua Yueshing become this powerful? The casual arrow shot did not look special save for the faint blue radiance. Compared to the arrow fired by the godly archer hidden among the trees, it was much slimmer. Taoist Master Zhu Yuan, the sect master of the Celestial Masters sect, was heavily injured by Hua Wudao. He was already on the brink of death. Before he died, the only thing he could do was ignite and send out all the talismans he had on him. The arrow shot caused the cultivators from the 7 great sects who had swarmed out from their hiding spot to fall silent for a short while. They could tell by the unique sound of the arrow sailing through the air that the arrow was powerful. It was beyond the capacity of ordinary people to comprehend this. Usually, after cultivators condensed their primal chi into energy, whether it was in the shape of a saber, a sword, or an energy seal, the further it traveled, the more it would be eroded by the air. Hence, when an archer wanted to hit a target over a long distance, they would usually form bigger energy arrows. However, this faint blue energy arrow was different. It was slim and exquisite. The whistling sound was also higher pitch compared to ordinary arrows. When it pierced the energy layers and their bodies, it packed a greater punch. How did Hua Yueshing accomplish this from her hiding spot? She was only at the 3-leaf stage. It should have been impossible for her to fire an energy arrow such as this one. After a brief moment of stillness, the cultivators from the 7 great sects snapped back to their senses. The lifeless bodies of Zhu Yuan and the 5 cultivators could no longer maintain flight and fell to the ground. Ding! Killed a target. Reward: 1,500 merit points. Ding! Killed a target. Reward: 50 merit points. When Lu Zhou received the notifications, he shook his head. The values of the 5 cultivators who acted as human shields were very low. He turned and returned the falling moon bow to Hua Yueshing. He saw Hua Yueshing staring at him with her mouth agape, so he reminded her, "Take this." Of course." Hua Yueshing snapped back to her senses and hastily took the bow. "You should use the most suitable energy arrows when you're firing rapidly instead of focusing on power alone," Lu Zhou said. "Thank you for your teaching, Pavilion Master." She had gained a lot from witnessing this arrow shot. When she fired her arrows previously, she merely sought speed and power. There were often moments where her target was already too far away, but she was still condensing a huge energy arrow. It was counterproductive. "Pavilion Master, aren't you continuing?" After learning so much from a single arrow shot from an elite displaying his skills, Hua Yueshing naturally wanted to see more. Lu Zhou flipped his right hand. Unnamed materialized in his grasp. Before Hua Yuexing could have a good look, Unnamed had already transformed into a mini Bao. This is Unnamed Bao. Lu Zhou looked down at the battlefield. Hua Yuexing felt excited. She looked at Unnamed Bao that was smaller than her falling moon Bao. She could tell Lu Zhou's Bao was much more superior to hers. After all, there were differences among heaven-grade weapons as well. Lu Zhou stroked his beard and waited for his chance. The heavenly writing's extraordinary power combined with a heaven-grade weapon could effectively suppress the elites of the 7 great sects if they were put to good use. As he looked at the incoming elites from the 7 great sects, he muttered to himself, "They're only the vanguard. Since they like to hide, I'll play along." Shooting arrows from the dark? Hua Yuexing frowned at first. However, she soon understood that it was only natural for an archer to remain hidden in the distance and fire arrows at unsuspecting enemies. Her aiming spot had been too open earlier. She was nearly taken out by the enemy's godly archer because of that. A senior's experience and thoughts about combat were something that left the juniors in the dust. Meanwhile, after Zhu Yuan, the sect master of the Celestial Masters sect, died, Hua Wudao safely returned to Zhu Honggong and Zhao Yu's sides. However, due to the intense expenditure of energy before this, he seemed pale. When he landed, he staggered slightly before stabilizing his footing. Zhu Honggong supported Hua Wudao. "That was amazing. The tortoiseshell technique has truly widened my horizons." Hua Wudao had no time to entertain Zhu Honggong's flattery. He turned to glance at the Evil Sky Pavilion's great hall, annoyed. The troops from the 7 great sects advanced slowly. The Yun sect's 9 elders felt relieved as they blended in with the others. Lung Luo looked up ahead and said, "Duanmu Shang, little girl, go back." "I won't." Little Yuaner glared at her opponents. "Elder Lung, you've spent too much of your energy. You should head back." "Little junior sister and I can handle this," Duanmu Shang said before he shot up into the air and raised his overlord spear. Little Yuaner flew up to his side. The flying chariot stopped. "Where is old villain Ji?" Duanmu Shang raised his overlord spear and asked, "Who's asking?" "I am Feng Qinghe of the Zhensong branch." Nearby, another voice rang from another flying chariot. "I'm the Henku branch's master, Ning Liang. I'm Good Fortune Temple's current abbess, Miao Yin. I am 7 Stars Villa's master, Jia Yuan. I am Core Heart Sect's master, Lu Rushi. I am the Duanlin branch's first disciple, Xiao Jinhan, the mainstay of the 7 great sections." They were all here apart from Zhu Yan, the sect master of the Celestial Masters sect, master who died from an arrow piercing his vital organs a moment ago. Only 6 flying chariots were left hovering above the disciples of the sects. Even the previous force of the 10 great sects to storm Golden Court Mountain could not compare to this. Duanmu Shang snorted and said, "How bold of you to provoke the Evil Sky Pavilion time and time again. Do you think the Evil Sky Pavilion won't retaliate?" Feng Qinghe chuckled and said, "All of us here have core disciples who lost their lives to the Evil Sky Pavilion. Not only did you go on a killing spree targeting the 10 great sects, but you didn't even spare the Yun sect. Do I need to elaborate further? You can dump your crap somewhere else." Duanmu Shang could not help but curse. He brandished his overlord spear, and several energy seals spun and emerged from the tip of his spear. Bam! 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 Feng Qinghe stood inside his flying chariot while striking with his palms. His expansive heavenly energy flowed like a river and parried the overlord spear's energy blade. At this juncture, there was nothing more to be said. The noble and fiend paths had fallen out completely, and this did not happen overnight. At the end of the day, it had to be settled on the battlefield. "You should tell the old villain Ji to show himself." The disciples below struck the ground with their weapons. Dong! 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 The noise resonated throughout Golden Court Mountain. Lung Luo looked up at the moon. This was destined to be a night of disturbances. How would the Evil Sky Pavilion survive this ordeal? When he looked at the scale of the enemy forces, he was losing his confidence. If he was alone, with his strength and cultivation base, he would have long fled. Alas, he was not alone. At this moment, several cultivators flew toward Duanmusheng. They engaged in battle, and their energies collided. The core individuals of the 7 sects inside the flying chariots would not show themselves so easily. They occasionally shot an energy seal at Duanmusheng. Bam! 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 Duanmusheng brandished his weapon and parried the energy seals. The enemy's attention seemed to be completely focused on him at this moment. Hua Wudao can't continue fighting, and Lung Luo is merely putting up a show. Only the disciples of the Evil Sky Pavilion are worth our concern. There's nothing to fear if they aren't at the 5-leaf stage and above. I'd like to see how long old villain Ji can stay hidden. Lu Rushi, the sect master of the Core Heart sect, walked out of his flying chariot. He had only just shown his face when a mini-energy arrow with a faint blue glow shot out from the Evil Sky Pavilion's great hall. Whoosh! The sound was crisp and deafening. When Lu Rushi saw this, he said in a deep voice, "I'm not as stupid as Zhu Yuan." Zhu Yuan had been heavily wounded while Lu Rushi was in top condition. There was no way he would be unable to block this little energy arrow. He adjusted his position slightly but instantly discovered the energy arrow had shifted its trajectory as well. It was as though the energy arrow was homing in on him. The disciples from the 7 great sects looked up at Lu Rushi. Lu Rushi raised his arms and erected an energy shield before himself. He seemed to shine with a golden light. Whoosh! The energy arrow easily pierced through the energy shield. Lu Rushi's body, the flying chariot behind him, and the cultivator who manned the helm at the back of the flying chariot. Lu Rushi's eyes widened as he stared at the Evil Sky Pavilion. The air seemed to freeze over again. Sect Master Lu. Sect Master Lu, what's wrong? It had happened too quickly. Lu Rushi did not even get a good glimpse of the energy arrow when it pierced his chest. The Evil Sky Pavilion's godly archer, Hua Yuesheng? Impossible. She can't be this powerful. Damn it. The Evil Sky Pavilion is firing arrows from the dark. What's wrong with firing arrows from the dark? Isn't normal for the fiend path to employ such methods? The people from the Evil Sky Pavilion thought to themselves. Although the dim moonlight did not illuminate much, everyone still saw Lu Rushi, the sect master of the Core Heart sect, falling off his chariot. That's amazing, Lady Hua. Pan Zhong praised as he flew above their heads. Get lost. Can't you keep your mouth shut if you have nothing better to say? Boom! Lu Rushi fell to the ground. The members of the 7 great sects, or technically the 8 great sects, and several other minor sects stood riveted on the ground as they stared at the fallen Lu Rushi.